Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We'll start at 4 o'clock. We also have another meeting that starts at 5 o'clock, a little more formal. Before I get started, could I have the scouts introduce themselves? Please stand up. You're in front of the cameras. Tell us what scout troop and why you're here. Well, thank you for being here. Have a seat. Welcome. Mr. Clerk, good afternoon. Please,
good afternoon.
We're going to go roll call, please.
Correct. Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Feller?
Here.
Councilmember Feline? Here. Councilwoman Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Kern?
Here.
With that, and could we have the consent calendar, please?
Consent calendar items 4 through 11.
Thank you. Council, anybody wants to pull anything?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if we could pull items 8 and 11 and move approval for balance.
8, 11 approval. Thank you.
I'll second the balance.
Okay, we have a second on that. Any public on any of these?
No public on this.
Okay, please vote on the remainder.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and go with this. Item number 8, please, Mr. Clerk, and
Yes.
that's for Councilwoman Sanchez.
Item number 8 is a joint harbor meeting / council meeting. Item number 8 says approval of a 10-year property use agreement with Boat Rentals of America Incorporated on Oceanside Small Craft Harbor District owned property for a 10-year minimum revenue of $165,528 and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During our workshop, we had one Oceanside resident who also has a business at the harbor bring up some issues having to do with fairness in leasing and other things in terms of the harbor. And I got a chance to meet with him this past week, and he's got a whole lot of things that I need to look at and would like to have the time to look at and see, whether or not some of the things that he's brought up are issues that we should address as a council and as a city. So I'm not really wanting to go forward on this 10-year lease if, in fact, there are some issues in the harbor having to do with inequities and lease terms and conditions. I think it's time that we really looked at the harbor leases that we have control over, and I agreed with him and what he said was we've got a jewel in the harbor, and if we can make things better for the businesses there, and which would then attract more tourists, that's more tax dollars to the city. So that's basically why I pulled this, Mayor.
Do you want a continuance on this, or?
Yes, I'd like to continue this to give us a chance to look at some of the issues that have been raised. We did the workshop. We invited the public to come in and tell us. This gentleman, Captain Joe, I can't remember his last name. It's a very unique name from Sea Star Charters. Had some very valid points that I have heard time and again over the last few years, and he indicated that he was representing several of the businesses. So since we did call for that workshop, got input from the community, asking us to look at certain things, I think the harbor is prime. So move for continuance.
Before I do anything, Mr. City Manager.
And they are doing a month-to-month anyway, so I don't think this time is of the essence.
Any time issue, or is this something will be hindered by a continuance?
No, I can't answer if there's a time issue. We'd have to either ask Julie or the applicant, but we have looked into the issues that Captain Joe raised, and I believe representatives and property manager are going to be meeting with him. At this time, he does not have a lease with the city in regards to his business. I believe
he's a subleaser. I know. I understand.
So we are going to be meeting with him. So if I suppose if you want to continue this and we continue on a month-to-month, I guess that's something you can do, but my suspicions is we probably wouldn't have this back to you for at least 60 to 90 days then.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I understand that there are several businesses who are on a lease, a month-to-month right now, so it wouldn't be unusual.
How about you have staff here that wishes to address it?
Good afternoon, Julie Cook, Property Management. I'm
Is your
here to
mic
address
on?
any issues.
Is there a mic on?
It's on.
Thank you. Sorry. Julie Cook, Property Management.
Yeah,
hear
more
me?
mic.
There you go. Is there any questions I can answer?
I think the question was, is this a time of the essence, or can we do a month-to-month?
We can continue with the month-to-month. It's up to your discretion.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I don't mind for a continuance on the issue that came up at the workshop. I remember him, I didn't talk to him, I have no idea. I think it's reasonable if it's not time pressing. I have some questions here, or at least lights on for other people. Let me see it. Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. That is probably not the leases that he's worried about. I met with him, I've read all of his material, and discussed it extensively. He's in a different, as a subleaser, he is not equitable with other people that are doing business that he's doing. His business does not conflict with this business at all.
Right, and I understood that.
And this isn't one of those businesses that he was concerned about.
It's not one that he mentioned, but if we're going to look at the holistically, and the entire harbor, entering into a 10-year lease with one gentleman may create inequities with others, say, well, why did you give him a 10-year lease? What about me? So that's just to kind of, what I'm suggesting is that we kind of hold things as they are, look at some of the issues that have been raised, and see if there's some way of dealing with the inequities that have been suggested, that exist.
Well, by delaying this, does this not get into their high rent end of their seasons?
Yes, that's true. Their high season is coming in the summer, and that means a loss of revenue to the city or the harbor district.
Let me hear from Mr. Kern, Councilman Kern, and then Mr. Flame.
I don't know, 2 months.
Jack was asking questions. Would that get addressed?
I thought it was,
My question was, yeah, it does affect the rent, but also, I guess to refer to the city manager, why couldn't we just bring this back on the 27th of February? Have a 1 month thing, and say, why 60 to 90 days? Mr. City Manager.
You don't have another, your next meeting is going to be at the end of February, and it's unlikely that we will have these issues with Captain Joe resolved by then, so you're looking at least until the middle to the end of March before we will bring a formal action back to you.
Well, and does that see, without knowing what was discussed, I mean, and why are we doing this? I mean, we have the recommendation to move forward on it, and evidently you're saying, Councilmember Feller is saying this really has nothing to do with his issues.
His issues are over chartering in things that he does. Burials at sea, chartering, fishing, whale watching, and all related issues with that. That's his inequity.
Yeah, because I'm scheduled to meet with him tomorrow, and we've exchanged things, and he said tomorrow's fine, knowing that this was going to be on the agenda, and he said nothing about pulling this to me.
moving it to a time for letting the staff look into it, and there is an issue and concern. I don't see where there's a problem about continuing it, is what I'm getting to. You're going to talk to him tomorrow and whatever. I haven't talked to him yet either.
Right.
I haven't scheduled him, so we got some time issues.
See, I think there are two issues here. One, personal, in terms of some of the monopolies that he describes, but he also is representing other businesses, and we never got to that. We talked for 45 minutes. We didn't get to the other issues. So I think it's, well, if I would at least ask for a month to try to explore the to find out what the total, if we can go forward on this, on at the next council meeting, it won't impact the other, being able to resolve these issues, then, that'd be fine.
I'd like to hear from Harbors and Beaches too, and I haven't on this particular. Let me also let in here, Councilmember Feline, and then we'll get back on this. I'd like to get your input if we move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I met with Captain Joe as well this morning, and I would concur with Councilman Feller that his primary issues don't directly deal with this business. He does have the larger issue of lease equities, so, you know, and certainly a lot of his issues are worth following up on. I just don't, well, you know, I guess we have to decide if we're going to freeze all business in the harbor till those issues are resolved. And I guess my question would be if the terms in this lease are comparable to other businesses in the harbor.
Yes, they are. Boat Rentals has been a long-time tenant out at the Harbor District, and he's actually adding additional dock space to increase the revenue to the district.
Right. This has been on a month-to-month since July 2012. I don't think continuing it for 1 month would really be a problem. I would ask for your indulgence on this.
Thank you. We'll get the council vote on this if we may, and there is a request. I will second it for a continuance for at least a month. Please vote.
Well, before I vote, I still have a question. I will agree to bring it back on the 27th of February. All right, the idea, I don't want it to come back in 60, 90 days. I meet with him tomorrow. I'm sure the mayor will have a chance between now and the 27th to meet with him. And if there's no substantive issues that relates to this, then we just bring it up 27th and vote on it then.
I also would like the opportunity to talk to some people from Harbors and Beaches, and I haven't.
Yeah, okay.
Mayor and
That's
Council,
all.
I just would indicate we can bring it back on 27th. However, it is unlikely that the issues that Captain Joe has raised will be resolved by then.
We'll do our best.
Well, to me, I'm trying to, everybody's dancing
As it
around.
relates
I don't
to
know what
this
the
issue,
nexus is of what he's talking about versus this. And if I think there's a nexus, then we'll have to, after the 27th, we'll have to do something. If I don't feel there's a nexus, then we vote on it on the 27th.
Thank you. I think so. I agree. Would you please vote?
The motion is to postpone the motion to continue.
27th. I think it's reasonable.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sanchez, you've had 11 also.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked that this be pulled because this was a project that I know that we had high hopes for, having a public area on top that would have, where there would be access for all. That had to be deleted from the project because of the company went bankrupt, costs went over, and so we didn't really get what we had, we envisioned for our city. So I pulled it for that purpose, to say this is really sad. We did not get the entire proposal. We talked and talked about how it would be really nice to be able to have weddings up there, receptions, whatever. And I hope that at some point we're able to build that public piece.
I think I'd like to get some feedback from staff, city manager or staff, because I agree when the plan came forward, the upstairs part of it is have meetings, community meetings, facilities there. And I'd like to get an update on what you think, sir.
City Manager?
Honorable Mayor, council members,
Excuse me.
I now have a chance to read the item. I don't know if the public is aware of what the item is right now.
Sorry.
I
Go
think
right ahead.
I should read the item.
You're right. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So it's an acceptance of the improvements constructed by Fidelity and Deposit Company of Maryland for the Harbor Aquatic Center project, and authorization for the city clerk to file the notice of completion with the San Diego County Recorder, approval of an amendment to a professional services agreement with Safdie Rabinis Architects of San Diego for additional architectural and landscape architectural construction, support services in the amount of $48,971, and authorization for the city manager to execute the amendment.
Thank you. Staff or city manager.
Honorable Mayor, council members, the community portion of the project was deleted, one, because of cost issues, but also there was an issue back at that point raised by the slip renters that the slip renter fees were going for improvements that were more of a general public nature. If there is a desire by the council to move forward, the designs are already finished. We certainly could add that as a potential project in your capital budget for this next year. if that's something you so desire. However, keep in mind that we would not be able to use harbor funds for that. We would have to look at some other funding source.
How about from the company itself that kind of folded under? They didn't comply with
The contract has been complied with.
well, it
Right,
may
but the
be,
bottom line is it
that's
would-
not what we were expecting.
Well,
Yeah, the contract's been fully complied with as it was, change order 1 eliminated that public space that the city manager referred to. They built what was approved by the city
Thank you.
with
Back
the
to you.
change order.
Councilmember Sanchez, this is your item. What would you like?
Right. Well, I would hope that we can bring this forward for discussion to make this, put this in a priority sense in terms of capital improvements, because I've heard a lot from the public, and they were really looking forward to this space.
Mr. City Manager, if we go ahead and vote yes on this, we'll still put that as a priority on the CIP during our budget process or whatever for you. Is that something that you agree
Your
on?
vote on this is accepting the improvements on the existing contract.
I understand.
If it's your desire to move forward, then we will evaluate the public portion as a project in the CIP going forward.
Thanks. Thank you. With that, I would expect a motion and...
Move approval.
Thank you. And Mr. Kern, your
okay,
license.
now
Sadness.
I'll second that and the idea will come in. I just had one question, Mr. Mertz, the idea that the building that was constructed so far, the idea of going back and adding a second story, would we have to go back and do anything to the bottom floor in order to add a second story? Is there some, is it structurally sound enough to just add a second story?
There was 2 buildings proposed with the project. The one building is completed and constructed with no alterations or modifications will be done to that storage building, the maintenance building. The other building where you see the fenced area is where the 2-story building was. So it's basically 2 new stories. We'd have to start from the ground up. But we've stubbed out all utilities and everything in anticipation of having a future building there one day. But yeah, basically you have to update the plans to new code changes and take that project, probably have to revise the coastal permit and go through the entitlement process again and then bid it and build it.
We have to go to another coastal permit?
No.
If it changes in any way,
Oh, okay.
then we'd probably have to re-entitle it, but I don't want to cloud that subject. But basically the question is it's a whole new building. There's no building there now. It's been padded out to accommodate a building for the
Okay, so the idea that's fine. The idea that we're going to move forward with that at a later date, we'll have this in the budget discussions. If we're going to put money into this, where are we taking money from in order to put money into that? So I think that's the trade-off that we're going to have to make and what the council priority is of what to spend the CIP budget. And I think we have the budget workshop next month, so we'll talk about that. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you. I guess I didn't quite hear the specific answer that Councilman Kern asked, and that was actually my question too. Is the plan for the existing 1-story building that we're here strong enough to add the second story onto it, or are you basically having to...
Second building.
There was never, so basically the site was arranged with 2 buildings. So,
Oh, okay.
and with a parking lot in between them. The north building, which was the community center building, was a 2-story building, intended to be a 2-story building.
Right.
There's nothing there now. It's just
Okay, so that's not what we're not voting to put a 1-story building on that location. This is a different, okay, then
Yeah.
my misunderstanding then. Thank you very much, and I'd sort
No public?
No public on this item.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, let's go to item 12.
Item number 12 is a joint Public Financing Authority and City Council meeting. This is an adoption of resolutions authorizing the execution and delivery of documents relating to the sale and delivery of not to exceed $12,500,000, the 2013 certificates of participation, and authorizing certain documents and directing certain actions in connection therewith, and approving a lease/purchasing agreement and certain other documents in connection with the execution and delivery of documents relating to the sale and delivery of the 2013 certificates of participation in the principal amount not to exceed $12,500,000, and an approval of a budget appropriation in the amount of $1.5 million in accordance with City Council Policy 200-13, and authorization for the city manager to execute the documents.
Michelle, that sounds long and confusing, but I think you'll explain. Thank you very much.
I'll be short and sweet because it's really not that involved. Just like, he generates a lot of documents, our bond counsel.
Welcome back again.
We don't pay you by the ton, right?
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm here today to request your approval of the resolutions as outlined by the City Clerk. So basically what the resolutions will do will approve the execution and delivery of the documents to finalize the financing. And we're also requesting the $1.5 million budget appropriation in accordance with the financial policy, the City's Council Policy 200-13. And if you recall, on January 2nd, Council approved the execution of a commitment letter with Compass Bank, which committed the city to issue the bonds and lock in an interest rate for 60 days. The letter was executed on January 14th, and an interest rate was locked at 1.776%. Given the interest rate that we locked, the city will save approximately $572,000 on an average annual basis. At the January 2nd meeting, I outlined the structure of the financing, which included the necessity of the pledge of essential assets as security on the bonds. At that time, we were waiting for the final appraisal on the properties in order to finalize the terms of the commitment letter. While the appraisals came back sufficient to cover the overall debt service, the fair rental value appraisal wasn't sufficient to cover the debt service as it was structured at the time for the annual payment. So what we had to do is we had to go back and restructure the amortization, the financing, which made the debt service level for the first until 2019, and then at approximately $1,350,000 on an annual basis, and then for the remaining it would be $900,000. And because we had to change the structure, the bank had to reevaluate their financing, and to make their cash flows work, they increased the basis of the index from 103% to 110. So basically 103 over 4-year LIBOR versus 110, or 110 over the 4-year LIBOR versus 103. So that's why the interest rate change at the base rate we were talking about was 160, and so that's why it jumped to 177. But it was, the savings were still significant enough. It did not make that much difference in the financing and the overall savings. Following tonight's approval of the documents, we will finalize the documents, and then they'll be executed, and we are scheduled to close on February 28th. So unless you have any further questions, I'm
While we're waiting for questions, we have a seated sidebar, and we'll see if there's, I want to find public on this.
No public.
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilman Kern, you're on the light. Anything else?
Right,
Thank you. That's all. It seems to be, let's please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. When you get a chance, 13.
Item number 13 is introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 12 of the City Code to extend the letter grading system to include mobile food facilities.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Manley, I saw you hobbling up here. Please, go right ahead.
That would be broken toe, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is basically just a housekeeping issue to reconcile our ordinance with the county ordinance as it relates to the food trucks. As Council can recall, last year we made amendments to the Chapter 12 of the City Code to allow hot food trucks within the city, and subsequent to that, the county amended their regulations to extend the restaurant grading ordinance, which is those little cards that have an A in there if you're really good, to the food trucks. So basically, the county has asked that all jurisdictions that they do inspection for amend their codes to parallel their code, so it's clear what they can enforce and what they can't enforce. they're minor amendments to the code, 2 sections, and basically just has a grading ordinance, applicable fees that they already charge, and allows the city manager to enter the agreement to allow them to continue with the inspection that they already do. I think we're some of the last cities. There may be a few that are in process, but we're one of the last to adopt it. Most other cities have already done that, and the county intends to roll this out probably in the next month or two. So with that, I would ask that you subsequently or introduce and subsequently adopt it, and I know the city attorney probably has to read it. So,
Read the ordinance.
Thank you.
Dave, I thank you very much, and I think the public understands the ABC rating a lot better, so that's very important. Yep. With that, do we have public on this?
No public.
Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We knew this was coming since the county went ahead and moved on this about a year ago, so move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any good discussion? I see none. Please, would you please read it?
This is the introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending sections 12.54 and 12.55 of Chapter 12 of the City Code to extend the letter grading system to include mobile food facilities.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. With the city attorney so actively involved, let's take 29 and 30, Mr. City Attorney.
Item 29 is the adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code, modifying the city's inclusionary housing regulations.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, any public?
No public on this item.
Thank you. Any discussion? Here you go. Mr. Kern, please.
Move adoption.
We have a second? We have a second. Mr. Feline, your light's on, or is that for a second? Thank you very much. No further conversation. Please vote.
Item approved, 3-2. Wood and Sanchez, no.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, 30.
Item 30 is the adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending zoning regulations for projects exceeding the city's base density allowances and reserving units for low and moderate income households in accordance with the city's inclusionary housing standards, regulatory concessions for projects exceeding base density allowances, and meeting specified inclusionary housing standards.
Thank you, sir. Public on this?
No public.
Back to us. Councilmember Kern, please.
Move adoption.
We have a second. No further comments. Please vote.
Motion approved, 2-0. Wood and Sanchez, no.
Thank you.
3-2, I'm so sorry. My apologies.
Those big numbers, I know.
3-2, yeah, exactly. 3-2, Wood and Sanchez, no.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, could I have you go to item 26, please? That's my item.
Item number 26 is request by Mayor Wood for annual review and appointment of council members to boards, commissions, and committees, and appointment of deputy mayor.
These are always exciting normally, but I'm sure this one would. This is a request for these forms that I already passed out to the council. They get them in advance. They knew I've been asked by them on several occasions to come up with these as soon as possible. I filled it out. I'm sure there's certain ones they might want to pull and separate out of it. On the other hand, this is my suggestions and understanding without the new ordinance coming into effect until mid-February. This is still my recommendations. With that, I would ask that they go forward. And comments? Do we have public on this?
There's no public.
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Feline, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess I'm a little bit frustrated here, and I'll say for the start that, of course, overall the Brown Act is a very good act, but sometimes when you're dealing with personnel issues and personalities, it would be nicer to be able to go in a back room and hash it out and all come out smiles and say we all loved each other and got along great. But unfortunately, it does have to be done in public, and it is for the larger good, but it does make it frustrating. And I guess the way I kind of look at the balance within the city, obviously on most, on many votes, you have a 3-2 split in the city. The mayor gets extra points because he's the mayor. So I guess you could kind of say there's a 50-50 split. But yet, looking down these list of appointments and recommendations, I see Wood, Sanchez, Wood, Sanchez, Wood, Sanchez, and that doesn't seem to reflect the 50-50 balance there is in the city, which is the very reason I felt compelled to introduce my ordinance. And then when we, and if we look at the positions here where people actually vote, it's 100% Wood and Sanchez. And I just don't see a balance there that reflects what the voters have spoken through the election process. And so it's just hard for me to look at this as a starting point for negotiation. So I guess I would ask the mayor to explain his thought process and the balance of the appointments all going to himself and Sanchez for voting positions.
Well, first off, are you talking about the top half or the City Harbor CDC advisory groups?
No,
Okay, I want to find out because that's one you said you didn't really want to be involved in very much, so I kept you at a limit on that. As for the deputy mayor, it's obviously from what few things that have been happening lately, why I picked the deputy mayor. As for regional boards, if we go down the list, that's for your input. Nobody gave me a list saying what they would like or not like. So we have the Buena Vista Lagoon, Sanchez and Kern. And that might be interesting. Oceanside School Board, Vista School Board committees. Everybody else has been on it. I changed and I put Sanchez and Wood. I figured I'd get involved in something I haven't done. California League of Cities, I put Feller and you on it. The League of California Legislative, I put Wood, Sanchez, and Kern on that. As we know, that's up voting up in Sacramento. North County Dispatch Fire left it me and Feller. Sandag Board, I know what's going to happen there. I highlighted it in yellow. It's myself, Feller, Feline. You've already removed me, but this is my request, what it would be, and your input. Sandag Shoreline Preservation, put Sanchez on there because she's on the Coastal Commission, understandable. I put Mr. Kern as the backup on that. North County Transit District, myself and Feline, same thing we had last year. Washington, D.C. Appropriations, I put myself and Sanchez because we generally speaking are dealing with Democrats back there and something that helps the city. That's my suggestions to you. And I understand under the new policy after the middle of February, you can add, delete, or whatever's necessary, but this is what you requested of me as soon as possible. And let's face it, some of those assignments are there because people's abilities to deal with it, personalities, and other things that we've already figured out from the past. But I didn't put down Wood and Sanchez on everything, as you can see, and what I explained. The public doesn't have it in front of them unless they go online and look at these things, but this is my recommendations. I make move for that. If there's changes on it, you can do it now or after the date where the ordinance kicks in and you have the ability to do whatever you want.
Well, I guess, and I know, like I've said, it's a difficult process to work through because we just can't sit down and hash it out. But I mean, and I have to beg to differ on a minor point that every single one of these appointments that involve voting and appropriating money on regional boards and agencies are yourself and Councilwoman Sanchez.
Which ones are those?
I just don't see that reflects the balance of power in the city. Now, I have requested, certainly if it wasn't every single meeting, it was multiple meetings that I did ask you to bring forward this list, and I appreciate you bringing it forward as a starting point, but I was hoping to see a little more balance in it. I certainly can't support the list as it is now on the regional boards and commissions.
There's only two that even have to do with voting. You said voting having to do with funds.
Well, I'm
There's
talking
only
about the one where you're voting, where you're representing the city, and that would be the League of Cities, the North County Transit District, and certainly Sandag, and the trip back to Washington, D.C. I guess part of the appointments here is, dealing with the issue that, the mayor is the mayor, but the mayor's also in the minority. And I kind of see, I don't have a problem with council.
Well, let me intervene. This could go on all evening long.
Well, yeah,
I understand.
it
When I
can.
turned this in, I would figure there'd be controversy over it, and that's fine. I expect that. I'm in the minority on the council, but not in the minority in the city for the voting. So
Right,
let's get that
he's
straight,
got the
number
most
one. As for
votes
why I
ever.
picked these, you asked me to come up with a list. Does it look like or any difference? If you were picking the list, you'd make different. Anybody else might make a difference. These are the ones that I think are effective. I know right up front you already got the Sandag board, you've already removed me. I put my name there because it gave you one more chance to remove me, make you feel better, and that's kind of why I put it. And you have already removed me, so I can't say much about that. So when it happens, feller's already there. So we throw that one out in a sense. Now, looking at everything else on here, I want people that can do something for us, and some of these were changes. I think just about everybody's been on the Oceanside Unified School Board. I put myself on there for a change, not a voting for the county. League of City, I put Feller on there. The League of Delegation Votings, I think it's wise to have the mayor on there. If you guys change that after the ordinance kicks in, be my guest. The other thing at North County Dispatch, that's about 4 times a year that you go to that meeting. And I'm certainly involved with fire and police, so that's why I put myself on it. So we go down here and you're looking at what? North County Transit Board is the only one. I left it the way it was. So what's your input? And you're going to change it or not? The good point about it is under your policy, you stripped me of my authority, so after, I guess, the 16th of February, you can add or delete whoever you want. So
Well,
I'm saying
we
this is
could,
my
but
recommendation
by-
to you, like it or not. So I'm not sure if we can solve the thing tonight is what I'm saying.
No, and that's
If you
true.
want to
We-
say things, change it, make recommendations, I guess that's what it's for.
My point is, as I said, I appreciate you bringing this forward as a starting point, because we have to start at some point, whether it's now or whether it's after the 16th. I just, feel there's not enough balance in it yet to prove on. Now, the other issue I want to address, and I ask my colleagues for input on, is the issue of deputy mayor. And I guess dealing with yourself as mayor versus Terry Johnson versus Larry Bagley and Mr. Lyons, whether or not the position's primarily ceremonial, or does it involve truly representing the mayor and making decisions there? And since we certainly have 2 deputy mayors here at the dais, I would be interested in the feedback on how often you represented the mayor, and if any decisions were made on behalf of the mayor in his absence, and to determine, because if there's real decisions being made or events being attended there, I'm kind of more deferential to give the mayor his choice here. If it's primarily ceremonial, then it should be rotated. So I'm interested in feedback on that issue. On the mayors, on the city boards and commissions, certainly I've had a time conflict with the Arts Commission, so that one I cannot accommodate. Certainly, I think the Economic Development Commission, the appointee there should have some type of accounting, finance, or business background in order to make a solid contribution. But I guess the larger issue is whether or not my colleagues feel the liaisons are effective, and if we might be better off having a process where the commissions and committees basically notify all the council members of their agenda, and the council members attend the ones that interest them, and participate in the issues that they want to be involved in, because it's hard, based on the divisions in the city, for any council person to speak for the council. I certainly would not attempt to speak for some of the members up here at the dais, and I would not want them speaking for me. So we don't have enough consensus, or I think this doesn't work the way it's intended, but I'm interested in feedback from my colleagues on those issues, and so I'll yield the floor at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kern?
Thank you. I think maybe we'll start splitting these up. I think there's a misunderstanding of what liaisons do. It is not us as a council going to those commissions and representing the councils to the commission. It is those commissions who take action, and it's those council members that come back and report to the council what the commission has done. So the idea, I think, the idea of having different people run through that and have different experiences is valid. I mean, the idea that come back and report to the council, and I think rotating through those, and you know, I have never been on Beaches and Harbor Committee, and I appreciate being on there because I've never been through that. As far as your comment about going to different commission meetings, I probably attend half of the utilities commissions just because that's my point of interest. You know, I sit in the audience, I listen, I understand what's going on, I hear them vet whatever issue that comes up, so I have a clear understanding. I do that on my own. I don't purport to report back to the council about what happened at Utilities Commission. That's up to the liaisons to report to the council that if there's some action that they've taken, and to explain the commission's action to the council. That's what the liaisons are for. So I have no real problem with the top part of this, unless there's some particular commission that you would like to be on versus not be on. I mean, I don't know if we want to go through this, you know, wheeling dealing thing, but it's the mayor's appointments, and I'm ready to just bifurcate these in 3 sections. The idea that have the top section about the liaisons, you know, motion and vote, the deputy mayor motion and vote, and then if you want to pull a particular one on the bottom to make a motion and vote on those particular ones, that'll be fine. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. So I'm ready to make a motion that we accept, or I guess that's the right word, adopt, or he made the motion, right? But I guess I make the motion right now to bifurcate the vote. I mean, is that?
If the maker of the motion finds it acceptable, we could proceed forward just on a vote first on the city boards and commissions. On your nominations, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to hear from everybody else, and there's other lights on. That's why I was waiting.
Okay. All right. Well, that would be mine. So go ahead and let's hear from everybody else, then we'll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually going to suggest that we go through the top and just move on that. And with respect to the deputy mayor, you and I work really well together. And the question was, is it ceremonial? Yes, it is, except that every now and then, what you asked, how many times? I think in a year I might represent or chair a meeting once or twice a year. I don't know, I think Councilmember Feller chaired a meeting once or twice in a year, and that's over the times that he and I have been deputy mayors. Other than that, we work really well together, so if he needs me to do something, whether I'm a deputy mayor or not, I'm there for him. So for me, it's about the city, and if I'm asked to take some time to do something, I'll do it. So it's unfortunate that things have gotten to where they are, but he and I work really well together. I can see why he'd be recommending me for deputy mayor. As to the others, if I could just quickly, Buena Vista Lagoon, that issue's coming up. I've got a meeting, I've been asked to meet regarding that issue. The Buena Vista Lagoon, the I-5 widening, you know, the 3 projects that are together. Let's see, what else did you ask me about? Washington, D.C., I get along really well with the staff of for all three. Unfortunately, Congressman Issa has been rather busy. Last time that we were up there, he didn't have time to meet with us, and you know, he's got his priorities, and I understand that. But in terms of our senators' offices and even meeting the senator, it's been wonderful to have that kind of relationship. And if they see you more often, they're you know, it just makes things much nicer in terms of getting that money and hopefully encouraging them to work that much harder for you. What they tell us is that if you don't send anybody, a elected official, you don't rank as high in their office. You know, I mean, if you care enough about getting that money, you're going to go there, and you're going to do everything possible under the sun to meet with these folks. And so they certainly enjoy. I'll tell you, I think they enjoy the mayor very much. And I think that you know, I'm able to help staff. I think staff does a good job in terms of presenting, but it's certainly really nice to have those elected representatives there. So if we're interested in moving forward on the things that we truly have consensus on, and I've said this over and over again, that I think 85% of the time we you know, support, you know, we support 85% of the time. These are the projects that we're going forward on, and we want to get these funds. They're out there. Let's, you know, it's a competition. Let's do everything under the sun to get it. So, yes.
We've gotten $59 million over the year from the feds going back there in person. Some people wonder why we go back, and what I found out is their attitude, if you don't show up, then you're probably not going to get anything. If you show up, your chances are higher. The other thing is you have to have some rapport with the staff and your senators. That's going to be Democratic senators, and that's why when I've gone, I've stayed nonpartisan. It has helped me to get money. Secondly, is I've taken Councilmember Sanchez along with me because she's got rapport with some of the two strongest senators in the United States, that's Feinstein and Boxer. Let's face it, I take her along because she helps. The other thing I'm told by city attorney, and I knew this, that this section really isn't up to your decisions, if I'm correct, strictly the mayor.
You're referring to the Washington, D.C. appropriation visit, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that, by council policy, you or your designee are the representative of the city. So that's really not something you need to vote on. It's whoever you designate.
I understood that, but it's a chance for everybody to talk about it. Again, Mr. Feline asked some questions, and my point is I try to send persons or people or myself that I think to have the best chance to get things done, appropriations, money, or whatever, and that's why I picked certain people, because I knew who we were going to be dealing with. That's kind of it. So we'll go ahead, and with that, if you're not finished, or if you are, Ms. Sanchez, I'll let Ms.
And I do want to apologize. I have a cold, so I'm a little congested, and I'm hearing half of what I'm saying. So,
with that, I'd like
Mr.
Feller.
Thank you. As far as the top part, you know, I've been on literally almost all of those commissions over the years, and you know, I'm proud to be a liaison to anyone that I'm assigned to, and I attend, and when it's appropriate, bring forward the issues. As far as deputy mayor, it needs to be rotated. Councilmember Sanchez has had it 4 times as deputy mayor during these 12 years that we've served together. This past year was my 2nd time. So we've had in that time, Rocky had it a couple of times. Councilmember Kern has not had it, and Gary has only been here a couple of years. So, I'm not in favor of appointing Councilmember Sanchez as deputy mayor again.
I do such a great job.
Well, I think you run a great meeting. There's no question. We got out of here pretty quick in the meetings that you've run, but I think in fairness, it needs to go to somebody else. So I don't know what the solution is there, so. And then as far as the Washington DC visits, are you attending Washington DC this year, Mayor Wood?
No, I'm not, because of what's happening here at the council.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, so I'm ready to vote on the top part, and then Deputy Mayor, and then the bottom part, if that's...
Well, we got everybody's input. A couple of things I'm going to say before we move forward. General consensus and feedback from council members and their staff. The top section. We got down from like 27 committees and commission down to these. I still get feedback that some people in the council don't want to go to any of them. And I'm not saying anybody that don't want to go to anybody. It's really a contact for a one person instead of the whole council. You're not really required to go. You're just the liaison for it. That's the issue. I got feedback some people don't really want to go or be part of it, so they're limited in what they may or may not get. This is really your ability to go to a meeting if it's necessary, and I think that's how you do it. If it's necessary you to be there and you stay in tune with them, you'll get that feedback. It's important. Or they have the ability to come to you first regarding any issue that's brought back to the council. So the only thing I've gotten feedback on is everybody misses the senior commission. That's the only thing I've gotten feedback on. If we vote on this, that's simple, it's whatever, and we can do that now and bifurcate. If you want to make a motion, I did. If there's a second for the top half, we'll move down from there. But I don't want to be here all night on this thing issue, because some of your power breaks kick in the middle of February. Go ahead.
Point of clarification, are we going to just take the top sections, Deputy Mayor, and then we're going to do the regional appointments? Is that, okay.
That's fine.
All right, then.
Top portion only.
And I'll second the top portion.
Thank you. And go ahead and please vote on the top portion.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. On the second part, Deputy Mayor, I nominate her. I'm assuming you get a second from Esther.
Second.
And without discussion, please vote.
Just brief discussion here. When we don't agree, then I guess what happens is we don't have someone.
We don't have a deputy mayor that year.
Right, okay.
Thank you very much.
Would not the current appointee hold the position until we're replaced?
Can't do it under policy.
Can't do it 2 years in a row.
Please vote.
Motion failed, 3-2. Karen
Thank you.
Feline fell.
Mayor for next year. Thank you. Okay, the bottom half, how you guys want to handle this? This is your big, the Washington DC appointment thing doesn't
Yeah, we
really
can cross
involve
that
in
off.
there.
And as far as the Buena Vista Lagoon, I will second your appointments for Councilmember Sanchez and I on the Buena Vista Lagoon.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I support, I think we should go through one by one.
Yeah, just go one by one and then
It's
we'll...
easier, it'll probably be quicker. I
Yeah.
have your light on though, is that for a reason?
No, sorry.
Okay, so please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Second one is going to be the city, OUSD and VISTA committees. That's for the schools.
I just had one question on this, the idea that, this is what I did, as a school teacher for all those years of starting a charter school. Are you tied to these appointments on this
No,
particular?
I just hadn't tried it myself. That's why I put it. You want on there?
Yeah, well, but I guess it's up to Councilmember Sanchez whether...
I would like to be on there because, I went through
Well, there's
kindergarten
two. There's
through
two
high school.
required on this.
I know, but,
I don't.
You
I
don't-
picked it
would
because I
you-
hadn't done it. Go ahead. Do you want it?
well, yeah, I'll take that. I'd be glad to meet with them because I meet with them all
Anybody
the
else
time.
though?
Me.
No,
You,
so
those
it'd
two.
be-
The motion is Sanchez and Kern.
Okay, and I'll second that one.
Okay, we have a second. Any comments? If not, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
California League of Cities Executive Committee.
I'll second that one.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I kind of see this kind of tied in with the one right below it, the voting delegates, and I guess I would like some balance. I've certainly enjoyed attending, the monthly meetings for the League of Cities, but I believe the voting portion should not be both Mayor Wood and Mayor Sanchez. I would like a little more diversity on that one and how that affects the one on top as far as haggling. I think these two items just need to be resolved together.
Well, we should vote on the one that's above, though, if you want that.
Well, I don't know how you people feel if maybe the solution, as part of the solution to solving the bottom one, which I have an issue with, might be a change on the top one, then I just throwing that out
Well,
there.
I'll throw this out to you. The league voting, we go down all the time for some interesting things like LAFCO or the Airport Authority, and in particular, any big meetings in Sacramento, I put myself and Sanchez on it for obvious reasons, but anyhow, well, again, we're dealing with mainly Democrats.
Can I ask?
Well, not-
Please go ahead.
Can I ask you, the executive committee, is that different from the mayor's committee?
No.
Is
No,
that?
This is League of California Cities.
Yeah,
This is
League of
the-
California, that's
right,
the one
right. So
above.
that's-
Down
that
below,
is different
that's,
from the mayor's
the one
committee.
down below, generally speaking, is voting delegates for all
I
those
just
things
wanna make
down
sure,
there at LAFCO and whatever. It's usually all mayors.
Right,
Okay.
okay.
So the League of California Cities Executive Committee, I'm going to second your appointments. That's the one we're discussing now.
The
That
top-
would be
Top one.
Councilmember Feller and Fellaini.
Let's get that out
Correct,
of the way.
but I just wanted to bring, obviously I have no problem with that, but I'm just saying I
Okay.
do have a problem with the next one, and
Well,
we
let's
might
do the-
want to
Okay.
change the top one
Yeah.
to solve the bottom one. That's
Yeah, no,
why I
that's
just
fine.
throw that out.
So we can vote on that one.
Vote on the top one.
Okay?
Motion approved, 5-0.
Down below, the second one, like I've told you, you'll see this one. I think Mr. Feller has seen it in the past. This, generally speaking, is mayors down at the one at San Diego, at the Sheraton Point. And it's always mayors, and it usually comes down to districts. By that I mean coastal region, east, west, whatever. We can't vote on those. You'll be there, but you don't vote on LAFCO. We all vote on. The other one is, do you go to Sacramento for these meetings? That's rare. It's usually one time a year. And in the past, any and all of us can go if you pay it out of your budget.
So on this one here, I'm gladly give up my alternate spot to Councilmember Feller or Fellaini, since they're the executive committee. This doesn't matter to me on that one. So if either of you want one of that second alternate, take it.
Okay, yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
What now? I missed it.
Take me off and put
Yeah, put it-
Councilmember Fellaini as the second alternate on the League of California Cities.
Okay. Got that. Sounds good.
We good?
Good enough. You want to vote on that?
Yep. I guess you made the motion, I'll second
I have
it.
motion
Just to keep the city clerk on
Yeah,
track there,
Motion second, thank you.
since he's keeping score.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Next one, North County Fire Dispatch,
I will
JPA.
second your motion on that one.
That's about 4 times a year.
Yeah.
And please vote on that. Here's the interesting one.
Motion
next.
approved, 5-0.
Okay.
Next, Sandag Board. I know this is going to be an issue. You already removed me, but it
They
really
didn't do
isn't
any
going to be
good?
effective until like February 16th.
Well, and then maybe we continue this to the 27th or and just leave the current appointments the way that they are.
Is that what you want, folks? We'll leave that one and say there's no change on it. Okay, below that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stan-
Sandag. So that,
Sandag.
yeah.
Sandag,
So that was
Sandag.
that was a motion to continue,
Motion
Mr.
to
Clerk.
continue.
And I'm going to oppose that. I think that we need to have the mayor on Sandag. We should be supporting him. I think that is the way we're going to get maximum, potential maximum funding. So,
But
and I understand that the residents are going to start going to the
Make
meetings.
that argument on the 27th when it comes back.
I will say too that the chair of Sandag picked all of his positions and no one from Oceanside was picked. And that was the chair of Sandag.
Okay.
Anyhow, Shoreline Preservation Committee, I put Sanchez on there because Coastal Commission power that she has.
Sorry, didn't we need to have a vote on the?
We're continuing it till the 27th.
Right, don't we need to vote on that?
Yeah, we should.
Oh,
do
we
need-
vote to
I thought we
continue?
had to vote
Or
continue.
can we continue without a vote?
Had to continue. or
No,
vote?
we need a vote to continue because I want
That's what I
to
thought.
oppose it.
Since you're voting on all of them, you might as well
Okay,
vote on the
so this is the
continuance.
vote to continue.
Please go ahead. Please vote on continuance.
Motion approved, 4-1, Sanchez, no.
Okay.
The next one, shoreline prevention.
I'm going to second your nomination on this one. The idea that I think we've had a pretty good relationship with the shoreline preservation. She's been
Sandra.
primary, I've been alternate for what, 3-4 years now? It seems like it's a long time. This is kind of our normal thing for that. It's the only thing
your call. I think
my
she ha-
standard request, if
She's
she
the
doesn't
power.
attend, that she lets me know so I can attend.
Please vote. North County Transit District
Motion approved,
Board.
5-0.
Okay. And I think this is the one we're going to have to continue to the 27th because this is the other regional one that was in dispute. So if we can continue this to the 27th, then we'll.
Motion to
figure-
continuance is second.
Yep, second, okay.
Please vote.
Waiting for Ms. Sanchez. Motion approved, 3-2, Wood and Sanchez, no.
I think that covers it for the time being for right now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'm going to have to take a break now. 5 or 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to break for right now. If you haven't been here before, out the double stairs, up the stairs, there's going to be bathrooms and water. 10-minute break while we get some of the formalities taken care of. Thank you.
Oceanside Community Television was created in 1984 and has been nationally recognized for its outstanding local programming. Our viewers know that KOCT is unique among the hundreds of other television channels because we aren't here to sell products. We're here to inform residents who live in Oceanside and North County about the things that are important to them. KOCT has been serving the Oceanside community with local government and community programs for almost 30 years. And despite dire budget and staffing cuts, KOCT continues to survive and to serve because of viewers and web surfers like you. KOCT promotes our city. We are helping in its economic recovery. By working with the county, local businesses, and the Welcome Center, KOCT promotes downtown, encourages tourism, and sings the praises of our many local attractions. A new KOCT program, for example, Discover Downtown, takes you to local businesses, unique locations, and the Sunset Market in downtown Oceanside. KOCT received grant funding from the County of San Diego to create short video spots shown at the California Welcome Center and on KOCT to inform tourists and residents about the great things to do in Oceanside and North County. KOCT promotes democracy. We produced more June primary election programs than any other TV station. Our mission during election season is to inform voters about local ballot initiatives that affect Oceanside residents. And KOCT will be the only television outlet to produce local candidate programs in the months leading up to the November election. KOCT connects you with your government and with important North County institutions. Our Voice of Oceanside program features in-depth interviews with local elected officials, city staff members, and community leaders. KOCT also brings you programs about our local public hospital and university. And now, we're proud to announce 2 new services to benefit our community that will allow KOCT to produce more programs for our viewers. Oceanside Talks is a new community television series that allows you or any resident or nonprofit to produce your own TV program at an affordable price. KOCT has also launched a new community calendar program for a modest service fee. Local nonprofit organizations can use this television bulletin board to keep their neighbors informed about their activities on a weekly basis. One way viewers and businesses support quality community television programming is by buying a banner ad on our website, koct.org, or by joining the family of corporate sponsors and underwriters of KOCT. Here are a few of the local businesses who believe in KOCT and our mission to produce quality programming for, by, and about our Oceanside community. We are sincerely grateful to you and the many loyal viewers who watch KOCT. If all of the viewers who love KOCT would also become a friend of KOCT at an affordable monthly donation level, KOCT will continue to provide unique, quality community programming that Oceanside has enjoyed for 3 decades. Won't you consider becoming a friend of KOCT today?
How can you save water and make your garden look great? Mulch. By applying a 2 to 4 inch layer of mulch, you will save water, prevent erosion and weed growth, and make your garden look great. Pick up mulch at garden centers, compost your own at home, or visit your local landfill. After applying mulch, reduce your sprinkler's watering time. The soil underneath will stay moist longer. Apply mulch, reduce watering, and save. Thank you for doing your part to save water. Water conservation is essential and a way of life.
Excuse me, madam, but have you seen KOCT Oceanside Community Television?
No, why?
KOCT is unique among the galaxy of TV channels you see. Non-commercial, non-biased, grassroots issues that concern you and all fellow citizens. Programming for young and old.
Really? How do I find out more about KOCT and all its programs?
You can watch channels 18 and 19 on the tube, or visit the website at koct.org on your computer.
Thanks, KOCT, man!
All in a day's work. Serving the community since 1984. KOCT.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. A couple of things. Housekeeping, cell phone, pager, put it on vibrate or silent. We'd appreciate that. Large audience tonight. I'm sure it's mainly because of some of the team efforts from Oceanside, but if there's chairs, make yourself comfortable. If you have to stand, you're out of luck. Anyhow, thank you for being here. First off, we'll have the invocation. When you have it done, please stand. After that, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. After that, ladies and gentlemen, you can be seated. For that, please, Valerie.
If you'd all please stand at this time. Leading us in the invocation this evening is our City Clerk, Zach Beck, who is also the youth pastor for Gateway Community Church.
Let us pray. Lord, we come humbly before you right now and thank you for your graciousness in every aspect of our life. We continue to ask for your guidance, wisdom, and discernment in this new year, and we ask that we continue to receive the bountiful blessings that are in our community and be grateful for everything in our community as well. We love you, Father, and we ask all these things in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Zach.
Now leading us this evening in the Pledge of Allegiance happens to be Elias Tovar, Connor Gillespie, and Juan Nava. And Jimmy Cruz.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Hang on, guys. Come on, slide in here a little bit more. Please be seated. Thank you. Folks, we're going to have this presentation regarding the team. In a little while, you can move around, parents, with a camera. Get the best shots you can. Remember, it's going to be live on TV later from KOCT. I'm sure they'll get you copies if you need one for the grandparents and friends. With that, Valerie, please.
Our first presentation is Pet of the Month this evening, and with us tonight from the San Diego Humane Society North Campus is Brianne.
And she walks the cat with a leash. She must have saw me and ran back for cover anyhow. There you go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. This is my friend. Her name is Peta, just like the pita bread. She came in actually as an owner surrender on Saturday and became available for adoption today. So hopefully you had a chance to meet her when she was walking around. Hold on, we're going to let her go down. There we go. A little easier. So actually tomorrow ends our adoption special of Pick Your Perfect Price. So you come in and tell us how much you'd like to pay for her. She's already spayed, microchipped, and current on all her vaccinations, and you also get a free vet check. But starting in the month of February, we're having an adoption special, Finding Love, in February. A lot of different activities going to be happening. For seniors 55 and up, adoption fees are waived. For active duty military, you have a 25% off adoption fees. And if you find two that you just fall in love with, the buddy fee is waived as well. So lots of good things happening. We also have a couple different pet topic lectures happening. On the 13th of February, we have Age is Not a Disease. So if you have senior pets and want to come in and talk to the veterinarian about what to look out for to keep your pet safe. And also we have a free lecture all on birds. So if you're looking into getting a bird, or if you have one and you just want to know how to make their lives more enriched, come on out. We're going to be having that on February 16th. And of course, please come out to our dog park. It's a lot of fun. There's nice AstroTurf down there, up and down hills they can run and play with. And I know the mayor will tell you all about the dog park. And please come see this little girl. She will be at our Airport Road location at 572, right next to the Oceanside Airport.
Thank you, and she's correct. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a small animal, a dog in particular, the off-leash park, split up. Large dogs, small dogs. And it's wonderful, clean, and a social gathering for people with their dogs. Looks like a little stampede of small dogs down there. It's wonderful. I haven't seen many cats. But on the other hand, the new cat facility, the bunny rabbits and other animals, right next to the airport is a wonderful, beautiful facility besides the dog park. But so keep it in mind. Now, somebody like this cat who's so time and so kind, great mascot for like a Boy Scout troop and or a soccer team.
She obviously doesn't mind going outside.
Good mascot for a soccer team. We'll talk about that later anyhow. Thank you for always bringing them by. I appreciate it very much.
Our next presentation this evening is the Mayor's Oceanside Business Member Spotlight. And tonight we are going to be honoring Liberty Tax Services. We're going to start by calling up David Nidegger, who is the CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, and also Jerry Salyer, Chairman of the Board, Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, and with him, Cece Haas, who is a board member at the Chamber. And we'd like to welcome forward the honorees, Lori Lawson and Carl Henger from Liberty Tax Services. And with them tonight is Lady Liberty, Sonia Dolores.
pleasure to be here tonight. And it's nice. I'm going to go unplugged. But I'd like to tell you about some people here. These are the smartest, okay, these are without a doubt the smartest business people in Oceanside. Because if you notice up here, they've able to put their name at the top here, Liberty. Liberty Tax Service. And we hope that you'll consider them because, you know, the slogan is give me liberty or give me death. So we're really honored tonight to have some dear friends of mine and some outstanding Chamber of Commerce people, Liberty Tax Service. They burst onto the scene here in Oceanside in 2003 with the costume Statue of Liberty waivers. And since then, Lori Lawson and her husband Carl Hanger have expanded their presence in Oceanside to 3 offices. Each year at the opening of the tax season, it's heralded by the appearance of the Statue of Liberty sign waivers. They're former residents of Orange County. They got wise and moved down here. Lori and Carl decided to come here 4 years ago to be closer to the business. Once they were here, they discovered what a great community we have, and they wanted to become more involved. They'd been members of the Chamber since 2003, but they kicked it up a notch, and Lori became a member of the Ambassadors Committee, and after 2 years, she was the co-director of the committee. She's still an ambassador, but she's also kicked it up yet another notch by becoming the Chamber's member of the Chamber's Marketing Committee, and she's also a new member of the Board of Directors this year. Carl has been a steady force on the Public Policy Committee and recently was a voice in helping us work out the details of the sign spinner and wind feather sign issue. He worked closely with the Chamber, local business owners, and the City Council to put in place an ordinance that's equitable for everyone. Lori and Carl are committed to making Liberty the premier tax preparation company in Oceanside by including audit assistance, a money-back guarantee, and free tax return checking for anyone. After 10 years, that commitment has not wavered. As advocates for the nonprofit organizations Cell Phones for Soldiers, Lori and Carl, through their offices, collect old cell phones from Oceanside residents and ship them off to make it possible for thousands of our active duty military people overseas to call home for free. Lori and Carl live and work in Oceanside, and they can't think of a better place to be. It's people like Lori and Carl that make Oceanside just as beautiful as it sounds. Would you please recognize them as our business people of the month? Thank you.
As chairman of the Membership and Ambassador Committee and on the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce, we would like to recognize you and give you the certificate of our appreciation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we have one quick thing here. Because the mayor has been such a great supporter of business in Oceanside and has helped us a lot, we thought it would be fun if we gave him one of our special, these are available for a limited time only, Tan Your Hide and Oceanside t-shirts.
And Mayor, we checked, it is a Portly Cadet, just for you.
All right, thanks very much for the opportunity, and thanks for recognizing business in Oceanside, Mayor.
Thank you all, and congratulations. And that's what you do, is recognize business in Oceanside, and we truly thank you. Have a good one, be safe, and I appreciate you giving back to the community. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dave and Jerry.
Thanks,
Let's get in here. Let's get in here. Come on, Jerry. We'll stand behind this good-looking girl. I wouldn't buy a used car from anybody in this picture. It made you laugh. Tan Your Hide in Oceanside. Jesus.
I was told never to follow an animal act.
I know, especially one on a leash. Thank you, folks. Appreciate it.
Our final presentation this evening is the Mayor's Team Award that's going tonight to Soccer Club of Oceanside's Boys Under 12 All-Stars. We'd like to welcome forward first their coaches, Eric Flynn and Doug Poffenbarger. Their players, Elias Tovar, Connor Gillespie,
Parents,
Juan
you can move
Nava,
around.
Jimmy Cruz, Eric Arroyo, Hayden Morrison, Ethan Flynn, Dougie Poffenbarger, Aiko Rodriguez, Nathan Coveney, Leo Cusina,
Looking good, guys. Thank you.
Samuel Corona, James Pilara, and Caden Tavares.
How you doing, big guy? Thank you. Looking good. You're not last. You're the best. How's that? Parents, you can move wherever you want to go, get pictures. Remember, it'll be live on KOCT, replayed, and you get copies from it or tape it at home. We got KOCT's big boss over there too. If you have any question, you can ask him. But ladies and gentlemen, we have these teams every time we have a council meeting for one reason, to say thank you for what they do to the community. As you can see, they have Oceanside on the front. They represent our city locally, county, state, and national sometimes, part of Oceanside. So it's our way of saying thank you to the teams, the sport itself, the coaches, team moms, everybody, because it makes them better citizens of Oceanside representing us, and I want to thank them for that. You're live on TV with your certificates looking pretty darn good. Your parents are smiling, can't get the smile off their face, and we'll have a coach explain some of the things that you guys done recently. Hold on.
Well, Mayor, thanks so much for the opportunity to be here. We're pleased to represent Oceanside and the soccer club, and we're pleased that these boys in particular have joined our all-star team this season. These boys were selected in the top 1% of over 2,000 young men and girls that are part of the soccer club. These boys play in our recreational division, and they were selected out of their peers to represent the all-star team. And in the last couple of months, we've been able to represent Oceanside in 4 different tournaments. We placed second in our own Southern California Classic, very well for them. We also placed first place in the Escondido New Year's Kickoff Classic, so we're very pleased about that. And we did quite well in some other tournaments, finished third in some others. But, I'm asked a lot, how did the team succeed? How's your team, Coach? How's your team? And my answer is usually that, well, we did this and this and the other. But really, the success of a team is not the scoreboard. It's not how many trophies we took home or what color medal we're wearing around our neck. It's how well we've developed these kids. And parents, you have invested your time and your resources. The city has invested its time and its significant resources to help us establish this program. And these young men are developing significantly. And just over the last couple of months, they've improved in their soccer skills. They've improved, we've seen it on the field and off the field, as young men who have developed good character. They're leaders. They do well. They do better in school. Parents tell me. I know my kids do better in school for being a part of sports programs. So these sports programs are not just a way for them to get out and get exercise, which is good, but it's a way to develop their own internal abilities and things outside of sports. So thank you for that. I want to say a thank you to the team itself for all your hard work this season, for our parents, for all the time and resources you've done to get them to practices. We know kids don't drive, so thank you for making them a part of this program. And I have to recognize our soccer club, because we have over 2,000 young men and women that we serve in this program. And there are several hundred volunteers that help with this. And without those volunteers, we wouldn't exist. And without the sponsorship of local businesses like we just saw represented here, we wouldn't exist. We need your funds because we don't charge very much for these programs. We rely on sponsorships and donations and volunteers like yourselves to help with the program. So I encourage you, visit our website, oceansidebreakers.org. There's a place where you can see the ways that you can get involved. And we thank you for your time, and we appreciate your support of our soccer program.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, I just want to say thank you for all of your support to the club. all the activities that you support us in, and the fields, and all the hard work that the city does, and all the parents too, of course. And I also want to say that we're very proud, and you should be very proud of, especially these kids here. Like Eric said, they actually, throughout all the tournaments, throughout all the practices, they showed really exemplary sportsmanship and great conduct. So they were great stewards of our city and Oceanside in particular. So they represented us all very well, and we're very proud of them. Thank you.
Get a picture. Let's hear it for this team, folks. We're a little too wide, I think, maybe. Let's hear it for the team. Thank you. Thank you, Coach.
Jim, I gave you number 14. Number 14. Oh, Kathy Nigel. What? Kathy Nigel. Thought I saw her.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for waiting. We appreciate when we get a chance to recognize our youth and what they've done, and I thank you for the time. With that, Mr. Clerk, could we jump ahead to item 22, please?
22?
Yeah. 21, 22, either one.
21, okay. There's been one advance written request to speak, and it's by Miss Kathy Nigel.
Hi, Kathy.
Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, viewing public, and attendees. My name is Kathy Nigel, and I work at Main Street, Oceanside. And I put in a request because last week I wanted to thank God that he didn't open up the floodgates until 8:50, so we had a market. We do have a morning market. Thursday is market day, so we do have a great morning market. Perfect time for citrus. Great time to have lunch. Visit the library. And I see we have a book sale coming up, so it's a great time to see what they have. Also, our sunset market, due to the weather last week, we were supposed to have astronomy night, but that got pushed to this week. So Oceanside Telescope and Photo will be bringing down a lot of their equipment for us to do free viewing of a great night. Moon, stars, you name it, they'll be there. We also have music every week. and a children's area, a lot of hot food, prepackaged, and vegetables. Also, at the end of February, we have a public safety night with Oceanside Fire, Police, and Lifeguards. They will have fire engines, the police command center, and a lot of different display items out there. So it's a great time to meet Oceanside safety team, how to get information about making your own home safe, and maybe becoming part of Oceanside's safety team. So that's a great time to meet Oceanside's finest. Also, right outside the council chambers, you saw a canopy for the 125th anniversary. That will be at the Sunset Market every Thursday during this year. Also with the magazine honoring, it's about 100 pages honoring our city, so it's a great place to see pictures and find out about the history of Oceanside. I'd also like to bring up that we are getting ramped up for this year's parade. We are in need of volunteers, sponsors, and individuals to help us or participate, and that will be on June 29th. So if you are interested, there is a website, very easy, oceansideparade.com. So I hope to see you on Thursdays, of course, at the market or at our parade. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Item number 22, we have a number of speakers who wish to speak on off-agenda items. First will be Robert Boyden, second, Francis Kozerski, and third, Gary Nance. You may come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes to speak, starting with Mr. Boyden.
Hi, members of the City Council, the Mayor. Thank you for...
Hard to hear you, so if you speak up or move the mic wherever you need to do it, okay?
Thank you for meeting me today, and thank you to Valerie for getting me in touch with an officer. I come here today really to speak to Peter Weiss, the city manager, about the homeless situation in the city of Oceanside. Seeing that I became one this morning when my motorhome was taken from me, I feel unjustly. Saturday, my girlfriend's motorhome was taken from her. And for a reason, we take responsibility for our situation. I'm really coming here speaking for the homeless because over the last year being in a motorhome, I've met a lot of homeless people that are very good people. A lot of them end up in the bushes in our city. Then they get mowed down by Bernard in the city of Oceanside and wiped out by everything taken that these people hold on to. And I've had everything taken from me today except for the clothes that I wear. And my girlfriend too. And there's other people in this room that are in the same situation that just keep getting taken over and over. I believe the city needs to investigate this matter a little bit more, and try to work with the homeless people a little bit harder versus work against them. All the way down from the police force to the city council members and the people in the city. I don't know where I'm going to go tonight. This is hard for me. But it needs to be addressed because there's a lot of people out there in this situation. They're not bad people. They've lost their homes or they lost their jobs. Or in my case, I'm handicapped and I need surgery. So my profession, I've lost. I was a tile setter. I had my business right next to the police substation for 10 years. I know a lot of these officers, a lot of them mean well, but a lot of them need attitude adjustments. Some of them that have come to me just riding my bike, associating with people. I'm a 5-time world champion skateboarder. 1976, I put city of Oceanside on the map in Sports Illustrated. I bring a lot of revenue to this city. I'd like this to be investigated a little bit and see if you can't place somebody as an advocate for the homeless people, not just the people who take it away.
Thank you. Good, time's up. I don't know if there's other speakers. When you go back, I see you were talking to
Thank you.
Sergeant back there. He might give you referrals on some of the other places. Thank you very much.
Mayor, council members, Francis Kozerski became ill and he handed me this paper to read to you. Dear Mayor Wood and City Council, please consider a Supper Bowl party on Super Bowl Sunday to assist the homeless people with a meal. It has been an average of 33 degrees in San Luis Rey Riverbed in East Oceanside. And P.S. Remember to assist the Bread of Life. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Gary Nance. I live at 3363 Tyler Street, Carlsbad. Today I'm representing American News and Information Services, Incorporated. Last night I was called out to a house fire at 116 Frontier Street. While working the scene as a freelance photographer, one of your officers interrupted me. Your officers are sworn to support the U.S. Constitution. The First Amendment protects news gathering. Please train your officers and supervise your employees. Any further confrontations, interference, delays, arrests, searches, or seizures are actionable. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jimmy Knott, followed by Linda Walshaw and Mike Croggan.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. My last time I spoke up here, I spoke on the 10 Commandments of Public Civility. Tonight, I'm going to expand out a little bit. And it's going to be on the Pledge of Civility. And the city clerk has copies of this to hand out to you, each one of you. And I will just read from it. This has been adopted throughout the United States by various cities, and I would encourage you to start considering adding this to your template as well. We believe that the democracy is the best social and political system for humanity. We believe that every human being is due a certain amount of respect, even if we do not agree. We believe that the survival of the whole creates a common interest shared by everyone within that whole. We believe that the failure of the whole due to social breakdown or stalemate in fact harms everyone within that whole. We believe that the public evaluation of ideas, information, policies, practices, and platforms is a necessary component of democracy. We believe that civility, meaning a respect, courteous discourse against the backdrop of our common interests, is a necessary part of successful democracy. We believe that a democratic society cannot survive in the absence of basic civilized discourse. Therefore, in order to do my part to ensure a more civil America, I pledge to challenge myself to put into words my specific disagreements about a policy, issue, or candidate before making my decision. Challenge myself to actually listen to another person's position and take time to reflect before answering. Whenever possible, reveal the source of background information used to support my argument so that third parties can independently review and consider my perspective. Refuse to engage in name-calling, insults, or unsubstantiated inflammatory statements that are not directly relevant to the subject of the debate. And it goes on, and I'll just skip down to the bottom part of this, which has to do down to the elected politicians. Never prioritize the election of members of my party over the well-being of the entire state country. Avoid criticizing a policy or plan from an opponent without an alternate policy or plan. lead to an effort to reinvigorate the art of balancing the need for compromise with strong conviction and principles. I believe if we start adopting these basic template, we can really take and move Oceanside ahead and really correct some of the problems that we've had in our image. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. In campaign materials in November, claims were made of the following: that this council, and I believe it was Mr. Kern's campaign materials, advocated for the city charter.
Could we have you adjust the mic, because I have a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay.
Yes.
In November campaign materials, claims were made that the council majority represented the following: advocated for the city charter, saving Oceanside residents millions of dollars each year; provided for sound public safety; new Fire Station 7 helped to reduce response times; ensure that all residents have a voice in the future of Oceanside. Yet despite these claims, recent facts suggest otherwise. For example, if the city charter has saved millions of dollars each year, then why does Oceanside's budget surplus not reflect that fact? Instead, it is comprised of the $1.4 million refund we're getting from the state of California and another $803,540 refund we're getting from the county of San Diego. Where then are all these millions of claims that the charter is responsible for? When the recent public budget workshops indicated that attendees wanted this council majority to stop wasting taxpayer funds on outside consulting reports, Mr. Feller stated that 84 Oceanside residents who took the time away from their jobs and homes to participate don't represent the majority of voters in Oceanside. So if 84 voters who attend your workshops, another example of an outside consultant that cost taxpayers $10,000, how many voters does it take before this council majority listens? You didn't listen to the 15,484 voters who signed the referendum against Prop E, and instead spent $200,000 on a special election they did not want. You are not listening now to the 30,844 voters, 54.16%, who re-elected Mayor Jim Wood and instead transferred mayoral powers to yourselves and appointed yourselves as our representatives. So how many voters will it take to get you to carry out the will of the voting public? The campaign materials also states that you stand for a government that is accountable, a government that will spend tax dollars wisely, will provide service levels that maintain a good quality of life. We, the voting public, beg to differ. This council majority continues to ignore the will of voters, spend our tax dollars on outside consultants, and continues to threaten our quality of life by threatening our senior communities, reducing city services even when we have a budget surplus. The public told you they don't want development of Oceanside's only remaining agricultural land at Merle Hills, yet here we are again tonight proposing to spend $148,655 on another consulting report the public already told you it doesn't want. In closing, I leave you with a quote from Samuel Adams: "It does not require a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority keen to set brush fires in people's minds." We, the voters of Oceanside, are irate and tireless. But as long as we are a democracy, the voters are the majority, and we elected Mayor Wood.
Our next speaker wishes not to speak at this time.
I didn't hear you.
Our next speaker has indicated that he would not like to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Zach. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. I'm going to jump to a real short issue, and for you out in the audience, I'm going to jump to number 14 after that. Item number 25 should be very short. It's my request, if you would.
Item number 25 is a request by Mayor Wood to provide the vacated 73rd Assembly District office in City Hall to visit Oceanside and direction to staff.
Thank you very much. I thought this was a good idea, and I think most of the council agrees, giving some space to visit Oceanside. Leslie, you got some time to address this, and I know you finally figured out this is a very small spot and maybe not the best place to be. So if you would, please.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor Wood and council members. I appreciate the time to speak tonight and address the possibility of working with the city on office space. When Visit Oceanside came to be 2.5 years ago through the Tourism Marketing District and by partnering with the hotels, one of the priorities for the hotel industry was a group sales team. Group sales is really important for the city of Oceanside because it provides a foundation of business throughout the year. It drives revenue all year long. We're really happy to have that leisure in the summer, but we also need to focus on those groups coming in the off-season so we can have that revenue. And another great thing about group business is it's measurable. We know what those teams and those groups are coming into the area. We know where they're staying. We're helping facilitate those room blocks so we can go back and measure it. So that's a really another key aspect of group business. As we grow, as Visit Oceanside grows, the priority is to grow that sales team. Right now we have one full-time salesperson who's made a tremendous difference this past year, and we would like to add to that, especially with the economy in tough times and with the Camp Pendleton business and the contracting business slowing down. We need to find alternative markets, and we need people out there putting feet to the ground looking at those different viable markets. We're looking at 600 to 800 square feet of possible office space, and I'd like to take a moment just to thank Mayor Wood because he graciously put on the agenda this opportunity for office space for Diane Harkey's office, and I really appreciate you doing that. I did have the opportunity to go out with Doug Adele last week and look at the office space. I was thinking it was her previous office space where she had 2 rooms, and it's now down to 1, so that isn't going to be quite enough for the team. So in working with the city manager's office and Doug Edel, we looked at the code enforcement building in a small space at the back of the building. I think that would be ideal because it gives us space to grow, plus for security purposes, it's better for Visit Oceanside and the city of Oceanside because we don't have to worry about passes into the Civic Center building. We can have our own private access and our own key to that. So I think that's going to work out more ideally for the city and for Visit Oceanside. Visit Oceanside is willing to pay for all the operating costs on that, the desk, the phones, utilities, etc. I want to just address a moment why the partnership with the city is so important and why it makes sense and why Visit Oceanside is unique in that we provide direct ROI to the city. Visit Oceanside is the tourism arm of the city. We're an extension to Tracy Boland's office and Terry Goodman's office. We work really close when it comes to marketing Oceanside and bringing groups to the area. We've really developed a system so when groups come in, the permitting process, we're all on the same page. It's an easier process and we're able to provide a greater level of customer service. So we truly are an extension, and logistically it just makes sense for us to work right here together. Another thing that makes us unique is that the Lodging Association does generate $3.4 million in hotel tax to the city of Oceanside. And if you look at the fair market value based on the 600 square foot that Doug Edel showed me, it's about $7,200 annually. And taking that into TOT terms, that's about 0.002% of the hotel tax generated. So hopefully that helps put it in perspective on what we're asking for. It's just a tiny, tiny percentage of the hotel tax generated. I also wanted to just take a little bit, because I thought it was important for you to realize what's going on with hotel tax industry-wide, what that really means, and I think this is really interesting. Hotel tax was started in the 50s for monies to have for tourism promotion, and with tough times, cities had to take that money back into the general fund, and we understand that. We know that vital services are really important, and that needed to happen, so we truly understand that. But to give you an idea what's going on in the industry, the national averages, cities are still giving back 55% of the hotel tax to their local Convention and Visitors Bureau for tourism promotion. And to bring it more into a California perspective, Oxnard, California still gets 20% from the hotel tax in addition to a tourism marketing district. And then Santa Barbara, moving down to Santa Barbara, they get 10% of the hotel tax for tourism promotion in addition to their tourism marketing district. So they're still leveraging that money to drive a greater return on investment to their city. And just another interesting note, other cities who get hotel tax back to them as well as have tourism marketing districts are Newport Beach, Monterey, and Santa Monica. And then I also included the Western U.S. just to give you an idea of what's going on in other cities as it relates to the hotel tax that goes back to their local Visitors Bureau. Because it is for the group sales office, I did want to just bring it down to what we generate as far as the group sales. This doesn't include what we do for the leisure market. This is just group business coming in, such as corporate groups, sporting events, etc. Last year, we were fortunate enough, as I mentioned before, to have our first salesperson. Oceanside's never had a salesperson before working full-time to generate group businesses to Oceanside. And in that year, we increased the group business to Oceanside by 74%. So we're really proud of that. If you look at the room nights that we generated, those over 6,000 room nights, and times it by Oceanside's average daily rate, that's $88, that drove over $57,000 directly into the general fund and hotel tax revenue. So we're really proud of that. For this year, just a couple of things I wanted to highlight, some key business. This isn't total business for FY 2013, but just a couple of key groups that we recently brought in to, again, help put things in perspective. We just booked United Church of God at QLN Conference Center. This is a great piece of business. It's 2,000 room nights that will generate over $17,000 in hotel tax revenue to the general fund. And this is a great piece of business because it's 10 nights. We'll have people in town for 10 nights, so you can just imagine the restaurants they'll be dining at, going to the grocery store, spending money, because I'm sure they won't have all their meals out in town, but they'll have a majority of them. So we're really proud of this, and that's just the hotel tax. That doesn't count all the other tax revenue that will be coming into the city from that group. And then I'm also really excited about the Lifetime Tri. I appreciate your partnership in this. You recently voted to have the second triathlon in Oceanside. They're a wonderful company. We worked really hard the past 2 years to make this happen. They're very reputable. They own the Chicago Triathlon, and I'm proud that they're going to be coming in October 2013. And again, that's the off-season. Those are need periods that we need this group business. And their first year out, they expect to get 1,000 room nights, which will drive about over $8,800 in hotel tax revenue into the general fund through the work that we've done together. So I really appreciate your time on this. I know that we need to look at that other space to decide, and as I mentioned, I think it's going to work out best for both the city and Visit Oceanside for security purposes. And I appreciate your time and hope you realize the importance of continuing this momentum and working together as a team, because we wouldn't be here today without that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate it. I see, well, I'm going to, is there any public on this?
There's no public on this item.
Thank you. Real quick, and everybody get a chance to speak, but this is something I think should be referred to the city manager to get back with us on that, because it can't be responded to tonight, because it's not agendized, because it's not going to be the item or the location we listed tonight. But with that, I think the motion should be have the city manager look and get back to it. That's just my comments, but I also see that Mr. Kern, the rest of the council would like to.
Thank you. I kind of knew that large closet, well, it wasn't a large closet over there for the 73rd, wasn't going to work for your needs. So maybe just direction to staff to work out an agreement between Visit Oceanside and the city would probably be the only thing that we need to do tonight. Is that appropriate?
Mr. City Manager,
and direction of whether or not you want to charge fair market rent or find some other way to consider services provided either through increased TOT, defined increased TOT, to cover those payments somehow.
I think if you can come back with us to a solution to that problem, that question, I think you negotiate with them and come back with an answer.
Thank you. Do we need a vote on this, or is there someone to refer to staff and the city manager?
You could vote on it if you'd like.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
I was going to second your motion, which is to direct staff to meet with Visit Oceanside and come up with a plan and
thank you.
Arrangements.
Councilmember Feline.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say I support this item and this effort, and I would certainly think it'd be appropriate to look at charging rent, the market rent, but allowing a credit based on some formula that their efforts directly benefit, the revenue of the city.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With that, since we have a motion and a second to refer to staff, please. Go ahead. Okay, please vote on that motion. Thank you. I didn't get a first or a second, but anyhow.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Leslie, thank you very much, and the people that came here tonight from, thank you very much.
Thank you again for your time.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate what you've done for the city also. With that, Mr. Clerk, if you got the moment, item 14, please.
Item number 14 is approval of professional services agreement with Carroyo Engineers of Oceanside in an amount not to exceed $1,179,279 to update the water, sewer, and recycled water master plans, approval of additional funding of $148,655 for the optional task for the Morrow Hills sewer evaluation, authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement, and adoption of a resolution authorizing an application to the State Water Resources Control Board to obtain a recycled water planning grant in an amount not to exceed $75,000 to offset costs for the recycled water master plan.
Thank you very much. With that, Carrie, thank you for being here. I'm sorry we're dragging on a little bit tonight. If you can take it from there, I know we have some speakers on this tonight.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Yes, I was just going to review the three-part action, and Zach has done that for me. Just wanted to say that we have gone back and met with representatives from the Morrow Hills area and have come back with what we feel is a representative scope of work for what all parties were requesting. So with that, I will just be sidebar with Jason Dafford, who is our water utilities manager, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. Could we have public on this one?
Yes, we have public. We have 12 speakers for this item. We'll go in orders of 3. First, we'll have Neil Nagata. Second, we'll have Ann Gunter. And third, we'll have Mike Milano. You can come to the podium and speak for 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have 2 podiums. If somebody's speaking, somebody else can wait at the second podium. That's always kind of expedite things for us, so appreciate that.
All right, okay. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Neil Nagata, 1480 Wilshire Road. I live in the South Morrow Hills area. I'm encouraged by the City Council's wanting to include South Morrow Hills in the water and septic master plan update. The city needs to plan for the future. I believe it's in the best interest of the city and the citizens of Oceanside to plan the future and to know what to expect for development. One day, the city will change. It's necessary to plan for that day. This will ultimately save the city time and money. Please consider approving the city's master plan update for sewer and water, including the additional South Morrow Hills sewer survey. It is unfair and immoral to deny part of the city access to city services. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wood, council members. My name is Ann Gunter with the Lightfoot Planning Group. We're at 5900 Pasteur Court in Carlsbad, and I am a registered lobbyist under Oceanside's regulations. We, in our office, are working in conjunction with 5 of the major growers within Morrow Hills. And as you probably all know, we've worked with those growers for many decades. And for this project, we've participated in meetings with staff and with the other homeowners in Morrow Hills, as well as the growers, to address what the scope of this study should encompass. And I understand early on there was a concern that this study wasn't going to have enough detail. It wasn't going to reflect things like geographic conditions and restrictions. And both some of the existing homeowners as well as the growers felt that that study needed to be expanded in a way that it would be a useful document for you, that it would give you the documentation and the data you need to make decisions in the future. As you all know, the existing general plan and zoning allows subdivision of property in the agricultural area to a minimum lot size of 2.5 acres. That doesn't mean all land can go to 2.5 acres. There are a lot of constraints that can affect that. But there are long-standing questions about what is suitable here. Is septic really going to work in these areas? And I think prior to Ms. Dale being here, water utilities directors have said, we don't know. There are groundwater contamination concerns with septic. There are potentials for failures. There are soils conditions. It's something that really needs to get studied on a broader basis. From our perspective, it's good planning to look at this on a comprehensive basis, not to do it for one grower's property or one landowner's property who wants to do a subdivision, but to look at the infrastructure as a whole for this overall agricultural district. It's a typical standard requirement for infrastructure studies to look at a reasonable range and to also look at a worst case. I know there's been some debate and discussion about what the upper limit should be on this, in this area. We've presented data that shows that 1,000 units, or approximately 1,000 units, is about the max. And we think that it makes a lot of sense for the city to invest your dollars and your time in this study, that you look at that full range of what the options are going to be. This study is not authorizing development of land. It is giving you information in the long term with the results of this study to answer questions and have the basis so that you can make those future decisions. It's appropriate, I think, for council to establish that range with the minimum that the homeowners want and with a maximum around what the studies have shown is around 1,000 units. Whether that ultimately is what comes out of the study is to be questioned or is to be determined, but you certainly don't want to set a lower number and then find out that the capacity could have been higher. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. My name is Mike Milano, and I live at 462 Wilshire in Oceanside. I believe you all received an email from me, and it outlined my position. My family is moving forward with planning to subdivide our property at some time in the future, and we want to know, relative to the sewage, what we can do. That's our only question. Can we use septic tanks? And if not, do we have to have a sewer system? That's our only question. And we believe that it's a reasonable question, and the city has, if nothing else, a moral responsibility to tell us what we can do so we can go forward with our planning. We plan to continue farming as long as we can, but there are lots of things beyond our control that we've brought up before that may mean that we have to quit. And when we quit, we're going to develop our property, and we're moving forward with our plan, working with Lightfoot and Associate. We want something that's good for Oceanside, but we have to know what you want us to do, and that's what we would like. Thank you. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Next three speakers may come to the podium for 3 minutes. First, we have Karen Green. Second, we have Andrea Peterson. And third, we have Mike Croffin.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I'm recovering from the flu, so it may take me a little bit to get this out. I'm president of the South Morrill Hills Association. It's a nonprofit of more than 100 property owners in Morrill Hills. 3 representatives were invited to participate in review of the optional Morrill Hills task. We understood from the beginning that this was a planning study for the landowners that formed a block in 2011 to try to form an assessment district to pass their development planning costs across the neighborhood. That assessment district was unsuccessful. The block represents approximately 1,890 of the nearly 3,500 acres in Morrill Hills. I want to make clear that we appreciate our farmers and growers. They provide sustainable jobs and safe locally grown food, and we sympathize with shrinking profits due to high costs of water, regulations, and foreign competition. We understand wanting to look ahead to when they no longer will farm, and understand their desire to optimize their return on investment by developing their land. We get that in Morrill Hills. Development is not opposed to if it's consistent with the general plan of zoning and the land use policies for our area. The issue at hand is not property rights of an individual landowner to develop their land. What's being decided is whether the optional planning study merits funding by the city for inclusion in the city master plan update, and who should, and the fee structure of recovering the costs of the study by applying a special fee to any future development in Morrill Hills. I would imagine that your decision criteria would be similar to the board of the association in reviewing this task. 1, is the study consistent with existing policies? 2, will it provide meaningful information? And 3, will it serve the interests of the community? We concluded it did not fulfill these requirements. We have concerns with what appear to be biased assumptions. As detailed in our letter to the city, we're concerned that the upper range of new homes to be analyzed has been artificially inflated to 1,000 by adding the 600 to 700 new homes that could be built on the 1890 acres, considering density and street requirements, with an additional 300 to 400 homes that would be built for somewhere else in the neighborhood. And that's without regard to how the existing parcels are configured or other landowners who want to continue with their agricultural operations. Just like the rights of the landowner who wants to develop, we need to respect the rights of the landowner who wants to continue with their ag operations. We're also concerned with the sewer evaluation, which will be based on cursory review of soils geology and testing of about 5% of where the new homes, of the new home sites. Results will be used to map where sewers would be needed and to estimate potential sewer demands. However, because of the study limitations and lack of any development plans for the area, the results will not identify any pipelines or facilities. So it's questionable how useful this would be in a master plan update, other than to identify that sewers may or may not be needed depending on how the development is planned. And that's going to cost $148,000.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I apologize. Your time's up, you have to wind down for it.
Okay.
Thank you, hon, I'm sorry.
Okay. I just would like to say in summary that the board urges the city to say no to funding the optional study. It's a research study designed to identify percolation rates, in certain areas of Morrill Hills. Type of testing that everybody that's developed up there have had to pay on their own. We think the study should be funded and paid for by the property owners that would benefit. However, if you do decide to approve it, please don't make other landowners share in the cost by applying a special fee to any other development. And we would also like the association to continue to have a seat at the table in the coordination meeting so the assumptions can be corrected. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Peterson, 5910 Camino Baja Cerro. I'm concerned about the vote tonight to fund the evaluation for Morrill Hills. I do think that it's asking the city to use their funds to benefit a few interests. It studies theoretical development in the future. We do have 2.5 acre zoning on our land. Septic systems have been shown to be efficient and usable on 2.5 acres, and that is pretty well accepted by the new studies on septic systems. I live up there. I have a 13-acre farm, and my farm we intend to stay in the family. I developed some parcels up there and sold them, and of course I had to bear all the costs for doing that. I would not benefit from this. And I think Mr. Lightfoot is using numbers, including my farm, which is 13 acres. He's using everything in the neighborhood over 2.5 acres, thinking that's going to be part of development to get the numbers that he's talking about. And I believe that the amount of homes he can put up there is directly implicates whether a sewage system would be necessary. So I think we have to nail down how many homes we're talking about and do it with precision. He apparently justified that number because he used that number when he presented his plans to our neighborhood. Doesn't he remember that his vision for the neighborhood was not accepted, to put it mildly, at that time? He argued that his argument for the need for this study appears to be partly based on his method of calculation. Please do not let one consultant lead the city into glaring fiscal irresponsibility. Thank you.
Next speaker has indicated not to speak. Therefore, the next three speakers may come forward in this following order. First, we have Suzanne Demon. Then we have Christopher Wilson, followed by Linda Sillis.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Suzanne Demon. I live at 18 Bahia Lane, Oceanside, California. I'm here to speak on behalf of the residents of Morrow Hills. This is an extremely important agricultural area to our city. We need our growers. We need the foods and things that they manufacture from their area and grow. We do not need more homes. Yes, you could argue that it creates jobs, but they're temporary jobs. The farming industry, the agricultural area, creates jobs day in and day out, and we need to preserve our agricultural area. And I ask you to please consider not studying and spending any more money on these studies that you keep doing over and over. You complain that we have no monies for many of our city programs and things that we like to support, but again, you keep wasting our money and spending it on studies. And would you please, please listen to the voters of Oceanside? Thank you.
Christopher Wilson may come forward and speak.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Christopher Wilson, 770 Harbor Cliff Way. I'm friends with a large number of people who live out in the Morrow Hills area, and they don't want their area developed, or at least the vast majority of them that I've spoken to don't want their area developed. As a resident of another part of Oceanside, I don't think it's fair to ask that the rest of the citizens of the city have money that they have paid into the public coffers used for something that would just benefit a very small area of the city and a few developers who are looking to line their pockets. This is something that the people there don't want. This is something that I really don't think the rest of us that live in the city want as a long-term thing. I think it's a waste of public funds, and I would urge you to reconsider it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Linda Sills, and I live at 42 Chico Lane, Oceanside. I probably am going to keep doing this and saying things that people don't want to hear until I'm heard and someone listens to me. But at this point, that's okay, because I want to expose the truth for what it is, and I want to expose evil for what it is. If I had my way, I would rechange back the Declaration of Independence to life, liberty, and property. They had a slave issue back then, so they changed it to pursuit of happiness. However, if you deal with Morrow Hills, if you deal with the circulation element, if you deal with item 30, all of these things are under one big tent, okay? But you're not going to see any of it and understand it until you step back, look up, and see the mothership of where it comes from. How regional and local development plans are intentionally designed to permanently limit your personal freedom of movement and lifestyle. A vast change in your future freedom of movement and lifestyle choice is being orchestrated across the nation by a coordinated structure of environmental justice activists and the United Nations actions. Using assumptions and environmental predictions based on bad science that subsequent experience since 2005, when the predictions were made, has shown to be incorrect. To force an end to at least half of all current automobile-based commuter traffic by making automobile traffic so slow, congested, and cumbersome that by 2050, more than 50% of all commuters will take public transport to work. The plan's goal is to force people to move closer to work or change jobs to employment closer to home. To end the ability of the average person to live in suburban environments and housing. The plans legally limit the suburban housing supply, making suburban housing so expensive that the average person will have to live in smaller, high-density or multi-use condominium or apartment developments built along public transit corridors. That's just part of the agenda. There's a lot more. There's this much of it. Thank you.
Next three speakers may come to the podium in the following order. First we have Aaron Morin, then we have Denny Miller, and last we have Dennis Martinick.
I can start talking. Yeah. Oh, okay. My name is Erin Moore, and I live at 1241 Chambord Court in Oceanside, and I'm also a third owner of Gilligan Groves from the G3 LLC, representing my brother and sister. I think that because we have a large amount of land, as 311 acres of avocados, and getting into the sewer plan and putting something over our heads is not appropriate time, because I feel that because I'm such a large landowner, we feel as landowners, we think that the landowners should be responsible in paying their fair share of the study and the development and everything else. It's just that we could be on a different path than what Milano and Nagata and other people want. And we feel that we want to keep the character of the neighborhood, but we want to do it in lot sizes that is appropriate for that area. My father has, before he passed away, we did talk about this. We had family meetings about this. We really felt that the neighborhood does have character. We feel that we should develop the way that the neighborhood is coordinated and respectfully. My father has been past Morrow Hills president. My mother has been past Morrow Hills president. Now I'm serving as the agriculture communication chair. And we feel as a family that we want to continue in agriculture. We have to continue, unfortunately, due to some family problems and some other issues in our family. We really got to continue into some agriculture. Yes, water is an issue, but I think that what the Farm Bureau is doing, and I read this into the labor part, is that they're having a coalition for labor. They're also working with farmers on tackling the labor issue. The Obama administration is working on the immigration issue, and so I'm seeing hope at the other end of the tunnel. So hopefully that we're going to be tackling some of this issue head on, and that we're going to get together, and hopefully that, because of the water cost, there's the question of the ratepayers too, you know? I mean, when you're building these sewers, the ratepayers are going to be paying for this as well. It's not just not just us in Morrow Hills, it's everybody who's a water bill payer. These rates are going to go through the roof if there's another sewer system or a sewer plant or whatever you have. So I'm just concerned about the citizens too. Thanks.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I appreciate the chance to talk with you. My name is Denny Miller. My wife and I reside at 6105 Los Tunas Drive in the Morrow Hills community of Oceanside. Our home, like all residences in that community, is served by an on-site wastewater treatment system, formerly called septic systems. The State of California Water Board has just recently adopted policy that will bring our state into compliance with federal statutes concerning the disposal of wastewater on site. This policy will govern both existing on-site wastewater systems and the installation of future systems. The new state policy makes it very clear that future residences built in the Morrow Hills community will be well served by on-site wastewater systems and will not require municipal sewage treatment. The envisioned study must fairly and objectively incorporate the new state policy into the methodology, findings, and results. It is not correct to believe that Morrow Hills residents will derive any special benefit from the proposed Morrow Hills sewer evaluation. In fact, most all residents are perfectly satisfied with the situation as things now stand. The only benefit derived will be to the few property owners who have pushed this to its present place on the city agenda. They alone should pay for the evaluation. No other Oceanside residents derive benefit and should not be required to pay for it. I request the City Council not approve payment by the city for the Morrow Hills evaluation that has special benefit for only a few property owners. The city's scarce resources would be better spent on other projects with more benefit to more people. Thank you.
Good evening. Dennis Mortnick, 1537 Sleeping Indian Road. Your decision should benefit the community and should benefit the taxpayers and residents of Oceanside. You have good development, you have bad development. You should be supporting good development, you should be opposing bad development. Bad development imposes greater cost on the community and the citizens. I oppose a decision. I find the decision you made a couple weeks back supporting the building community in developing or encouraging development throughout the city without concern with sprawl, a very bad decision. You're imposing greater cost on the residents of the city. The issue you have before you tonight is similar. You have a concept that's been around for a number of years now, a couple of decades, called smart growth. It's a worldwide movement towards smart, efficient, fiscally responsible development. The idea is to develop along the transportation corridors, okay, encouraging people to live in an area where they can walk, where they can bicycle, and an area where they can benefit financially. Development along the transportation corridors is more efficient, not only for developers or residents, but also for the city. You don't have to go as far to provide services, and you don't have to pay for a huge amount of infrastructure in rural areas. The item you have tonight is a smart growth issue. You're encouraging, by paying for this proposal, this study, or at least the part that goes into Morrow Hills, development in a rural area. You're going to impose these costs on the citizens and taxpayers of Oceanside. You're going to subsidize them by paying $148,000 up front for this study that's going to benefit a handful of landowners in the area. That $148,000 should be paid for by them, by the beneficiaries. And the way you have it in the agreement so far as future development in the area, well, how about those people who develop a septic? They shouldn't have to pay for that $148,000, and that's the way it's reading now. That's the primary objection that we have. You're subsidizing poor development. You're going against all these concepts that you've heard from Sandag, your own planners, with regards to smart growth. Please think smart, and at least don't be unfair in imposing these costs on people who stand not to benefit from them. Thank you.
No more public on this item.
Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to say that this item, really, most of this item is something that we should all be excited about, and that is the notion of Oceanside seeking its own source of water. Most of what is before us is a study to ensure the future that Oceanside is sustainable. And that is a part that we should all be happy about. Unfortunately, there is a part in here that goes against a lot of what sustainability is all about, and that is the South Morro Hills sewer study. I attended several of the community meetings, and I understand what the goal is here. First of all, we have land, our agricultural land, that has been zoned agricultural for probably about 75 years. 75 years. Those growers that are before us, and it's a couple, 2, 3, who have benefited by buying this land as is, zone agricultural, with the ability that if you decide not to farm anymore, you can seek reduction down to 2.5 acre lots. That has been the law for about 75 years. There is no reason to do anything more than that. There is no financial reason to the citizens of Oceanside. This, what is before us, is a private request that the citizens of Oceanside pay, and that is really what is unjust here and why people are speaking out against this. Now, time and again, we as council members are approached by private citizens saying, you know, I'm having this sewer problem, and it's really unfair. It's such a huge, huge bill. And we have to tell them, well, you're responsible for up to here. Sorry, okay? I feel like, at this point, I'm being asked, hey, wink, wink, I need your help to get this developed, and I need the city of Oceanside to pay for this. And we're saying, yes, we want to look into that. That is so unfair, absolutely unfair. The goal, as I said, for a couple of property owners is to build thousands of homes. It is, as been stated by members of the public, it is not a smart growth plan. We as a city do not have services out there. We don't have fire, police, water, sewer. We've never collected fees. There are some cities that are built on primarily, and I like how you called it, on-site waste management. Yeah. Vista. There are some very urban feeling areas in Vista that are completely on septic. Completely. None of those folks went to the city of Vista and said, you owe me a study, and I want you to start thinking about paying for this because somehow city is going to benefit you. It isn't. It doesn't. These are funds that are taken directly out of taxpayers. Now, I see that one of the suggestions is impact fees, that we get this through developer impact fees. That means that something else that really would benefit the citizens of Oceanside won't get funded, because these are finite funds. So, as I said, the goal here is for a couple of farmers who want to maximize their profits, and that's fine. They can do that if they want, but they shouldn't ask the city to pay to do that. So it's I hear it. What is it? Socialize the costs and privatize the profits. I understand that that's something that people try to make governments do. Well, okay, this is City of Oceanside. When I say government, this is taxpayer money. This is water rate payers having to pay for somebody's dream, and that just isn't fair. To be able to build that many homes, thousands of homes, means building a sewage treatment plant out there because there are no hookups. Our expansion cost over $50 million. That was a loan from the state with zero interest. I don't think we'll be able to get those kind of terms again. But guess who's paying for that? That sewage treatment plant expansion. Yeah, taxpayers, ratepayers. Is it fair that a small, that Morrow Hills should be paid for by the citizens of Oceanside? No. It's against Sandag's goals for the region. It's against our city's own best interest. $150,000. They've tried to get individual property owners to pay into this, and that violated the law, because you can't be forced to pay into that, right? That's is it 218? It is 218. So, okay, that didn't work. So now it's, well, council, pay for the sewage study. It doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense, because there is no plan. The citizens of Oceanside deserve to know and to be able to vote on whether there should be any growth out where we don't have any services that would cost huge amounts of money, taxpayer money, to provide. We have, and we work really hard. I know you all feel this every day. You pay for your quality of life. You're here in Oceanside, and you pay for your trash pickup, water, police, fire, and this is what, it's pay to play kind of thing. This is what you feel you ought to pay. I don't think it's fair to have to pay for somebody else's dream. So, not smart growth. Really, this would seriously impact our city's ability to provide services. It would truly bring down our quality of life for the rest of the citizens. I urge my colleagues to vote no and send this back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kern? You were up.
Oh, thank you. I had a couple questions, and I think Director Dale and I kind of worked out our one issue about the recycled water and with the issue of the sand, with the Los Salinas wastewater treatment plant. So the idea that was about the size and the capacity of that for recycled water. So if we can correct that one paragraph and get that worked out, because that's important. I think when we talk about a water and sewer master plan for the city, we include a whole city. The idea that we're going to talk about everything at once. I know there's some goal out there to have agritourism. Well, if we're going to have agritourism, we're going to need something, the infrastructure to support that. I know Councilmember Feller doesn't go to wineries, but I do. And I've been to wineries that have 200, 300 people there at a time doing wine tastings and restaurants and events. Well, those are industrial buildings. So the idea, if we're going to put wineries out there and put industrial type buildings out there, they're going to have the infrastructure to support it. And all we're doing right now is studying it. What's our capacity? What can we do? How can we bring that out there? So I am supportive of this and the idea that, because it gives us the information to make those decisions, instead of making decisions without the correct information. So when we talk about all this, I know, we're focused on the $148,000. I'd like to focus on the $1.2 million that we're going to do the full study, because that's the one that really does benefit us in the recycled water master plan. I have talked to quite a few people, and actually the new director of Vista Irrigation District and the new chief of staff for the supervisor, I've arranged for them to go up to Fountain Valley and look at the RO plant up there about recycled water, where they actually, was it 750,000 acre feet a year? I mean, it's a tremendous amount of water that they do. They recycle from their wastewater. They have all the wastewater comes from the Orange County Wastewater Authority, go through this plant, and then they actually supply water back up to the Anaheim Lakes, and the other half that they actually inject into their aquifer right there to prevent saltwater intrusion. Because I really think that's going to be the future of water here in Southern California, is to capture all the water that we can. We have Rainbow, Fallbrook, Camp Pendleton that actually sends wastewater through our outfall pipe right now. Not one drop of water should go through that outfall pipe that we can recover. So when we talk about the cost of metropolitan water over a period of time, and we talk about the underlying cause of why people in Morro Hills are going to get out of farming, it's the water cost. So maybe in the end of the day, doing this recycled plan, we can send recycled water back upstream to Morro Hills, so farming is sustainable. And agricultural tourism is sustainable. But I think we ought to study everything and see the whole plan before we make our decisions. So with that, I'm going to move approval of the professional services agreement with Carrillo Engineering in the amount not to exceed $1.179 million to prepare the water, sewer, and recycled water master plans, and approve the additional funding of the $148,000 for the optional task for the Morro Hills sewer evaluation. And they adopt a resolution authorizing the application to the State Water Resources Control Board to obtain recycled water planning grant. And that's very important. That's a pretty good chunk of money too that will help offset some of these costs that we're talking about tonight. So with that, that is my motion.
I'll second.
Councilmember Flynn, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I need a little bit more information here, because I just feel we're on some of these issues having a little rhetorical kind of bait and switch, and we're discussing some issues that aren't being voted on tonight. And as I understand it, and I'd like to ask the city manager or water director, who's ever most appropriate, on page 2 of the city staff report, it basically says, to include an optional task within the master plan request for proposals to evaluate the sewer requirements necessary for the potential development and build out in the Morro Hills area. Now, as I understand that, that's referring to, based on the existing zoning ordinance as it exists today, if everyone in Morro Hills develop their property to the extent they're allowed to, will septic tanks be sufficient? And is my understanding of that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not talking about, we're basically talking about if people are allowed to do what they're allowed to do now as it exists, not future development that may or may not take place, future development that would require a change in zoning. It's basically what they're allowed to do now. Now, based on the new laws and regulations, based on septic tanks, is it your opinion, and I realize, we're ballparking here, but if everyone in Morro Hills developed their property to their fullest extent using septic tanks, would we be in compliance with these new state and federal regulations?
And that's part of the reason for the study, is to look at that and to provide an answer.
Okay, I guess when we discussed this before, the feeling was that we would not be able to develop the entire, basically the existing development could not take place under current law and likely be within the septic tank compliance. But if that's since changed, so be it. I guess what I see happening here is that if we don't do the study, that the incentive, they're actually going to have a perverse incentive then to be the first one to develop and put in the septic tanks, so you're not at risk of someone saying, no, I'm sorry, we can't have any more septic tanks. you have to wait till we have a sewer. Whereas if we have the study and we find out just what is the maximum capacity, what the threshold is going to be before we trigger the need to have a sewer system, that benefits every property owner in the Morrow Hills area. And so I guess, do you feel the study benefits the city as a whole and provides information that benefits all the residents as a whole for our entire sewer system?
I'll try to answer that. I guess the broader issue, and I don't know if there's a simple answer, yes or no.
Yeah.
In the absence of the study, at some point in time, we may have issues. In fact, under the regional board requirements, bacteria is a contaminant. We have a bacterial problem in the San Luis Rey River. Is it a direct result of septic? I don't know, but that's one of the issues that we are going to be undertaking in the future and probably spending a lot of money in testing and monitoring. Is it likely that all of Morrow Hills can develop to the 2.5-acre lots and all of them have septic? Probably not. Part of the study is going to document that. So would there be a broader benefit? Possibly, but I don't know, which I think is part of the reason the recommendation is at such a time as development occurs within Morrow Hills, there be a fee imposed on all that new development to recover all of the costs associated with this. It's not being spread over the entire city. It's specific to the Morrow Hills area.
Right, but that would be people who choose to develop their property would be paying the fee that then reimburses the city partially. I mean, as part of the overall reimbursement for the impact of development, the city would be recovering money for these costs, correct?
That's correct.
Right, so it's not a subsidy from the city, and it's not a subsidy from the larger ratepayers as a whole for specific property holders. It's the same thing that always works for everyone's property, that if you're going to develop your property, you pay fees that reimburse the city for the fixed costs of your development, and then the monthly fees pay the monthly maintenance just like everyone else and doesn't impose anything. So it seems to me that this is a reasonable study that gives us, the city, the information we need, and then the larger issue of what the future of Morrow Hills is and what properties get developed and how they get developed is a separate issue that certainly will be debated and voted on as people have passionate views on both sides of this issue. And I think Councilman Curran pointed out some very relevant information that the overall study providing, how we're going to get the maximum use out of our water resources and recycling water in the long run could very well provide a benefit to preserving the agricultural resources of the Morrow Hills area. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. In your background, on the first page, it says, the City Council approved the current integrated water utilities master plans on July of 2008. The master plans were prepared using a detailed analysis of the city's existing and future land use, projected population, etc. So my question is this something that's common in cities to project the future? Is it something that they do detailed studies like this, what we're evaluating tonight?
It is common to do the master planning studies, yes, and doing them at a frequency of approximately 5 years is the norm for most utilities.
So a city that's 125 years old, they probably started doing this at the age of 120. I would guess that the farms, the Jones Ranch and the areas that were closer in were at one time on septic. My guess when they were put out there, or farming out there, they were on septic or just plain outhouses. But and I'm not sure where that went. But what you're talking about here is comprehensive citywide study for $1.2 million, and part of that is including Morro Hills for their needs. I heard septic works now. I think it probably needs to be assessed as to whether that's viable for the future. I mean, nobody knows what, I think science is going to solve all of those things anyway. In 20 or 30 years, there'll probably be a pill you throw down your septic tank or flush down your toilet, and everything disappears or is made pure. So we've used this kind of planning before, probably for, all of our lifetimes anyway. And I would guess that that's probably why I support this. I don't see. I mean, in our water utilities and sewer, all of that's been studied, except for Morro Hills, prior to this point. Is that right? And only sewer.
Could you ask me the question one more time?
I don't know.
Okay. No, the water and sewer has been studied for the city, for the entire city on the master plans in previous years, but not the outlying farming areas.
So that's what we're adding for 148,000, whatever the number was. I think it just makes sense. We should study the full amount of development that's potentially out there. I don't think any of these farmers are thinking about the near future on anything, but at least it gives the Japanese American farmers, the Milanos, the Gilligans, all information that they're going to need for the rest of their families' lives. So I believe this works. And I did want to say the definition of smart growth that we heard about here is really taking away people's freedoms. So my 2 cents.
I'm going to jump in here for a second, ladies and gentlemen. I have a light on for somebody else, but getting this study over something as important as water, I don't mind that. That's probably an important thing to do. It's expensive. But don't let some people pull the wool over your eyes here, please, for the press, the people here, and people at home. There's a bigger issue here. I started to get into politics in Oceanside 10 years ago. When I was first walking the campaign trail, one of the biggest issues was what to do with Morro Hills, the agricultural area out there. They'd like to expand. The only way they can do it is have a bridge from Melrose Drive to go over the river to the other side. Reason being that they can't get past their environmental impact reports for traffic or whatever to increase 1,000 homes out there with the roadways and the other things that we have out there. So ever since then, we're seeing a push through Melrose Drive, which later will lead to a bridge over to the other side, so we can build more houses in our agriculture area of Morro Hills. 1,000 homes or whatever, I don't know. But that seems to be the plan for the last 10 years. I get frustrated when you try to hide it from the public, and I think Councilwoman Esther Sanchez says hit on some of the major topics. I don't mind study for Oceanside that are good for everybody. The Morro Hills doesn't want it. They've complained about it. They don't need it. A small group of people from Morro Hills want to develop out there because the agricultural aspects are not going forward. Understand it. I don't hold that against them. But what she hit the nail on the head with is Who's going to pay for this? I've never been on the council ever in 10 years to have a developer come into my office and tell me, let the city pay for everything, look at it, and how that goes, I'll decide if I'm going to build a project. Never. That's the horse behind the cart. What usually happens is somebody has land or they've purchased land, come in and say, I have a project. This is what I want to build to the city. This is what I'd like to have. What's going to take me in permits? You can be assured the city would say, well, you're going to have to put in traffic lights, streets, corners, sewer system, and water. And that's the developer doing it, not the city of Oceanside. This is backwards. I don't like that. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like it's the right thing to do, number one. The big one is, if this says we should have a sewer system out in Laurel Hills, let me tell you, it's not necessarily just the sewer system, it's the plant. $50, $100 million plant. If you think the residents of Laurel Hill are going to pay for that, you're wrong. It's the rest of the city. Normally, the developers have to pay for that. Sewer system, electrical system, everything else when they build their project. This is a way to say, if this is possible, let the citizens of Oceanside put something out there besides septic to get all those new homes out there. That's wrong. Let's be honest about it. What this is, and Esther said it earlier, I'm not against this study for the water and everything else, but you threw in this thing for Laurel Hills. Nobody wants it. Why are we doing it? It's interconnected to Melrose Drive extension. The environmental impact reports, if you try to put 1,000 homes out there in that area, a rural area, there's no services to it, for it, and somebody's going to have to pay for those services to it and for it. And that's not just the residents out there, that's the rest of the citizens of Oceanside. And if you want to put a sewer system in, you ask me, she said it was a $50 million upgrade for our sewer system. That was just an upgrade. We have to do an upgrade or a secondary system. If you think a couple of hundred people who live in Laurel Hills are going to pay for it, you're wrong. It's going to be all of us. So that's my concern here. I just want to make sure you, the press, and everybody else understands. You've ever seen government things where they put a tray of things out there and you have to vote on it? For all the things you like, you have to stick in that one little thing nobody wants, but you go forward with it. That's what it feels like to me. I'm not saying these gentlemen want to do better or bad. They're looking at their values and their property. But please, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the other way around. It's not Laurel Hills telling the rest of Oceanside, if you'd like to have a sewer system in the rest of the city or an upgrade on it, you know, they're going to pay for it. It's the opposite. They're saying the rest of the city is going to have to pay for my system. I just want you to make sure you understand that. I also sit here and not say much in a roundabout way because this will be 3-2. Gee, I'm shocked. Anyhow, again, I think the Laurel Hills group has sent many letters over a long period of time, and the numbers are massive in favor of, I forget their numbers, 250 to 3 or whatever it is. And we know that. People are against it out there. It's our last agricultural area. Now, one of the things that are important out there, and I agree with this, and I agree with Mr. Kern. That's rare, but I agree with him. A lot of the people getting out of agriculture can't afford the water. You know, it'd be nice to have purple piping and all those things, and maybe that's part of the study, but that's not sewer system. So I think what we're looking at here is a long-time battle to try to get a few people who have land they're not making money on for doing agricultural, to have the rest of you and the city council pay for a study that would benefit only those few people. And if it in fact was a good decision that came out of that study and said, okay, let's put another 1,100 houses out there or whatever number, it can only do it with a sewer system. Remember, developers would normally bring that in and say, I want to put 50, 100, 200 houses in, and I'm going to pay for all the infrastructure necessary for it. Thank you, City of Oceanside. That's built into it. The problem is, even with 1,100 houses out there, it doesn't pay for itself. It doesn't pencil out unless somebody puts a bridge over it that gets them past the environmental impact study for traffic mitigation. It doesn't pay for itself if they have to put a sewer system in. What it comes down to is they would love to have us do it for them, and just like Councilwoman Esther Sanchez said, I feel like this council supports outside developers more than they do the neighborhood and citizens. I've said that before, and with that in mind, I'm very upset. I'm pretty sure I know how the vote will come out, but one more time, it's all about money. It's about a sewer system. The people don't want it. It'll go from there. I jumped in because I wanted to speak up. With that, I will apologize now for all those people in the audience that have all the other events coming up tonight that you are sitting here all night for. It's taken a long time, and I apologize for that, but we have some other ones that are priority for staff, and I apologize for it. With that, I will move forward. I know there's going to be a vote, but Ms. Sanchez, wind it down, please, and we'll
Yes,
vote.
thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. There were some statements that were made, and I would like to ask Ms. Green if you could come back to the podium, because I have a question for you, follow-up question for you. There were some statements suggesting that we're not taking it, that by asking that we not include the study does not really take into consideration possible future plans of, say, agritourism, things like that. You represent the South Morrill Hills Homeowners Association, as I understand it, vast majority, who include those that are looking into agritourism, something very exciting for a region. They were opposed as well to the study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And could you enunciate a little bit more about that? Because I want to make sure that we all understand this.
Yeah, I think it's really important here to understand what you're getting, with 148,000. And, I've read Corolla Engineers' proposal very, very carefully. They say, and Jason, please confirm this, they say straight out, this is a cursory evaluation. It's a desktop exercise looking at soil types and geology and doing 35 tests, percolation tests in an area of potentially 1,000 homes. If you go to the county to get your septic permit, you're testing every location. You're going to get very limited information. The information is not sufficient for doing detailed planning. It says it right in the proposal. This is a general study. It's going to provide information on percolation at those 35 locations. It's not, Councilmember Feline, it's not going to give you any information on what's the threshold for septic in this area. It's not going to answer these questions of what you can do in Morrill Hills. It's going to provide general information. It says clearly in the proposal by the consultant, additional analyses would be required to support detailed planning. It's not going to give you pipelines or facilities. It's a very general study. It's not going to have any information that's going to be helpful for a master plan update. That information won't come until the landowners decide what their development plan is. Please confirm me if I'm right here.
That is correct. The consultant put together the proposal, and it's based upon the 35 samples and 20 additional borings throughout the area that will have to be identified. The issue, and that is a major cost of the study, and so the more borings and more perk tests that you do, the price of the study will just increase exponentially. So there has to be a point to where you decide, what's the cutoff, and it's a very general review of the soils, the geology, and to determine what is potentially available for septic systems in that area based on the guidelines from the Department of Health.
And the guidelines from the Department of Health, I actually have it. I could put it up here for you if you'd like me to do so. But what the new state regs are is that for subdivisions, and I'm talking subdivisions, the language is subdivisions, is that in an area of ours where it's less than 15 inches of rainfall a year, it's 1 unit per every 2.5 acres. Well, that's our minimum zoning. And so, if you follow the existing policies, which was another, question that you had, Councilmember Feline, if you follow the existing zoning and policies, then your land size for your parcel is sufficient for a septic system. It's a general study. It's not going to provide detailed information on what the threshold for septic is. The only way to get the study to be something that would be useful for an update, and Director Dale indicated these are done every 5 years, 5 to 10 years, is you wait until you have a development plan and you have laid out how you're gonna serve the wastewater needs in that development plan. Then that information, that's useful. That can go into an update. But right now, all you're going to get for the $148,000 is a general study. It says right in the consultant proposal. We can put it up here. You can see the words of the consultant. You're going to get a general study that's going to tell you, gee, we might need sewers up here. Pay me $148,000. I can tell you right now, some of that land may need sewers. We don't know what. You got to have the development plan first. Please be fair here. If you assess a fee on any development in Morro Hills, you already have landowners that have subdivided parcels, ready to develop. They followed all the rules. You have other small landowners, 7 acres, 10 acres, whatever, that are already served by septic, that may want to subdivide and put another home on their property 20 years from now. They'll pay for their septic. Why should they pay an additional fee, a special fee for, I'm sorry, development by somebody else to do this study that says, gee, we might need sewers in Morro Hills? That's all you're going to get from this study. You're not going to get anything on infrastructure that's going to be useful for a master plan update. And if you do these every 5 years or even every 10 years, you heard from Mr. Milano, which I respect tremendously. They're not ready to develop. They want to farm as long as they can. You got time. You've got time for the proper planning to be done that will give you information that's actually appropriate to put in a master plan update. You don't have that now.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Please, make the right decision here.
Thank you, Ms. Green. There were some statements that were made, and I want to make sure that when we vote, it's based on correct information. I think that it's really clear that there are a couple of property owners who would like to develop their land, and if they do, they should pay for it. Every single person who goes to the city at the counter is told, these are the fees, this is what you got to pay for. And I tell you, nobody gets a pass, all right? Nobody gets a pass. So I heard some statements about how we want to develop. It's not we, it's not the city of Oceanside. I believe all the city of Oceanside has in terms of property out there is the water tower. Everything else is in private ownership. So this is not our plan to develop. That's really what I wanted to say, is that the mayor said something about pulling the wool over our eyes. I think this is kind of a two-step here. I just, the point has been made that this is not really going to get us anything. This is putting a foot in the door to say, pay for this, and then there's going to be more money and more money and more money, and this is coming from the taxpayers for a private development plan. There is no law that says that you get to have 2.5 acre lots. It says a minimum. There's no law that says if your land doesn't support septic, that the city must furnish you a sewer hookup. That, let me tell you, will cost a whole lot of money. I understand they've tried to talk to Rainbow and other water districts to see if they can get water there. They can't, because guess what? Rainbow actually buys into ours. So this is not right. This is really unfair. And if I would like to ask the maker of the motion to, and I believe that's Mr. Kern, if Mr. Kern would remove the 148,000, it's whatever, 150,000 from the motion, because I would like to support our water. I mean, this really started as a study of how we can be sustainable in terms of our water and sewer. It really was not meant to pay for somebody's private dream property development. So will you take that out, Mr. Kern?
In the spirit of compromise, I'm going to go ahead and do that, because I think the $1.2 million, that's the big hit here, and I think we ought to have unanimous approval of the council on the 1.2, and also on the State Water Resources grant request. So, Mr. Clerk, follow along here. Okay, I'm going to change the motion, and we'll have to wait for the new second. Approval of the professional service agreement with Carrillo Engineering in an amount not to exceed $1.1 million to prepare the water and sewer recycled master plan, and an adoption of a resolution authorizing the application to the State Water Resources Control Board to obtain the recycled water planning grant to offset the cost of recycled water master plan.
That's important.
Do I have a concurrence with the second on that one?
Who was the second? I don't remember. Jack.
I really, this is you're doing sewage or sewer master planning throughout the entire city, right? Is that part of this?
Yes, that's correct.
So I'm not willing to change.
Okay, well then we'll just stick with the original motion.
We have speakers. I don't know if anybody wants to go forward, or you're going to win anyhow, but let's put it that way. Mr. Ferline and Mr. Feller, you both want to take.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is kind of tedious, but I feel there's some important points that we need to evaluate. I guess the issue on some of the back and forth on this study kind of perked my ears here, because I was kind of surprised at the answer the staff gave. So I guess I'll ask it in a different way. For the 148,000, what are we going to know after the study's done that we didn't know before the study?
The study will determine, and like it was said, it's a cursory review, because you're talking a very large area, acreage-wise, and we have estimated 35 perk tests and 20 borings on top of that. So that's 55 different areas, and areas I mean by 4-inch diameter areas as the borehole size for this parcel or for these acreage. So they'll take that information, they'll do screenings, they're going to do a perk test on 35 of them, like I said, and they'll determine what, based on the geology, what the soils will be able to sustain. At the end of the day, whenever a homeowner wants to put in a septic system, they will still have to perform perk tests specifically on their site in order to verify that the soils on their site do match what was in the study.
Okay, so then I guess what I'm hearing, what are we accomplishing then with the study?
Nothing.
I guess. I guess I'm under the belief that this is part of being part of the larger issue of, basically providing for the needs of the city as a whole. I hear one of the residential critics basically saying we're wasting our money, and I'm not hearing anything from you that's telling me any different.
Correct. Sorry. What?
I want to, I guess I'm under the belief that we're doing a study that then allows us to build on something here.
Nope.
Where you have the speaker saying, no, that's not happening, you're throwing money down a rat hole, and I don't hear any reinsurance for me here.
Right.
And so, are we getting something of value for the city or not?
Yes, what you end up getting, like I said, is a general understanding of what soil types and conditions are in the area. But like any soil testing, they vary throughout. So, and these soil tests you got to take in consideration, they're approximately $1,500 each. So, and we're getting 55 of them combined between the two. So how many of them do you want to do? And that's what I mean as far as the cost just is exponential. And so at some point you have to decide how much money are we willing to spend. But what it will get us is if there is a determination that it can only sustain a certain amount of septic systems, then we will, from that point, the additional homes, say it's a 500, say it's half, then the study will evaluate what's necessary for our treatment system, collection system, and then also our treatment facility improvements necessary to sustain those new homes.
Okay, so the study will provide some type of threshold that we know that we're not going to be able to go beyond as far as allowing additional septic tanks in the area.
That's the intent, yes.
Well, is the intent likely to be met? I guess I'm hearing a lot of hedging on your part here, and I guess I'm not getting the warm and fuzzy feeling that what I thought was well-spent money is being well-spent money. And this is technical issues far beyond my level of expertise, so I want to be reassured that my money's being well-spent.
If I may interrupt, the city manager wanted to say something. Sorry.
Mayor and Council, just to add, if in the actual proposal for the Morrill Hills portion, as Jason mentioned, the sewage that cannot be handled with septic is going to be modeled, and there will be a general system development provided that will indicate essentially the pipes that need to be built to handle that additional sewer flow and the evaluation of the capacity in the city's system to handle that additional sewer. And whether that's 100 homes, 500 homes, 700 homes, I don't know.
Right.
They're going to do it both under a low density and a high density range, but the perk tests are important to establish that threshold. Anything beyond that's going to have to go into some type of sewer system, which will be looked at as part of the study.
That's what I believe, but okay. Great, well, thank you very much. And I guess then just the larger issue to recap here, and I guess we seem to just talk past each other on the issue of whether or not the development pays for itself or whether it's subsidized by the city. Now, and I keep putting the city manager on the rack because I assume that would provide an objective source of information for our citizens here. So I'll spare him again, but just re-emphasize the point. I mean, what we heard was that if someone chooses to develop their property, they're going to be assessed the impact fees. They are assessed, which reimburses the city for these very types of costs and studies that we're doing. It's a self-supporting process, and it doesn't impose a burden on the other ratepayers of the city. And people who want to farm in Morrill Hills from now till whenever aren't going to be impacted by any additional fees related to other people who decide to develop their property. So, I know we have this debate on every development that comes before the city council, and I just don't know why we keep getting these, what I think is, just a type of demagoguery against growth, trying to falsely claim that it's subsidized by people that it's not subsidized by. And so, with that, I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Jack, were you up next?
I'm just going to call for the question.
I'll second that.
You're going to win it? You want to talk or ask?
All I want to know is how are you going to decide if there's only 3 property owners, or say there's only 1 property owner who wants to do this?
We have a call for the question. There's no more debate.
Or is it everybody in South Morrill Hills that has to pay for it?
They're calling for the question. I understand that everybody spoke, and I know you want to speak. And with that, please, I know. Let's go ahead. Vote. This is the vote on calling for the question. Calling for the question. Go ahead. Vote.
Motion approved, 3-2, Wooden Sanchez.
You won
no.
that, so let's vote. Let me see if it's 3-2. No.
Still waiting on Kern and Wood.
Whoops.
waiting on Mayor Wood as well.
I did.
So for clarification, this is the vote on the first motion that was made by Councilmember Kern and seconded by Councilmember Feller. The reason why the second motion would not come forward is due to section 2.1.44 of the City Code section. Section E says a motion once before the council may not be withdrawn by the maker without the consent of the second. So we're voting on the first motion that was made.
And the vote should be in.
And the results are 3-2, Wood and Sanchez, no. Motion approved.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank
and
you,
I
Zach. That was a
apologize.
very succinct explanation.
Very sorry the long delay here. I'm going to pick an item that's out in order, but I have a lot of staff on. Item number 28, and that's going to be for the city manager. Please, Zach.
Item number 28 is quarterly budget update. Oh, is it a... I just want to let you know, on item number 27, that must be pulled. They're off the
5-minute break for a few things.
Zach, you act like you were prepared.
Hi, I'm Kent Davey, host of KOCT's Journalist Roundtable. You're going to want to watch this month's edition of the Roundtable, where we delve deeply into Oceanside politics. On the first half of the show, we had council members Gary Folleen and Jerry Kern in to discuss why the council majority moved to oust Mayor Jim Wood from his role on Sandag.
And that, Gary Folleen, you actually were interested in changing the way that our city council people are elected so that they aren't elected with such a minority of votes as has often happened in the past. But in this case, Mayor Wood has shown that he got 54% of the vote. It's not a minority in a three-way race. Why wouldn't you respect that as being, in a way, a mandate from the people, from the voters, that they think he is representing them correctly, and including on the board in Sandag?
Well, you know, that's certainly one way to look at it, but I think the more important way to look at it is the fact that you have 5 people who are elected. And, you know, and when I proposed Proposition F, of course, the mayor and Councilwoman Sanchez were vociferous opponents, claiming the system we have now is perfectly fine and didn't need to be changed. They won at the voting booth on that issue last June. This November, using that system that the mayor and the councilwoman says is perfectly fine, returned a voting majority, at least on this issue, of 3-2 that's in my favor. The representative to Sandag is elected by the council, you know, depending on the level of mayor input, but basically it's a council body decision. And so it's the job of the representative to represent the council. And the mayor does not have the support of a majority of the council. And we have the right to get someone who has the majority support.
In the second half of the program, we brought in Mayor Wood and Councilwoman Esther Sanchez to give their views and to challenge why it is they think this was the wrong decision.
If you're not on Sandag and one of the majority's appointments takes the position.
Good point. I don't think it's going to change much. I think we know, and I think you've all known from the papers and studies, that Sandag just lost a litigation issue over mass transit over our highways. How that will change, I don't want to tell you. I think, quite frankly, these guys from the city of Oceanside going down there won't change much. Matter of fact, it'll be just the opposite. It's going to go for mass transit. The Attorney General got involved in a lawsuit and made a big difference. So back to this thing, our big point here that I wanted to move forward on, it may not change by any other representative, but I'm the senior mayor in the entire North County with the largest city. I have influence in that sense, but I'm not going to say it will work without me. It will. But I also want to know that I, along with Esther, made some big progress on things that we want in the North County. Interstate 5 widening, 78 interchange, where there won't be a traffic light getting to the freeway. That was dead on the table, not moving.
Mitigation, $100 million. That is what Oceanside is looking at. And if he is not the Sandag rep, that is at risk. I beg to differ, Jim. If you're not on Sandag, I think that we will lose out.
This program may be viewed on KOCT TV, and you could watch it on demand at koct.org. You're going to be sure and want to watch this program. It's good television.
Letting water go down the drain is wasteful and costs you money. Shorten your shower by 1 or 2 minutes, or try limiting your showers to 5 minutes or less. You can save up to 25 gallons each time. Install water-saving shower heads. All new shower heads use 2.5 gallons a minute or less. Our water situation is still serious. Thank you for doing your part to save water. Water conservation is essential and a way of life.
Did you know that batteries contain hazardous metals and it is illegal to throw them away? You can conveniently recycle your household batteries from home using Waste Management's Battery Recycling Kit. Or you can drop off your batteries anytime for free at the Waste Management Recycling Center, located at 2880 Industry Street in Oceanside. To order a battery kit, visit thinkgreenfromhome.com. For more information about waste management, visit northcounty.wm.com.
Get some friends, loser.
Character. Pass it on.
You all right, man?
From the Foundation for a Better Life.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the long delay. We had some important communication, let's say, back and forth here at the dais, so I want to get this one here. And Zach, 28.
Item number 28 is a quarterly budget update.
Thank you very much. And Terry, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm standing here to give you an update of where we are at December 31st, which is the mid-year, and this is pertaining to the general fund. I have some good news for you tonight. It's sort of bittersweet. Based on the amended budget that the council amended at the first quarter, we already have a surplus of $526,000. Looking at what revenue has come in, we're at 38% of our revenues for mid-year, but that is typical. Taxes usually come in around January. And our expenditures are at 49%. So we're looking good. This slide shows the broad categories of where we are with our taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, permits, use of money, intergovernmental, et cetera, showing that we brought in 38%. I have to remember how I did my slide here. Okay. On the expenditure side, the various departments, the actual includes encumbrances as well, encumbrances being commitments for purchase orders that have been committed but not spent yet. So there are several departments that have an asterisk next to them that are showing that they're over 50%. And for the city clerk's office, they have an encumbrance for equipment that they haven't spent yet. In addition, there were some payouts for the previous elected official that was not budgeted. The finance department has almost $800,000 of purchase orders out there for the Oracle upgrade that the council approved, and they have not been spent yet. The non-departmental section has a contract with the Humane Society that was encumbered in full but had not been spent yet. If you just look at what the cash out the door is, none of these have exceeded 50%. The fire department has over $500,000 in purchase orders that have not been spent yet, and just a little over 50% cash out the door has occurred. There is a concern, and I know the the fire chief will be up later to discuss the overtime budget. Public Works has about $988,000 worth of purchase orders out there. Overall, the general fund has spent about 49% at mid-year. This chart is just another way of showing from a category point of view, personnel cost, 48% spent, M&O, 44% spent, etc. Each quarter I stand before you and let you know which revenues we keep on watch that we're concerned with that are not meeting their target. Parking citations currently is at 39%. We're going to continue watching that. Part of it is cyclical. Part of it is there was a vacancy in an officer position resulting in not that many tickets being written, which is actually a good thing because you want people to comply, but we're watching that. The Center City Golf Course reimbursement is actually less than 1% of what we expected to receive, and I think we have somebody getting up to speak about that as well. The intergovernmental category is only at 21%. Overall, it's a small portion of the overall budget, but we're still watching that. And then ambulance billings is at 22%. If you recall, back in September, we awarded a contract to Whitman Enterprises to take this function over and outsource it. They became fully operational by the end of December, and they're comfortable that all the bills have been sent out and now the revenue will start coming in. We just had a little lag of getting those monies in. There are some second quarter adjustments that we're bringing to you. The good news is the revenues are going up $2.2 million. Bittersweet is $2.2 million is one time and don't expect to see it again. 1.5 of it, 1.448, is the residual property tax that we received from the county as part of the successor agency dissolvement. The bittersweet bad part of that is the city was holding just a little over $5 million of housing money. We were required to send that to the county. In turn, they dispersed it to all the taxing agencies, so we got $1.4 million back. Not a good way of trading. $800,000 is a miscellaneous one-time reimbursement from the county. For the past 4 years, they have overcharged us on the property tax administration fee. And there was a ruling in the city's favor, so we got that funding back. If you look at the remaining 4 categories, property tax prior year secured, sales tax, some other miscellaneous revenues, they actually total up to $620,000. That's additional money we're getting. And conversely, there are other revenues that are decreasing $620,000. So we're breaking even. We got 2 one-time checks that will really help beef up our coffers, but don't expect to see those monies again. In addition, there's a $12,000 adjustment request for the code enforcement budget. And I will be available to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. And I'll go back to
Mayor and Council, I believe Doug Edow is going to quickly address the golf course issue, and then Chief Hebert will address the fire issue.
Thank you. Doug, appreciate you being here late, and thank you, sir.
I'll speak about the golf courses. Doug Edow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. Good evening. The golf course is consisting of 2 golf courses, the Oceanside Municipal Golf Course and the Center City Golf Course. Initially, that's it. Thank you very much. The golf course was originally projected at the beginning of the budget year to generate $250,000 in profit, not just revenue, but in profit. Because of the current state of the golf course industry, it's continuing to decline. Towards last year, we thought it was going to pick up, but it has just continued to decline based on the overall economy, as well as competition offering basically better golf courses for similar prices. We need to readjust that revenue. Oceanside Municipal Golf Course is projected to make or generate a profit of $80,000. Unfortunately, Center City Golf Course, which was reflected on the reimbursement schedule, will probably result in a net loss of $40,000. But overall, again, that would basically result in a $40,000 profit for both golf courses. We're still looking at ways to reduce the deficit at Center City, one of those being entering into an agreement with Ashworth Group to take over the golf course. He felt he can do that, but he's still in a due diligence phase to try to determine how he can do that. If we continue down this road, unfortunately, at some point in time, based on the current decline in rounds and the current increase in costs, primarily due to water, the city golf course could result in a subsidy or requiring a subsidy to operate both the golf courses in this city. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doug. Have a seat, sidebar. Thank you. Chief, how are you doing? Excuse me, chiefs, plural.
Doing well, thank you. Wrong one. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. Honorable Mayor and Council members, it's always an honor to stand before you as the fire chief of such a great city. Although tonight I'm a little bummed. It's never fun to come and admit that there's an issue in your budget. But as you know, because you've all been a part of the years that we've struggled in the late, probably the last 4 years with our economy, certainly the fire department has been hit, and we've had some difficult times. It's been reported that our budget is overexpended in the overtime area, and I think you just need a brief explanation on that of why we are. The fire department runs on a constant staffing model to where we have to constantly keep people in the stations and on the floor responding to emergencies. There's times where unforeseen incidents occur, where there's vacancies that occur, where people retire, and we try to project for those, or people leave to go to other organizations, therefore creates vacancies that have to be filled with overtime. There's also issues that occur, wildland fires that are outside the city, that are up in the state area, that are reimbursable, but because of the state struggles, it takes a long time for those monies to come in, and therefore the folks that go on those campaign fires are also on an overtime needed because of the backfill for our city. And then there's other issues such as injuries. In fact, last night we had a significant fire in our city, and one of our firefighters was burned and had to be transported. I'm happy to report that he's doing well, and he's actually here tonight. But it is a risky business that we are in. So tonight I'm here to let you know that it appears, based on the best estimates that we can come up with, that our overtime budget is going to be short about $150,000. So I'm going to give you two options tonight. Option one, I'm going to ask for an increase in the overtime account by $150,000 due to the rising revenue from our firefighter, paramedic, ambulance transports that have recently taken place in the downtown and the South Oceanside area from suspending the boundary drop with Carlsbad. Option number two, which no fire chief ever wants to stand in front of the council and give out this option, but it is my duty to be, as fire chief, it is to close one firefighter, paramedic, ambulance between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. through the remainder of the fiscal year. Again, as a fire chief, I'm recommending option number one, and I'm available for any questions that you might have on the sidebar.
Chief, thank you. You can have a seat at sidebar over there and see where we're going here. I'm going to push this back to the city manager and see what he has going, or discussion, or what. Public?
I believe is there public?
There is public on this item. We have 4 speakers wishing to come forward and speak. You may come to the podium and speak for 3 minutes each. First, we have Jimmy Knott. Second, we have Jose McNally. Third, we have Mark Campbell. And fourth, we have Tim Scott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. After reviewing this subject online, I had 4 questions, basically, and a couple of comments. We are having some major retailers leave the city. Like, as an example, Computer Geeks, which has moved from Oceanside to Temecula. And are we taking and tracking these closures? Because they're having an actual impact on our sales tax revenue. And we need to start tracking that, because that has a direct impact on our budget directly. Second thing is, for the revolving fund indicators, it's showing that we're having an indication that the visitation to Oceanside is starting to drop, because if you look at the anticipated revenues from Ocean's 11, the golf course, and other different things, it's all visitor aligned visitations and everything coming into Oceanside. And that indicates that's dropping off, not increasing. So that area needs to have a correction. And I think that we need to start looking at that, and where we need to take and applying our money or applying our attention, and seeing if we're actually doing a good job in that area or what we need to really be doing. Third thing is on the front page of it, you have with the description of the general fund revenues versus expenditures. If you have for the revenues, an amended budget of $117 million, and we have a year to date of the second quarter, $44 million, and you cut that first one in half, you are still not $526,000 ahead, we're 12% short. At least that's my figure in math, when I took math. Because that would be 1/2 would be a second quarter. And so that would mean above 50 million, and so you would have a cutback there. The other two items are, and under attachment A, you have an item under the revenue area there. It says 249 stagecoach transfer fee. I looked up in under the internet and tried to find stagecoach transfer fee. Couldn't find anything there. I was wondering if that is the address for, in the city here, Stagecoach, the road there, or what is that stagecoach transfer fee, and why are we dealing with stagecoach transfers? I don't know if it has to do with the address or not. And finally, under Table 8, years ago, there was a proposal, and it passed through the council, to not mix enterprise funds with general funds. Once again, we're mixing general funds with enterprise funds, and I wanted to bring your attention to that we need to start keeping that to be constant on that, to keep that separation. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, my name's Timothy Scott, and I reside at 775 Harbor Cliff Way. I'm here tonight as a resident, as a firefighter paramedic, and the treasurer of Oceanside Firefighter Association Local 3736. The Oceanside Firefighter Association is here tonight to protest the idea that closing down an ambulance for any time frame is an acceptable solution to assist to the city of Oceanside in closing a financial gap. We want to remind the council and the citizens of Oceanside that your firefighters have taken an oath of protection, an oath that we will lay down our lives to protect yours, that we will always be there in your worst time of need, that you will receive the best, most advanced care in a timely manner, which is congruent with current national standards, laws, and policies that are built and implemented to meet your best interests. On top of that, we would also like to remind you that as elected officials, you have also sworn an oath. You swore to protect Oceanside, provide for and make sure the family needs are met. Tonight, we challenge you 5 leaders to remember that oath and stand by it, along with Oceanside's bravest. We're here to tell you tonight that if this ill-fated plan to cut a firefighter-paramedic ambulance for any amount of time is carried through, citizens' lives are placed at a greater risk of death versus life, at the result of a drastic plan that is being presented in a time of economic upswing and a city surplus. Tonight, the council is talking about reducing our medical transport capabilities by 25%. That means a quarter of the city will have to wait longer for a paramedic transport to the hospital. The American Heart Association and the National Stroke Association both have the same saying, time is muscle. Simply put, that means the longer you wait to get definitive treatment, the more tissue dies. Paramedics are able to slow that process down, but never able to stop it. The only thing that can stop or reverse that process is advanced medical care on the surgeon's table. If you are unable to get to the hospital in a timely manner, it is detrimental to your health. The Oceanside firefighters have a long-held tradition of being the best, most advanced fire department that we can be. This is also included in our medical delivery system, not only being the first to institute advanced paramedics in San Diego County, but training our personnel in the use of advanced techniques, including telemetry, to the most advanced cardiac labs in the county. This increases the chance of survival from a massive heart attack exponentially. However, if we are able to better detect these massive heart attacks and send that information to the cath lab so they can have their team ready, it won't matter if we cannot get you to the hospital in a timely manner. We plead before council tonight to make a decision that has the best interest of the city in mind, not one that puts lives at risk, not one that shows little forethought and insight to the health and safety of its citizens. Let's take steps forward, not backwards. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Mark Campbell, 3332 Morning View Drive, and I'm here tonight not only as a citizen of the city of Oceanside, but also as a 17-year employee currently a fire captain with the City of Oceanside. I've also a husband, father, a coach, and I'm also a board member with the Oceanside Firefighters Association. And tonight I'm here to bring some information to you guys. The Oceanside Fire Department ran over 17,900 responses in 2012. Of those, we have 4 ALS paramedic firefighter ambulances that ran over 11,800 calls. Roughly 40% of those calls were after the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next morning. I'm here to strongly urge you guys to go with Fire Chief Hebert's option 1 and to fund the paramedic ambulance staying in service and available to the citizens and my family of Oceanside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, my name is Jose McNally. I live at 645 Matagua Drive in the city of Vista, unfortunately. However, I'm here representing the Oceanside Firefighters Association, and also I've been a 25-year employee from this lovely city. You see our group here today. You know, in fact, if the board stand up, please, so you can be introduced to our council people right here. We have been depicted as greedy, bully, union goons. It's not so far from the truth. We're here tonight for one thing only, and that is that we feel that we had a duty to act to the oath that we took to serve and protect our citizens. As we only have limited time, the statistics clearly show that if you do close our ambulance staffing by 25%, there's going to be some catastrophic consequences, such as the city of San Diego suffered in the year of 2010, where they lost 2 lives as soon as they started browning out stations. And in essence, this is what we're doing with an ambulance. And as my colleague Tim Scott mentioned earlier, this is not just about an ambulance. This is about definitive treatment. This is about getting the people, not only getting the paramedic next to the people right away, but getting that patient to the right location in a very timely manner. And last, I will say that we're not just paramedics in that ambulance. We are firefighter paramedics. And as Chief Hebert alluded, Brian Howell is here tonight. He is our secretary. He suffered second-degree burns on his right arm, left arm, last night at 10 o'clock on a residential fire. And the point I'm going to make is that last night, Brian was working on 2197, which is one of our ambulances. And so Brian was part of that primary fire attack. And as everybody here that has any fire knowledge knows, that for every minute that goes by in a fire, the fire doubles. So if we don't have that staff, if 2197 is closed or 94, whoever that residential area is, if we don't have that staff to make that fast attack, we're going to lose homes. And so we urge you, not only for our citizens, but for your firefighters, please choose option number 1. And all the financial stuff, we can work it out. You have a new group of guys that is willing to work. We've been collaborating with our administration, and we're willing to work with our elected officials. I appreciate your time and look forward to a positive outcome. Thank you.
No more public on this item.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sorry for the long hours, and I know you're busy. With that, come back to the council. There was no other on the public, though, right? Councilmember Kern, please.
Hopefully you guys aren't overtime tonight, right? You're here on your own. I'm going to go through in the order that was presented. Director Farrow, when you get these things, I always look for the anomalies, because the license and permits at 68% when we're only halfway through the year. Can you explain that one to me? Why we're at 68% on license permit? Is that a good thing? Are we getting more permits and more license? And
our building permits are coming in higher than we expected. I think it's just the activity level. It's a good thing. trying to work with George Buell and his staff to see if we can identify trending. What I do want to caution you is it's a good thing, but overall licenses and permits total $1.5 million of the total $116 million budget.
No, but
it's good, but it's a small good.
But it's a leading indicator
But it is building.
that we're going to get more property tax later on. You know, people have to file a permit, they get build a building, we get more property tax. So it is a good thing. It's a good indicator of what's going on, and hopefully in the future. Mr. Edow, and I guess this is a city manager question too. I guess at what point in time do we evaluate Center City Golf Course and say this is no longer a viable option to keep it as a golf course? I mean,
Honorable Mayor, council members, I think part of that decision needs to be, and we're going to be back to you in 3 months for the next quarterly update. I'm hopeful that before we do the next update, we will have either the outline of an agreement with an alternate user for that property, or if not, then we'll probably be coming back to you to look at what are the other options. Because hopefully within 3 months, we'll have a better understanding what Ashworth wants to do with the property, and certainly if they take it over, there's going to be some opportunities, and we'll have to look at the economic impacts of that. But if not, then we'll have to sit back and look at what are the options. I mean, there's only so much you can cut maintenance costs before you start seeing even more reduction in rounds. But the bigger issue is not just our golf courses, but it's all of the golf courses. There is a significant impact to the golf industry and a reduction in rounds, not just here, but in the crossings and Arrowwood as well. So we will probably be looking at that at the 3-month period.
okay, because I don't think we need to subsidize golf. I mean, I think that's one of the things. But I know there's a problem here. Even if we shuttered it all today and put a fence around it, there's a cost. You know, the idea of, you know, the transient and other issues that come up. So I think there's a cost there. So, Mr. Addy, you look like you wanted to comment.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kern, the last time we estimated the cost to just shut down the golf course, it was around $70,000 just to keep it clean, keep it from transients from entering into the golf course, policing it, etc.
Okay. So I think that's something that if we don't have it maybe by this summer, after the summer golf season, if it's still in this trend line, we're going to have to actually make a decision, not this budget cycle, but next budget cycle for sure, because we can't continue down this path. And that brings us to the fire department, which is, you know, overspending your overtime budget. You know, the idea that I understand some of the anomalies, some of the things, and obviously we have to pay for that. I know the Tri-Data study, we're trying to implement part of those as we go along. The only thing that really encouraged me was the last speaker, that he actually said, look, we're going to try to work with the chief, the OFA, and the chief to get these under control. Because that's the one thing that we really have to do. I mean, we have an anomaly in a way that we have money coming in from things not of our doing, really. I mean, it's the state and the county and the redevelopment money coming back in. But we've been running it really, really close to the vest here because, you know, we haven't had the income come in to support all our services. You know, I want the best fire department that we can afford, but that's the problem. What can we afford? So I don't mind supporting option one for now. I would like the idea of experimenting with option two on a limited basis, maybe 1 day a week or 2 days a week, to see what kind of response we get. I don't want to put it, but that's something that I think you as the OFA and the chief can work out. So what is your, and I'm not going to put you on the spot, I'm going to ask you, what is your solution to solve some of the overtime problem? Because you guys are a department. You know, obviously there's labor and there's management, but you guys are the department. So working together with the administration and with the OFA to say, okay, how do we get this under control? Because I know every year it comes up. You know, we had the same discussion last year because there's always unforeseen. The idea, so maybe you're not giving us a realistic budget to say, okay, let's find out what our overtime costs are historically and factor that into the budget. Instead of, I don't want to say you're lowballing us at the budget process and then coming back and charging the $150,000. So or whatever that happens to be. So I think long term, we need a realistic budget so we don't get halfway through the year and say, oh, we got to put more money into this account. Because, luckily, hopefully we're coming out of this, but I guess the latest numbers, that the last quarter of last year, the economy actually contracted. So are we heading for another recession? I don't know. But the idea that if that continues, we're going to have to come up with some idea of how we supply fire services at a cheaper cost, because we're going to have to do that. Everybody wants services. The idea that the $150,000 that we are going to allocate to you tonight is $150,000 out of the general fund that can't go towards libraries, can't go through something else. Now, is it important? Absolutely. The idea that, obviously that's always been our priorities is public safety, but I don't want to put public safety up there so high that we start cutting everything else. So we really need the help of every employee of the city, not just the fire department. I hopefully we can get this across to every employee of the city. You need to work with the management how we keep these costs under control, because they are becoming more and more every year. So like I said, the last speaker, I sorry I didn't write down your name, but that was encouraging, that the idea said we will work with the chief to figure out how to solve this problem. So hopefully within 90 days you come back with some type of a framework of a plan and say, okay, this is what we discussed and this is how we're going to work on it. With that, I'll support option 1 at this time. I think in the long term, if we had 5 ambulances and we were down to 4, we'd have the same discussion, the idea of how the service that. I think some of the other Tridata stuff that we talked about that come forward, I think we can actually implement over time. When we did the matrix study for the planning department and building department, it's like a 3 or 4 year implementation. In fact, just this last council meeting, we did another matrix study recommendation. So I think we can do that. We have to protect the citizens, but we also have to protect what the citizens pay, the tax dollars. So we are stuck up here, and I understand it's not the easy job for any of us up here to say, okay, we want police and fire, we want public safety, but we are also limited about the amount of money we can spend. So I am encouraged that as an organization that you're willing to start seeing how do you get your own overtime costs under control. So are we voting on something? Are we looking for recommendations, or are we just looking for direction?
At this point, we're just looking for direction. If there's the majority of you looking at option 1, then we will then adjust the budget accordingly with the action this evening.
And then I think, and I'm going to maybe task the city manager to come up with some ideas of how, the $150,000 overtime, how we offset that in the future, because we are going to have some idea. I don't want to be here next year, and I'll still be here next year. Year after that, doubtful or questionable. But I don't want to do this again next year. I don't want to have the same discussion next year about overtime budgets. I think if it comes back next year, I'm really going to look at option 2. So between now and next year, I think everybody's going to have to come up with a plan. So anyway, that's more than my 2 cents. That's probably the longest I've talked in the council for a long time.
Councilmember Feller.
I was just going to say I'll try to be brief, and I hope everybody after me is as well. Are we mixing general fund and enterprise funds?
No, we are not. The chart Mr. Knott was referring to is an information-only chart. It's not mixing money.
Okay. Golf failing breaks my heart, but I don't think we can subsidize it. So I hope we have some solutions with Ashworth, and that I gave you that other fella's information, and he thinks he's got a solution there. So regarding the rest of this, I think it's pretty good news to be sitting here with a surplus and something that's going to go into our reserves to truly use for a rainy day. Government is created for public safety, health and safety. That's really the only thing we should be about. There's a lot of, we heard about homelessness earlier, and it breaks your heart, but you want to do things for it. Glad to see all you guys standing up there in suits rather than red shirts. I've seen that before. We are a big city, and we have big city needs. Services are a premium for providing for the public health and safety. And I think I've had discussions with your board, Chief, your Fire Association board, and I think they're willing to work with you to solve all the needs. We want to provide, as Jerry said, as much service as we can afford. And so I hope you can work together to do that. I support the $150,000 I assume it's one-time billing at this point. Is it an ongoing dollar between now and the end of this year?
Honorable Mayor, council members, that's the estimate that we've identified as the change in transports. Obviously, as we look forward and evaluate the service options and whether or not the boundary drop program is reinstated or not will be something that would affect those numbers again. At this time, I don't see that there's going to be a change. It would continue into the future, but again, depends on other issues that are surrounding the boundary drop and other development that occurs along that 78 corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to also, on that, we are looking at several different options, and the local, they are a bunch of new board members, and they have been very, very interactive and very helpful. So we are working together. They have the information, their statistics are right, and I'm encouraged by their assistance.
Well, I would encourage you as well to get with the city manager. Bring in your guys if you see that as important, and have the discussions, because I mean you can't continue to have that kind of overtime, and how that plays into our future. We really need to look at that. So I hope we can do that in the next 90 days. Thank you.
Councilwoman Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to move that we direct staff to do Plan A, which is to provide, to increase the funds to the fire department to the $150,000. And bottom line is, this is not a luxury. This is public safety. This is people's lives. And I feel like we're kind of scolding a kid that didn't do something right. Excuse me, but we have really great employees in the fire department who put their lives on the line every single day. There's no way that I want to brown out, that is, take an ambulance out of service, reduce our ability to respond by 25%, because to me, I mean, I have family here, I have friends, there is no way I want to put any one person's life at risk. And by the way, which ambulance is that going to be? Which neighborhood is going to say, yeah, you can go ahead and take out the ambulance in my neighborhood? Go ahead and take longer to respond. I just went to a celebration of life for a friend that I grew up with, 56 years old, died of a massive heart attack. And I feel like if the response had been by our firefighters, she would have had half a chance to live. It is sad to see a woman leave at 56 or parents bury their child and have her kids, you know, and her siblings and her friends and family lose that preciousness of a life. This is not a luxury item. 25% cut in services. A question was asked, how do we control costs? Well, we can certainly, you know, and this is the overtime, well, then you hire more people. But that's not going to decrease costs, because we know that that would be an increase in costs. So we need to provide this. This is a basic service that we provide for our citizens. And honestly, I can't believe that we're talking about $150,000. That was $150,000, and we approved $150,000 for a freaking sewer study for a private developer earlier this evening. We approved change orders, millions of dollars on the consent calendar, and we don't bat an eye. And that certainly is not life-saving. So I think we need to, instead of act like we're punishing someone, an employee that works their heart out, who is away from their family for, you know, weeks on end sometimes, and puts that kind of service to our city, our residents, we should be honoring these people instead of acting as if they've done something wrong, because you have not done anything wrong. You every day do wonderful things for us, and I want to thank you. So that's my motion, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, but I cannot believe that we
I will second your motion. I will second your
whatever.
motion, but you said item one, it was option one or whatever.
Option one. And as to the golf course, I actually had a chance to talk with John Ashford this past week. His partner ended up running into his partner on his birthday, and then John ended up calling him to wish him happy birthday, and he was out in Florida trying to, he's pursuing funding. So I want to give him a chance. This is a dream for him in terms of the golf, Goat Hill and a golf course, something for all of us. So I definitely want to give him a chance to see, what he can do. We're not doing any better. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fillion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll address the fire department issue first, since that's obviously the most critical and one of the most important functions we do as the city. I thank the employees for coming down and speaking before the council. I certainly don't think we're at the point that we need to be looking at brownouts or reducing services, certainly in proportion to our overall budget and the normal variances we have. $150,000 isn't the end of the world, but I think what we need to look at is, the issue of, the ratio of straight time versus overtime, and the formula you use isn't unique to the fire department. Every factory manager deals with that issue. Every restaurant owner deals with that issue. And so in return for voting for option A, I would like a commitment as part of the budget process for the upcoming year that we're going to do a thorough review of our current formula that we're using to make sure we're using, having the optimal mix there. My feeling tells me that just based on my management experience dealing with these issues, that we're skewed a little too heavily towards the overtime, but I may be wrong. I'd like to see the math and back that up, because I know, the issue is it cheaper to pay overtime, or is it cheaper to pay the fixed benefit costs of adding new employees and then factoring in even if it's mathematically optimal, the strain on the employees themselves of having to work a certain amount of overtime, even if that may be theoretically optimal from a financial standpoint. So I'd like to look at that. Now, the other side of that as it relates to this is, obviously there's going to be events that happen every year, surprises, especially in the fire department. How many fires you get, where you respond to emergencies, when you have to send employees based on calls from the state, when we get our reimbursements from the state. It just seems from looking at the budgets over the past few years, all the surprises have been on the upside, and it would seem that you should have years where you get downside surprises in terms of not having events and expenses, and some years you have upside surprises, but based on, having a formula based on experience, they should even out. And it just seems we're not evening out. And so, in the end, the expense is going to be what it is, and I just feel we're not getting, or maybe, we're not getting realistic overtime numbers to put in the budget, because it's, whatever the number's going to be, it needs to be. And I prefer having, pleasant surprises as opposed to unpleasant surprises. So I'd even factor in a buffer, so that, if things even out over the long run, you're building up a reserve for this issue, but and because we know we're going to get variances on the issue. I just want them to even out over the long run, make sure we're doing the optimal staffing formula, factoring in the impact on the employees between straight time and overtime. And, I'll just close by thanking the employees again and say how much I enjoyed being on the ride-along I had a few months ago and seeing the staff in action. Certainly, every feedback I've gotten from the public has been overwhelmingly positive relating to the performance of the employees, and I can say that from personal experience as well. And this particular issue, though I've certainly had my criticisms of some of the contracts, this is entirely a management issue. It's not an employee issue. And by management, I mean city council, city manager, fire department management. And that's for us to resolve, and certainly appreciate any help from the rank and file for suggestions to, improve efficiencies, but that's certainly within the department. And I appreciate, as was mentioned before, the desire to cooperate that we heard, from the speakers, and that's great. But certainly, we can support the $150,000 to get us through the end of the year. As it relates to golf, obviously we can't be subsidizing golf. There's obviously the trade-off, though, as was also mentioned, of having, if we simply just close the golf course, we have a certain expense that we have to incur anyway. So, we just have to work our way out of that issue. But I think in the larger scope of things, the amount of money we're dealing with is within the normal variance of a budget our size. So we'll look forward to the city manager's suggestion to work these out from the fire department and the citizens. We're certainly going to maintain the services at the current level and get the management issues resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I'll go with golf first. We've already talked about this. We can't subsidize the golf course. We have a very large area there, prime on Interstate 5 at Oceanside Boulevard. It's considered a park, but nobody can use it unless they're playing golf. So I'm not happy about just the use of golf at that location, and there's got to be a better choice or solution for that and costing us money. That's the golf course. Back to the fire issue. I will speak out. I did 31 years in public safety, and funny thing, fire departments and police departments run on overtime. It's cheaper. It's intentional. It's cheaper to run on overtime than hire somebody full-time. So we know that's why it's there. I also know that it's most people are unable to predict what next year's or the future is going to be in overtime. You can't, I can't. I can resolve some of the overtime by a simple solution. We can tell no more people in Oceanside. I mean, you can't move to town, we're stopping at this level. Stupid comment? It's true. We're expanding, we're booming in our big city. There's no doubt about it, and I know that. So what we're saying is that your service calls are unpredictable and you're responding to more calls. Gee, your overtime's up. And the city wants overtime because it's cheaper than paying more employees and their retirements. So we understand that, but like I say, $150,000 and the sense of your budget is not a whole lot. So we're gonna have to work on that, and I understand that. The other one, right off the bat, you guys did something recently, two things. You're moving your station out east closer to the people and the citizens of Oceanside, further away from Vista boundaries where you don't have to respond to Vista as much. The other one, you sent out a letter to us in December saying you're stopping ambulance service to Carlsbad, cross boundaries. I understand that. It was not a two-way street, it was a one-way street. Just in those calls alone, you probably spent your $150,000 on the adjacent city. Well, they got $60 million in reserves, so they can afford to pay for their own services. But I know that's some of the situations on the boundary drop aspect. So what I'm worried about, and I know everybody has said that, public safety is number one. We had a workshop. It was obvious what they said in the workshop. It was don't cut police and fire. And that's your citizens. The other one is that I don't want to be the first person to respond to a citizen explaining why the ambulance didn't get there on time, or there was a death, or there was a problem. And believe me, not only do you get the call, we do. I'm not going to answer those calls because we're going to keep that fourth ambulance out there because that's what it's for and that's what the citizens want. Other than that, I would say this. There was a motion, so let's vote on it and move on. A lot of people here waiting. Please vote. Oh, thank you, gentlemen. Oh, you look good. I'm sorry, the good-looking firemen weren't on here today, so I'm sorry. This is the best you could come up with. Hey, guys, thank you, Chief.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Mr. Clerk, I know we're all over the place on this, but I believe, if I'm not correct, item number 27 is not going to go tonight. That David left, so we're back to 23 and 24. Let's go with 23, the public hearing. I know that was on before. We kind of gone down to this spot. Okay, thank you.
Item number 23 is consideration of an appeal of Planning Commission Resolution number 2012-P49 approving development plan, regular coastal permit, and tentative parcel map for the demolition of 3 residential units, construction of a 3-story duplex, and establishment of 2 condominium residential units on a single lot at 1513 South Pacific Street, and adoption of a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission decision approving the project. Burgess Jornigan Residences, appellant applicant Chris Burgess. This item is continued from January 2nd, 2013. This item is continued from January 2nd, 2013. This is the second time we're hearing from the applicant, and it's already been heard in public, and the public has been closed on this item.
Sorry, my mic's off. For you, ladies and gentlemen, here in the audience at home, this was at another council meeting. It was already open and closed to the public, and we had some issues that were brought up, so we're not going to go through all the issues. Disclosures have been made by the council members, Mr. City Attorney. Basically, we're here to take off at a different spot, and what would you recommend that be?
I think Ms. Lundstad's prepared to give a summary of what's occurred since you closed the public hearing and continued the item to the state, and then, of course, you could ask questions of the applicant if need be.
Thank you. I got that answer, and it's back to you. He's probably told you about it. So thank you very much. I want the public here and on TV to know that we've been through this before and closed the public hearing. So go right ahead, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Marisa Lundstedt. I am the City Planner for the Development Services Department. The project planner on this item is Amy Fusekis, but she came down ill this week, so I am presenting the item on behalf of staff. I'm going to give you just a little bit of background just to refresh you on the actual project, and then I'll launch into the specific item of focus for tonight. The project site is located at 1513 South Pacific. It is on the west side of South Pacific Street, located on a coastal bluff in in the South Oceanside neighborhood. The project site is depicted here on this graphic in yellow. The zoning is RT, a residential tourist, and the existing development on site is a 1- and 2-story triplex development. This slide on the right shows the existing development on the site, and on the left of the slide shows the existing zoning adjacent to the project site. There is residential tourist to the south and open space designated areas to the north. The proposed improvements on site is demolition of the existing structures, as well as the proposal to construct a 3-story duplex, as shown in the renderings on the above graphics. On October 22nd, 2012, the Planning Commission conditionally approved the project. The Planning Commission required modifications to avoid building and deck encroachment seaward of the coastal string line and to ensure compliance with the permitted height provisions in the zoning code. The project applicant appealed this decision on October 26th, and the basis for the appeal were these 3 items. The first item was item 1, the location of the string line. And the Planning Commission determined to prohibit the building and balcony encroachments beyond the string line setback. Item number 2 was the removal of a roof trellis, and the Planning Commission found that the addition of the trellis supported additional floor space and would not be consistent with the zoning district height regulations. And lastly, although not an appealable item, this was an applicant request to add additional findings for the revetment discussion. This exhibit was included in the Planning Commission, October 22nd Planning Commission packet. This is the string line exhibit that the Planning Commission made their determination based upon. The string line shown in red is the city's string line, and it's shown to connect from 1601 South Pacific on the south, with the south parcel in the northwesterly corner to the north to the Stroud residence. The 2 endpoints were determined by communication with Coastal Commission staff, not only in 2006, 2007 Coastal Commission resolution, and communication in 2013. As a reminder, the Planning Commission determination was to prohibit building and balcony encroachments beyond the string line, and it was based on these 4 items. Consistency with the Coastal Act, Section 3251, consistency with the city's local coastal program, consistency with the general plan in terms of architectural compatibility, and to follow through on consistent prior actions by the Planning Commission, which was largely to discourage unwarranted seaward buildings, balconies, decks, and other projections beyond the string line. And most importantly, they cited the need to prevent a series of out-of-character projections along the coastline which would build upon one another and affect coastal views. The summary of events since the Planning Commission, the item for appeal was brought forward to Council on January the 2nd. This item was continued to today to allow staff to consult with the Coastal Commission staff and to evaluate new information which specifically was a missing segment of the string line map. During this time, the city underwent a surveying mapping effort. We engaged a certified surveyor to document the exact location of the string line. And again, we relied on the guidance from coastal staff from 2006, 7, and 2013. Lastly, city staff and the applicant met with Coastal Commission staff just recently. And largely the purpose of the meeting was for the applicant to explain why their proposed string line differed from the city's string line. And at that meeting, Coastal staff affirmed the city's position on the string line exhibit. This is an exhibit that was produced by the city's certified surveyor, and it shows the string line to follow the western facade of the condominiums on the south at 1601 South Pacific, connecting the northwest corner to 1507 South Pacific to the north, which is considered the Stroud residence. And this graphic is consistent and just a more refined version of what the Planning Commission based their determination on. For illustrative purposes, this slide shows what the potential encroachment past the string line would be as proposed with the project applicant's proposal. The city string line is shown in a yellow dashed line. The upper levels would encroach anywhere from 7 to 9.5 feet past the string line with decks and habitable space across the string line, as the lower level would encroach anywhere from 3 to 5 feet. This slide just shows the encroachments as it relates to the existing single-family dwelling unit to the north, with the balcony shown in blue. From a regulatory context, the 1986 zoning ordinance is relied upon, and there's key provisions that are highlighted here that basically say that buildings or structures shall not extend further seaward than the line established on the string line setback map. But I also want to point out for council's consideration that there is a sentence at the end that does say that appurtenances such as open decks, patios, and balconies may be allowed to extend seaward of the string line, providing that they do not substantially impair the views of the adjoining properties. Planning Commission did, though, however, evaluate this entire code section and did feel that the proposal from the applicant would potentially impair the views of the adjoining properties. In summary, staff's conclusion remains consistent with the information presented to the council on January the 2nd, and that is that the project as conditioned by the Planning Commission is consistent with the requirements of the zoning ordinance, the land use policies of the general plan, and the policies of the local coastal program. Specifically, the project does meet applicable development standards for the zoning district, as well as for architectural compatibility. So it is staff's recommendation to adopt the resolution denying the appeal to Planning Commission, the Planning Commission conditions on Resolution 2012-P49, and affirming the conditional approval of RC 11-2, P12-2, and D12-15. That concludes staff's presentation. I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to ask for input from the city manager or city attorney or staff where we left off. We had public input. Did we have the applicant's time enough already? Is it back to the council? And for questions of them and or et cetera. Okay, with that, we've closed the public hearing. Coming back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move that we adopt the resolution denying the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's decision to conditionally approve the subject development, and specifically that we adopt the findings established in PC Resolution 2012-P49. We continued this hearing to get clarification from Coastal Commission staff. They have, in fact, gone ahead and indicated that they agree with staff's prior understanding of where the string line is. They've already indicated that this would not be consistent with our local coastal plan, and therefore there's really nothing else that we can do. So I'm going to, make that motion. Thank you.
I'll second that. Thank you very much. Councilmember Kern, please.
I just, a couple of things. The idea that we do have a firm string line now, because I guess that was the issue. And I guess before we move on, if the applicant can come up and kind of explain where you're at in this process now, because what you're understanding, because were you in the meeting with the Coastal Commission and everybody understands what's going on? So you can kind of bring me up to speed of what happened there, and we'll see where we go.
Okay. Good evening, late evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Larry Taylor with Taylor Group, representing the applicant, Chris Burgess, who I guess for the sake of time will share podiums here. I appreciate the question. In way of background, at the January 2nd appeal hearing on this, there was an agreement beforehand that kind of eliminated our discussion, any discussion by the applicant with respect to the string line. So I think it's proper that we should maybe get a few minutes to talk about that, and therefore I do appreciate the question. Not knowing that this was the procedures here. a few slides. I won't go through the whole thing, but I did want to hit a few.
I'm sorry, I think there was a specific question that was asked by
Yes, the
a council
question
member.
was,
And the discussion with
Not-
Spring Line.
what did we?
Streamline, but he's
Streamline
doing a presentation. I think you
He's going
want,
to
the
answer.
question was,
We just went through a general item, and you had somebody come up and speak for almost 15 minutes after the general item closed. I think.
Excuse me, for
you know,
both
we
of you,
continued this.
Mr. Kern, you've asked the question, he's responding. Keep in mind, try to, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I understand we're all late here. Just as a general overview, this is the site here. This is the property in question. These are the condominiums to the south where the city's position is a string line runs along the face of these condos and then angles out to, this is the house that used to be at 1507, so that is part of the determination here. I'll skip through these. I think most of you have been to the site. So this is really what is kind of at question right now. Our position, our interpretation of what is shown on the city's string line exhibit is that there is a line, the string line goes to this corner of the condominiums at 1601 South Pacific Street. I think staff concurs that that is a point on the string line. Correct me if I'm misspeaking, but I think that's our understanding. The other point on the string line that I think is not in dispute is a string line that was established at 1507, and that is this point here. We believe that the string line exhibit indicates that there's a line that goes from this point to this point in a linear fashion. The city's exhibit that Marisa showed you earlier has a line following the face of the building to a point here and then angling out rather sharply to this point. This is the so-called lost string line exhibit. I do want to point out that in the staff report accompanying this resolution, one of the reasons that was explained why the hearing was continued was to give staff to evaluate information that was provided a few days before that hearing. This was actually provided in, I think it was December 19th. So there you go. Wasn't a few days, it's been around. I did want to, I'll go through a few points on this. I won't touch on everything. It's a bad picture. I think the quality of the string line exhibit is notoriously bad. That's why it's an issue on so many of these projects. What we were able to find in our files was a second or third generation photocopy. It's not too good either. So our position is that exhibit, that photographic string line exhibit, should be used to assess the intent of the string line. And any surveyor, frankly, I would say, that goes out and says, I can measure distances off of this exhibit is not being straight. Here's a better exhibit. This was from a project we did down in that area, and this is, a little better photograph. It's been orthorectified. It shows the outlines of the buildings that don't really seem to quite correspond to what the picture would indicate the outline of the building is, because it's been corrected for camera distortion, for the lens angle, for topographic relief, and a lot of other things. And this is what we think that string line exhibit shows when you put it on a better photograph. There's the house at 1507, there's that corner, there's a straight line between them. Why do I think it's a straight line? Here's that photo exhibit again. That looks like a straight line segment to me. From this property to the corner of the condos, that would appear to be a straight line segment to me. From this corner of the condos to 1507, that looks like a straight line segment to me. So we got 2 points. That point, southwest corner, we agree with planning staff, that's a point. We'll call that point A. There's another point we agree with. That corner, or that point that was established in a resolution, we'll call that point B. String line, string, A to B, straight line. That's the line we're presenting. I won't go into the details on this, but the history at 1507, Planning Commission originally approved that project with the 91-foot string line, not 89, 91. That project was approved by the Planning Commission with that string line. That is the language from it. I won't read it. Here's what, on appeal to Coastal Commission, because a neighbor or a group of neighbors, I think, appealed the project for reasons not related to the string line. But coastal staff in their report on this project says western string line was set at 91 feet. Design of the house is approved, place of residence west 89 feet, not 91 feet, so they didn't propose to build all the way to the string line. And it says that's okay. So Coastal Commission agrees, 89 feet. That's a good number. And then they added a special condition that said, well, okay, then we're just going to say the string line is at 89 feet, and they require that to be shown on the plans. It was done, and that's what's on those plans. We got this letter at the meeting Monday, and it was kind of presented to us at that meeting as, well, here's your proof. It follows the building. You can't read that, I know, so I've blown up a couple sections for you here. This says, this is from planning staff, from the planner at the time, to the architect on that project. String line is at 91 feet per our agreement. The last part of this says, Lee McEachran, who's a coastal staff member, disagreed with the staff's location of the string line for this lot by saying that the string line continues in a straight line following the western edge of the condominiums, 4 lots to the south. City staff on this project, a few doors to the north, did not agree with coastal staff. They didn't say, oh, well, coastal staff says it follows this line, we're going to take that line. They went with what the evidence seemed to show on that project, which was where the old building was on that site. So, and ultimately, coastal staff, when they heard the appeal on this project, said, you're right, 89 feet. You said 91, they're saying they'll build to 89, so we'll say 89. If coastal staff's opinion that was expressed in that letter was true, here would be the string line. It's hard to see on here in this scale, but red line following the face of this building and extending all the way out. That was the language in that letter. That would put the string line about 9 feet back from where the 89-foot line is, about 11 feet back from what city staff approved on this project. And there's the detail. There's a big difference between that line, that point, and that point. Similarly, there would be a big difference between our interpretation. So here's really the simplest thing, and this doesn't have to be rocket science. I showed you point A and point B. Point A, point B, overlaying on the city's string line photo exhibit. I have put on, it's hard to see here, but there's a yellow line that is an absolutely straight line generated in CAD. It doesn't curve, it doesn't bend, it doesn't do anything. And what that shows is that the string line drawn on that photo kind of meanders a little out here to the west and then down here. But if you put a straight line, it pretty much fits all points on that line. So I think that's a straight line. I think most people that would look at this would agree, unless they've got kind of curvy eyeballs or something. So here's, if that's the straight line, and we take the inflection point per staff's recommendation, and it veers off about 5 degrees at this point, that puts the line out here. Well, that can't be it. We know what that point is. So let's do a different way. Let's start here and go on that 5-degree line, and then go back out to that point A. Well, that puts a line 10 feet back into this building. That doesn't seem right either. What seems right? That seems right. A string line from the only two well-defined points that are available to use on this. Now, it's true, we met with coastal staff on Monday. I've seen their email. They don't have any formal, we stand behind you all the way. But what was said in that meeting is kind of what I expected to be said. Coastal staff said, well, we're not going to recommend a less conservative string line than city staff has recommended. And if you choose to accept our interpretation and approve the project with that string line, coastal staff can appeal the project if they want to. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, I don't know. I can't predict, but it's up to them to decide if they're going to do that. So that's where we are. We got a line, a real string line, between the only 2 points that can really be defined, and then we've got this other line. What we're asking you to do, change one line with a resolution. Don't use the northwest corner of that building, use the southwest corner, because that's a point everybody can agree on. approve the appeal in regard to eliminating condition number 7 from the Planning Commission resolution that says, basically, you can't go past the string line. We don't want to go past the string line. We're not going to build the building past the string line. That's not what's being proposed. We just want to use the real string line, and the project does include balconies that extend 4 feet beyond that. Those are allowed. I don't believe there are any findings in the staff report for the Planning Commission resolution that said this project substantially impairs private views from neighbors. So, should be allowed. There isn't a finding that says that it impairs views. There's just a statement that says, you got to determine where the string line is, and you can't put anything past it. So,
Okay.
that's the bottom line.
Yeah, we're kind of, unless there's some quick thing, I think we've got the view of the string line. I think that was the only issue that was left hanging. So if we go ahead and do what you ask, and say, okay, you can build your habitable area up to the string line. You can have a 4-foot balcony patio, 4 foot past the string line, which is allowed, my understanding. And then you fight it out with coastal. So do you really want to go down that path? The idea that, because I know we brought this back in a hurry because you wanted to get started in a hurry. Once you get down to the meat grinder of coastal, it's going to be a while.
Well, we can't control what the Coastal Commission is going to do.
Okay.
Only one member of this council has any say on whether coastal commissioners are going to appeal this project or not.
Well, yeah, it's going to be, I'm sure,
Yeah.
if not brought up on those blind, those blank appeal forms, or whatever, but I'm sure one of your neighbors will appeal it. I'm sure that there's, there's people down there, that's all they do is appeal.
The neighbors favor the project as it was written.
Well, it's in the appeal zone, so it could be somebody 3 blocks away, and I think we all know who that may be.
Could be.
So
Again,
the idea of
but we can't control that, Councilmember Kern.
if you're asking, if that's the request, they say, look, approve it up to your string line and the 4 foot past it, and then you fight it out with coastal, that's fine with me. I mean, but you to know that you're going to go down that path.
I'm going to jump in here and tell you something real quick. When this came up at the last council meeting, it was going on, I asked them if you sure they wanted to come forward at this thing. I'm going to tell you what I get told by coastal staff. If we don't enforce these semi-minor regulations, they will take it out on us on our big projects and hotels, is what they told me. So you better pay close attention, is what they hinted to me. And I hear the staff and the recommendation was this said today, I'm not going down that path. That's why I seconded my motion. They're a very powerful organization, and they're going to cause you a lot of work and time and potentially cause us some grief in the future for major projects. So with that in mind, I'm not sure what your plans are here. There could be a vote, but no matter how the vote goes, Coastal is going to take you on. And they'll take you on for the little things too, and make sure that we pay dearly for not enforcing the string line. I'm just telling you for what they've told me before at those meetings. We've flown up to San Francisco on meetings on issues just like this, and we're told, you take care of these or we'll take care of you. So I'm being telling you, with that in mind, I'm going to let everybody else speak, but if coastal staff has told you this, you've got your answer.
Well, and that's it. I mean, do you really want to do that? Because that's going to delay you for, even if you're successful, you're going to be delayed, I would think minimum 6 months, probably a year, versus going back and saying, okay, let's bite the bullet and accept.
With all due respect, you don't know if we're going to. We may.
Yeah.
May lose.
Well, I mean, that's
could lose.
That's
may
the
not.
question. Do you want?
Well, there's going to be a vote tonight, so that'll take care of the problem.
Do you want?
Let's move forward.
And that's not a question for me. That's a question for the applicant.
Yeah. So I guess that's because it's time, money, and delaying your project. That other than the string line issue, I think is pretty well resolved. So I think that's something that, I support private property rights. This idea of string line issues, I understand that because it's a public interest of where the string line is. Into this process, it seemed like it's been an arbitrary decision. We already moved the string line once from the stem wall out to the living area, just arbitrarily. So, whoops, let's just move it out to here, so we gained a couple feet. And now you're saying, well, let's, instead of the living area at the north, let's move it to the living area to the south, which is, to me, an arbitrary decision. But I guess it's something that coastal staff is agreeing with, is that interpretation. So I'm going to leave it up to you. What do you think?
Yeah, the one thing that brought up, they say that by where we have placed the string line is impacting public views, and there's no basis in that. They haven't proved anything.
But now you're talking about.
No, I understand. But I just wanted to make that statement as well. But we've come to this point, and we feel that that's where the string line is. So that's where.
If you want to fight that out with Coastal Commission, I'll support your fight. Yeah. It's your fight, it's your land, it's your property, and it's your project, right. And I will support you on that. So my recommendation is that you build your living area up to the string line, wherever that may be, and you have a 4-foot balcony and deck for the.
I think what we should do too is move on. I know they're up here talking.
I know, but, you know, it's annoying to have somebody chirping. You know,
well, I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about we have a gentleman standing up here.
So I
know this has been closed to the public.
So that's
well, he can't go forward without a CDP. He can't build without a CDP.
Well,
so he can't do anything.
What we're saying is we have a problem. They have a problem.
Well, I mean, if he wants to fight the fight, I'm supporting him fighting the fight.
I appreciate that, and I thank you very much. And I know you, but we're calling people up, and we have a closed public hearing.
Well,
okay, so I know, and we said the earlier, but this is closed.
The string line issue was the big issue, and that's why I wanted to get there.
I have other speakers too from the council. You may want to hold those.
Anyway.
Sir, I'm sorry you're going to have to seat. We closed public hearing. Unless somebody calls you back up. Mr. Feller, please.
Thank you. I, as well, support if you stand at where that string line is, you can't see anything to the south just because of what's already hanging off of the back of 1601. I don't even know what you call those things, but that's talk about blocking views. I think that's probably a pretty significant item. And if you cross Buccaneer Beach going north, there's that whole complex is visible from where this string line that is proposed. You can still see. I mean, the views are not blocked at all. So I support the process that they're going to have to go through with coastal, I'm sure. And the other issue was the decks. I think you as well should be able to add those as long as they comply with our suggestions in our plan. So I assume we're going to have to vote on the first and then vote the other way, or is it just?
Well, you have a motion to by Councilmember Sanchez that was seconded by the mayor to deny the appeal.
Yeah, it was adoption of resolution denying the appeal to Planning Commission.
Right, so I would recommend when you're prepared, Mayor, to go ahead and vote on that, and then if need be, someone can introduce a second motion.
Thank you.
I know. Councilmember Fellaini.
Thank you. It's a long night.
Tell me about it.
I guess since we've been here so long, I just need the 30-second version here. Since the Coastal Commission, did the Coastal Commission basically agree with our interpretation of the string line, or were they insisting on that interpretation of the string line?
Councilman, excuse me. Councilmember Feline, the Coastal Commission staff agreed with the city's location of the string line.
So they're accepting our interpretation, but they're not insisting on that interpretation. Well, just asking, I don't care what the answer is.
They're accepting the city's position on the string
Okay,
line.
so it's basically the city's choice.
But just as a clarification, the city's location of the string line was based on earlier guidance from Coastal Commission staff.
Right, and that's what's in dispute by the applicant, correct?
The applicant,
Right,
yes,
okay.
has brought that up.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, it seems to me the straight string line without the angle between the two farther points seems to make sense to me, but ultimately, I assume the Coastal Commission can choose to disagree and impose whatever decision they choose to, and if the applicant wants to go the hard way instead of the easy way, that's his choice to do, to fight for the extra 2 feet or whatever that amounts to. But regarding the technical issues, I certainly support his right to build the balcony beyond the string line, wherever that ultimately falls. But what's the issue on with the trellis? Oh, okay, so that item's not an issue anymore? The applicants conceded, so all we're dealing with is balcony and string line?
Yes, correct.
Oh, great. So then with that, yeah, I certainly support the balcony extending beyond the string line, and I would say our position ought to be that the string line ought to be straight, subject to any revision from the Coastal Commission.
That seems to be all the input, ladies and gentlemen. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote.
Motion fails, 3-2. Kern, Feline, Feller, no.
I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. Did you call
Well,
on me?
it failed. You're going to put us in a bad spot with the Coastal Commission, but
Well,
it's your choice.
so it's not the first time we've been in a bad spot with the Coastal Commission, and the idea,
Well,
the
watch
state
our
agencies,
hotel down
but
here.
Anyway, it's his right to go and fight it with the Coastal Commission, and I'm going to grant him that right. So the idea that I'm going to uphold the appeal, and the idea that he's allowed to build his livable area up to the string line. We will, if we can make that change from northwest to southwest corner, is part of the agreement, the one that he showed us there, and allow him to build the balconies and patios beyond the string line by 4 feet. Does that cover everything I need to cover?
There's no other motion. Motion's already done.
That would, if I understand what you're trying to accomplish, that would accomplish what it is, but I do have concern with respect to a reinterpretation of the string line. That is a technical issue. We've been working with that. We've actually hired a surveyor to establish the surveyed location throughout the length of the city. And if we get into a lot-by-lot reinterpretation of where the string line may or may not be, then it becomes very complicated over the course of time.
Well, if we had that survey to begin with, I don't think we would have had this conversation. So the idea that there's evidently people were working off on the assumption of an existing string line that some people interpret different. And I noticed in some of the backup material, we moved it once already. The idea it went from the stem wall to the living area. I mean, that was staff. Staff did that. So I think some of this is, I don't want to be too critical, but I'm going to lay it back on staff.
Yeah. And that's
for
why
doing, for the interpretation. And I think the survey is going to be very, very good, because I think what it needs to do is take the interpretation away from staff. We need to have hard numbers, hard locations.
Yes.
So when the next person that comes in wants to build down there, say, this is the surveyed string line. So we don't have to do this again.
Yeah.
So I think, I don't know where we are in that process, but I think that. But anyway, I have the motion. I'll hopefully get a second, and we'll vote on it.
Anybody else? Councilmember Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going against our own staff's technical, the only study that we have about where the string line is, and we're basically saying that the reason is we want to give the this guy the opportunity to fight Coastal Commission, which means fighting ourselves because this is our own local coastal plan. In other words, in order to change it, you're going to have to do a local coastal plan amendment. No, we're going to go ahead and go against our own laws to give these guys perhaps a hope that the Coastal Commission will again violate the law and give them their coastal development permit. It makes zero sense. This is about public views. It's about character. It's about upholding and being consistent with our local coastal plan. You know, you don't base it on, oh, well, my neighbor says it's okay. That's not how we do development in Oceanside. So, and yes, I will be appealing this, along with, I'm sure several other people, because this violates our laws. The reason we have laws is to have uniformity, so that you knew up front that the Coastal Commission and city staff disagreed with your interpretation. In other words, you're wrong. And, you shake your heads and, well, I guess you'll do that until you're told no, but you're going to waste all this money. You're going to pay this gentleman money to represent you, or maybe you'll represent yourself, but it doesn't really matter. You're going to be denied, and you're going to waste your time. And you're going to waste coastal staff's valuable time. And yeah, that means that something that we might want to have processed will take even longer. Why? Because we're passing the buck here. This is something that came up during our meetings with the cities saying, we'd like to have our projects processed in a timely manner. One of the things I said was, well, unfortunately, I'm on a council that passes the buck. They don't have, either they give money, they get money from, the developer, and therefore they're going to say yes to anything, regardless of whether or not it's consistent with our laws, regardless of whether or not our neighbors, our neighborhoods, our residents want the project, or they just don't want to, have to say no. This is ridiculous. We were elected to follow and to uphold the laws of the state of California, United States, state of California, and the citizens of Oceanside. So this is such a waste of time.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I just want to clarify the intent of the motion.
Yes.
That you want to approve the project as proposed by the applicant with the location of the string line as proposed by the applicant, and allow up to a 4-foot extension of a deck/patio up to 4 feet beyond the string line.
That's correct.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Wood and Sanchez, no.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I have one, if I'm not mistaken, 24. There's one left. Let's do 24. By the way, at 10 o'clock we stop.
Item number 24 is consideration of a call for review of conditional use permit CUP 12-0009 to allow the establishment and operation of an auto towing yard on a 24,436 square foot portion of a fully developed 4.57 acre site located at 1833 Oceanside Boulevard within the Fire Mountain neighborhood, and adoption of a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision approving the project. Roadway Auto Towing applicant Manuel Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. As the mayor opens this public hearing and asks for requests for disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff and actually appealed it. So
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
staff and I am one of the two that appealed this.
Oh, I know. I couldn't hear you. That's why I asked. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I've spoken with the staff and with the appellant, gentleman questioning it, and that would be it.
Staff, certainly, a lot of personal calls coming in regarding this particular issue from different people, and I was part of the appeal process, so thank you.
Staff, residents from the neighborhood, NK Towing, which were Amir Iravani and Betty Graff, as well as SNL Towing, that is Rusty and Lisa Russell.
I must say I neglected to say that about Amir and the...
Yeah, the similar contact, and I guess the only thing I have to add to it, I've been by the site, so.
Mr. Clerk, correspondence, petitions?
None.
Thank you very much. Testimony? Richard, good seeing you here late at night.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Wood, members of the City Council. Yes, it's late, so I'm going to keep my presentation extremely brief this evening. I provided the Council with a very thorough analysis and a recommendation to uphold the Planning Commission's action to approve the project to establish a auto tow yard at the location at 1833 South Oceanside Boulevard. With that, in order to not duplicate presentations, staff is going to make themselves available for questions or comments from the council, and I would like to turn over the podium to the property owner and current business owner of the rental shop there where the facility would be located to give a presentation to the council.
Mr. Clerk?
My apologies, I'm missing the question currently.
Well, we have applicant and we certainly have the public, but he wants to give it to the applicant, is correct?
Oh, you want to designate the time? You may. You have 19 minutes and 1 second to do so.
Correct. Thank you.
Richard, thank you very much, and have a seat at the sidebar. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Corey Mahalik. I live at 2735 Cazadero Drive in Carlsbad. Today we are discussing roadway auto towing, doing business at our location there in...
We move away to look at the computer, we lose what you're saying, so I apologize.
I am the facility manager of the site. I am in and out of the building and the facility every day. I take care of everything that goes on there. Some of my qualifications are I'm a licensed general engineering contractor. I studied civil engineering. This goes on. Roadway towing is well qualified. Before we signed a lease with the company, we were making sure that we checked out their existing operations. I was very impressed with the cleanliness of their facility, the quality of their, their customer service, their offices, and especially their trucks. Roadway towing has the nicest vehicles I've ever seen in the towing industry. They're about a year old. The low emissions diesel technology, and I've seen their tax returns. They're straight shooter. They do good business, and I'm happy to have them as a tenant for years to come. Here we have a site of roadway towing. They're going to be in here. It's an existing site. All that was installed was just a fence on this here. Here's a zoomed in of their site. It's about a half acre. This is a picture from Google's Maps. I use them as an unbiased source for images. Here I am. This is right at the beginning of Oceanside Boulevard. Our street is on South Oceanside Boulevard there. And then we have our about 100 space parking lot for the tenants in the building here. And then roadway towing is behind that. It's about 370 feet from where this picture is taken. Stepping over a more zoomed picture with my camera coming from Oceanside Boulevard, we see these plants here are right in front of roadway towing's fence. This vehicle is parked right in front of the plants. Roadway towing would be straight behind that. From South Oceanside Boulevard, we see our 100-car parking lot, and then roadway towing would be behind that, which is not visible from this picture. This was one of the few, if not only, Google View pictures where I could even see the towing site. Focusing on this car here is parked in front of the plants, roadway towing being behind that. I zoom in on it, and the tow yard is behind these plants here. So if there were vehicles parked on the other side, I wouldn't know if there's zero vehicles, which there probably is now in this picture, or 100. There is no visibility from either South Oceanside Boulevard or subsequently 200 feet farther, Oceanside Boulevard. This red line here is where full-size trucks go. El Camino Rentals, we have full-size tractor trailers. We go that route there. From my understanding, roadway towing would be able to take this blue line because they're not a full-size vehicle. They're allowed to make a right-hand turn here. Therefore, roadway towing would not be bothering any businesses or residences. They're going straight from the freeway, just taking a jumper down Oceanside Boulevard and taking State Tree Drive straight into the site. I here have a map from the closest corner of roadway towing to what I believe the closest residence, and this is not taking any consideration this being a hypotenuse. It potentially is over 500 feet to the closest residence. I feel like that is plenty of an open buffer between the tow yard and a residence for, if they're pulling in a vehicle, I don't think that's going to be waking up someone sleeping at night with that distance. And then the freeway is about 1,000 feet from these residences, and that noise is clearly prominent. My opinion is that noise would be drowning out a vehicle at the roadway towing site. So I'm standing at the front gate of roadway towing, looking to the southeast, and there are no residences over there. It is just a true open space, just all trees. From my understanding, the closest residences are over the hill on the east side there. They will be doing their office work, their customer service in our existing building. We have a determined spot where they will be doing the customer service indoors. Oceanside Boulevard Vision Plan, we all know what it is, just touching on it. This was chosen as the ugliest image that they had put together, and the task force decided that this area needed the most improvement. Here we are about 5 years later, nothing has been done. I thoroughly understand that the city doesn't have the resources to do what some people wish could be done. There's a end landscaping sign here for a reason because there's no money to take care of it. I understand. Touching on this briefly with the Oceanside Boulevard Vision Plan, these were some dream pictures of what this area A should look like. I don't know who's going to pay for that. I mean, if the city can't afford to landscape the area, who's going to spend millions and millions and millions and potentially $1 billion with this infrastructure to make it look like some dream city? I'm more of a realist. A couple more pictures. This is, I guess that's my property there. I don't know who's going to change that around. Definitely not me. The Oceanside Engineering Department, they reviewed the project and they made 2 recommendations for us to be complying to, most specifically the CEQA, to make sure that we are stormwater compliant. I would be personally responsible to work with roadway towing to make sure that we maintain a thorough list of best management practices to make sure that we mitigate any potential pollutants that could be entering stormwater, et cetera, et cetera. We all know what BMPs are. I don't need to get into all the details of what we would be doing, but I do have hundreds and hundreds of pages of resources that I will be using to implement, every type of BMP possible to mitigate any potential pollutants entering, stormwater, et cetera. They are proposing that we put a soil wattle all the way around the exterior fence of the roadway towing site to be catching any possible contaminants that could have slipped past us. The compost wattle is beneficial. It's made here in Oceanside. We'd be placing that all around the property and replacing it every 2 years. This is just a list of documents that I am thoroughly familiar with and will be consulting for using our BMPs, et cetera. Most notably is I have prepared in 2004 and 2008 by AECom environmental site assessments of our site. It was done when my father had purchased the property. Hundreds and hundreds of pages. I've read every word in it, and I'm just thoroughly familiar with what's involved with making sure we keep this place clean. Notably, in the roadway towing site, we have a covered carport. This has a raised curb around it to make sure that, if oils and contaminants and a leaky car is kept in here, that even under a rainy condition, storm condition, with the roof and this curb, no contaminants would be exiting this potentially hazardous zone. I have been on site for many rain events. Most specifically, about 4 months ago, we had a flash flood where we got about an inch of rain in 1 hour, the heaviest rain I've ever seen in my entire life. And I have video and pictures to support my evidence of at least 95% of the water is exiting this here and this gutter here. I will show more pictures of those soon. A small part of the water goes to, there's a dirt pervious area here, and moving on. This corner here was cut, I believe, in 2008 with the last site assessment. It was proven that this wasn't properly drained, and they had cut this in to make sure that water was able to drain there. And here we are during the flash flood that I recently saw. It needed every bit of it, that being a main stormwater exit. There's a gutter about right here. This is the gutter that starts at the roadway gate. On these next pictures, we could see that is the beginning of the roadway gate, and the gutter goes all the way to the storm grate that we have here. Recently, I had replaced the old fixed storm grate with a new one that's removable, and I am responsible for making sure that that's clean to make sure no sediment is getting into the stormwater. I did a lot of landscaping improvements per the Planning Commission's suggestion. I planted a lot of plants, went through the sprinkler systems with the plants, flowering, native, drought tolerant, things that, the Oceanside Boulevard Vision Plan was really looking for to be adding into the area. Adding, plants, flowers, etc. Everything was installed properly. It's going to be living for a long, 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 long time. Fertilized, made sure that there weren't any bugs on the premises. I had sent some to the Department of Agriculture, and I have since treated a barnacle scale issue that they have identified. This area here was a concern of the Planning Commission of there were no plants and it could be seen into the tow yard. I have since planted 7 ficus trees along that area, and here is another ficus tree that we have on site showing that they will grow in and fill in that area. Here we have a good picture of, see the front of their fence here, and then we see the residences in the back. I don't see a whole lot of residences over there. Mostly what I identify are these 2 apartment complexes. I've been up to the site. I've had people try to scream at me, honking horns, and the noise is a non-issue. That has also been further confirmed by a sound engineer. I believe Richard may have some of that documentation. A sound engineer had came out and done a report of their backup alarms and other hydraulics of unloading a car, etc. And all of the noise levels were permissible, hundreds of feet, even closer in these residences. So even with margin of error, absolutely we are within noise compliance of not bothering these nearby residences that are, at my guess, potentially 700 feet away from their front fence. At the closest, 450 feet from their back fence. Previously, all this site has been used for is trucking. These are generic pictures, but historically it always was a lumber yard. Lots of trucking in and out. For this last 14 years or so, on and off, El Camino Rentals has used this space as it is vacant. Some pictures I took today of our trucks, we're in and out. We are a heavy equipment renter, and trucks are in and out this facility all day. It's commercial. The property owner before us was Herzog. They are a general contractor, builds railways, etc. They have, same as us, just stored equipment all over the site. It was a large truck. The last tenant that was there, they had left about 2 years before we had signed a lease with Roadway Towing, was Oshkosh. If you've heard of them, they're a large military vehicle manufacturer, and they used this facility for servicing all their vehicles that they had with warranty work, et cetera, at Camp Pendleton. So they were actually servicing vehicles, changing oils, et cetera. Roadway towing is just going to be parking vehicles on this site. The carport that I was explaining earlier, Oshkosh had used this for their hazardous materials storage. Here we see drums and drums and drums of automotive liquids, and they were always compliant. It wasn't an issue. They did all their servicing just outside of this area here. I Googled the words Oshkosh, and these were the first images that pop up. I do not have pictures of their vehicles specifically, but I can contest to that vehicles of all of these sizes were coming in and out of our property regularly. Specifically, this roadway towing site, Oshkosh was having these vehicles would be on a truck, and they would have, the oversized load, a truck in front, truck in back, et cetera. Really, really, really the largest scale capacity towing possible is what the site was used for years before roadway towing coming in. Some other improvements I would like to do on the property, some more landscaping improvements. I would like to add common area trash cans just to make sure we added the cleanliness. The city had mentioned meeting trash regulations with the city. I'm fully aware of, enclosing the trash dumpsters in block wall, etc. As previously decided by the Planning Commission, the project meets or exceeds all the zoning ordinance and land use policies of the general plan. It is exempt from CEQA because we are a Class 1, et cetera, existing facilities. It is also exempt because it is less than 1 acre. As I said, it is an existing facility that has already been approved, and most specifically in 2008 with the last site assessment, it was thoroughly torn apart and proven to be compliant, A to Z for every environmental concern. And they're a good business. I'm happy to say that they're my tenant. They provide services that the community needs. If your car needs a jump start, who's going to get it? If you get in an accident and you got to get your car off the road, you want it to be at a convenient, close place. Laws say that it has to be within a certain distance, et cetera, et cetera. My last point is it's really important for the public safety and the transportation services of what if cars flip over and the freeway is stopped? We don't want to send these guys out from their Escondido facility, which sometimes they have to do. We want them to be closer to where, not only do they respond to the location faster to clear damaged vehicles from the scene, they also, have a closer facility to take it to, not having more issues of the vehicle being driven too far. I'm going to hand this over to Richard for a Q&A. I appreciate your time and appreciate you guys staying so late.
Thank you very much. If we have any questions, we'll call you back up. We have about 3 minutes left for response, correct? He has about 3 minutes to 34 seconds to respond to public comments if he has any or wishes to. With that, Mr. Clerk, public.
Yes, this is a public hearing item, so those wishing to speak may come to the podium and have 3 minutes to do so. We have received 2 individuals who wish to speak on this item, Bill Maholich and Corey Maholich, but if those individuals who are not, those names may come forward and speak as well.
That means anybody who wants to speak on this item, come to one of the 2 podiums. You don't have to turn the card in. You got 3 minutes to speak one way or the other. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Elizabeth J. Graff. I am a registered lobbyist. My address is 3528 Sea Ridge Road in Oceanside. I'm going to try and keep it very brief. The approval of this project is an example of an action that is not consistent with the city's ongoing application of its general plan policies. Usually when someone comes to town with something like a towing company, they're told they're undesirable and directed to areas that locations where they're not visible, not close to existing residential, and where they could be placed inside buildings. This rationale has been used with other towing companies in locating them. Findings of consistency with the general plan are part of the resolutions used to approve or deny projects in Oceanside. For example, when NK Towing was approved by the Planning Commission in October of 2011, their findings cited the fact that their building would be located entirely within an existing 8,000 square foot building, and the finding continued to say that the site improvements would significantly improve the visual image of the property and positively contribute toward improving neighborhood values. Roadway towing was not subject to the same guidance that other similar uses have been subject to. They were welcome to a spot next to Loma Alta Creek in the Fire Mountain area in an open setting. Their screening plan is black vinyl slats, and they presented an enhanced landscape palette after the Planning Commission hearing. In fact, I'm not sure they ever presented a landscape plan. The City Council can reverse the Planning Commission's decision approving roadway towing by citing information that it does not meet the general plan policy requiring light industrial uses to be inside a building, which has been consistently applied over the years to tow yards and similar uses. It's also proposed for the Fire Mountain neighborhood, which has one of its goals the retention of a rural and rustic nature. An auto storage yard and towing operation is different from the existing heavy equipment yard in their level of scope and activity. Vehicles stored there will vary in nature of disrepair and maintenance and arrive at unpredictable hours. The amount of suddenly impacting noise events cannot be controlled. I hope I've kept that brief enough. It's too late, I can't talk. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff.
You'll have to speak into that mic. I can't hear you. Yeah,
Dennis
or
Baca.
adjust it. Yeah, thank you.
659 Arthur in Oceanside. I do work for a tow service here at Oceanside, but my comments have to do with the staff report. And there's some incorrect information in there, in my opinion, and part of it has to do with the hours of service. That with the TSA, you're required by the law enforcement agencies to be able to have that vehicle available to the customer 24 hours a day. They may need releases, but if they have those releases, they are supposed to have that ability to come get it. There's also concerns with water pollutants coming in there. The existing business is a rental facility that maintains their equipment in very good order. You're intentionally bringing in damaged, leaking vehicles that have pollutants that are going to exit the vehicle. It's hard to mitigate that control, even with the services that are out there right now. And then it's being established next to an existing continual creek that has provided problems for the city in the past with pollutant collection. Even if the runoff does come off from that into the storm drains, where do those storm drains actually outflow to? Most of them come back to the local creeks and then out to the beach. So that does need to be concerned about. The other thing is, in their statement, they said the revenue enhancement for the city of Oceanside. Well, the only real revenue enhancement would only be in the licenses. The revenue from any law enforcement tows or any storage of the vehicles there would actually be from the existing community that's already here. Anything that they would be given in that regard would be from existing facilities that are already provided to the city. So what you gain here, you'll be losing from somewhere else. Net gain is a business license fee. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is it time certain yet?
You're 6 o'clock. You're on.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I agree with everything Betty Graff said. I was also at the previous hearing for NK Towing. City staff was quite adamant in their application of the land use policies and zoning policies that these operations must be indoors, period. They talked about it at length. In this particular hearing I was at, the gentleman actually did go out and get a building where everything's enclosed. He ended up purchasing the building. At my request and others, he ended up moving his business here so that we get all the tax revenue, and he's doing everything right. This group is going to do everything wrong. Apparently, one of their yards has been suspended from CHP Tows. One of the co-owners, not the applicant, because I can't really figure out who he is. The actual owner, one of them, is Evan Cotti, and he's a convicted human traffic smuggler. And, you know, the guy wants to come into our town and pay to play. He's not going to be paying our Board of Equalization fees because his corporation is in Escondido. So we're going to monkey around with some royalty figure, and we'll be lucky if we get the money. This impedes the views from Fire Mountain. They're guaranteed to in the land use. The other NK Towing, legitimate employer with 70 great employees, many of whom live in Oceanside. That is benefiting our city. This is not going to benefit our city. I had a phone call to my office earlier this afternoon. Apparently the CHP will not allow a contract with someone who does not have interior storage in a building. The contact name is Marie Thornton at the CHP. You know, these are just all negative factors. There's nothing against the owners of the property. They're terrific people. But this is not the kind of tenant the city of Oceanside should be approving. At one time, they were talking about barbed wire being on top of their fences to keep people from getting in to get their cars. That's a visual blight right there from the neighborhood of Fire Mountain, which is guaranteed beautiful rural views. The noise is an issue. It's going to go 24 hours. I don't care what they say. This is going to be a 24-hour operation. We do not need these intensive uses in the Oceanside Boulevard corridor. And I think the unequal treatment should be reason enough to keep these people out of our city. And I thank you. My name is Nadine Scott, and I live in the Oceanside Boulevard corridor. The Oceanside Boulevard vision plan was quite clear. We want a less intensification of industrial uses. This is a much greater intensification, and I would like you to deny this project. And I will be giving the clerk the evidence about Mr. Cotti's conviction. Thank you very much.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I live about in equal distance from this location that Nadine lives on the other side. And I agree with a lot of things that a lot of people said, so I'm not going to repeat what they've said. I'm going to take umbrage with something that the presenter said, and that was nothing has been done onto the Oceanside corridor plan. Being on that committee, over 50% of us on that committee offered to establish a development commission, and they offered it to the city council, and it is yet to be acted upon. We want to make sure that everything fits into that plan. This does not quite fit into that type of situation. We wanted to have something that would take and be more progressive and more centered in towards in the future of business. Now we understand that towing will be necessary probably as long as we have vehicles. But what is the future vision of towing? The presenter didn't give us any future vision. It's just current and past. This is something that really we need to really look at for the future. If we're going to take and look at something for that corridor, is it going to enhance it? Is it going to take and be something that we can build upon? I just see something that's saying, okay, we're just going to mitigate for just a few things, and then hopefully the things will move on. He was really diminishing a lot of the things that we had worked on for months, and I didn't feel that that was appropriate. So to me, what was being presented was sort of like an interim usage. Nothing more than that. Nearby, there's a social services office, adult protective services, things like that. There's no offer to work with the community to see if there would be something that could be enhanced. Like say something for any programs that would be worked with. This is in a shopping center area. There's nothing that was said about working within the shopping center, working with the different businesses there. It was like, and also there was nothing to say about transporting the vehicles with potential leakage onto the roadways and how that would be handled. There's a lot of questions that everyone has presented this evening. I think that the presenter needs to take and clarify some of these. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak may come forward at this time.
My name is Bill Mahalik. I live at 2735 Cazadero Drive in Carlsbad, and I'm one of the trustees that own the property. I'd like to clarify some things.
If I may, one more second. You know, you have time left to rebuttal in your own time, or you want to do that?
Yes, I just need a few minutes to
Well,
clarify.
I want to find out if there's no other public speakers, because then you have. So I mean, you're speaking for the group, the applicant, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm saying, I'll have to move on, and the clerk will ask, you can respond to the public. I saw no other people coming up, so we're back to the applicant. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, there was 3 minutes and 34 seconds. I was informed from the Assistant City Clerk earlier this week that there was no rebuttal on this particular item, that it was only a presentation, no rebuttal.
We'll do this.
Yeah, this is actually a call for review, not an appeal.
Okay.
So, but in your discretion, if you wanted to give them 3 minutes, you could do that, Mayor.
Okay.
I read your brochure, and it says we're supposed to alternate for and against, so I was a little...
Yes, you were, but because this is unique, because of the last time. Go right ahead, sir, you have 3 minutes, and that'll be with them. I'm sorry.
I'd like to clarify one thing. It is not Oceanside Boulevard. It's actually Oceanside Boulevard South, which is about, if I had to guess, it's a good 100 yards, if not more, off of Oceanside Boulevard. And I might point out that the Planning Commission passed this resolution unanimously after we came back the second time. They asked for, it did not pass the first time. They asked for more landscaping, more clarification. They wanted to know about the stormwater runoff. We clarified all of that. We've done a decibel test, and it passed with flying colors. We do indeed, we take water samples twice a year after the first storm, turn it in, and it costs me, well, it's cost me more than it should, but that's what they want, so that's what I'm doing. I'd like to point out that as my son do a good job. I was so proud of him. Oshkosh was one of our former tenants, and they were indeed a military contractor, and what they did was they supplied the armor on the vehicles before they went to war, and they also refurbed them when they came back. But I got to tell you, I've seen some of those trucks that came back, and it just, you can't help but feel sorry for our boys over there. Another thing I'd like to point out is someone said the cars won't look, you cannot see the cars behind the fence and the landscaping. And I might address the water drain. It drains away from the creek. Now, I went through this conditional use permit myself, I don't know, probably 10 years ago, before I opened up El Camino Rental there. And our water drains not towards the creek, as somebody else announced. It drains towards the street where it's supposed to. I want the council to know that about 3 years ago, I was called into this building to meet with the consultant that Oceanside hired for the Oceanside beautification plan. This gentleman asked me for $100,000 to help pay for the plan to draw up the plans for the beautification of Oceanside Boulevard. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that I'm in construction, and there's not a whole lot of construction going on right now. I mean, $100,000 to pay somebody else's beautification? I mean, I got to tell you, before he asked for that, I says, I've got my plan, it's my real estate, and I want to improve it. I'm going to quote him, your plans will not be approved. There's something wrong with that. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I've got one of the most beautiful homes in all of Carlsbad, and I intend to do the same thing with my real estate here in Oceanside, if given the chance. But right now, I don't have enough tenants in there where I can make money to make the improvements that I'd like to. I got to tell you, paydays every other Friday, I struggle to make that payday. As far as coming up with $100,000 to help pay for the plan for the beautification of Oceanside Boulevard, that's just out of the question right now. And I might point out that the Planning Commission passed this resolution unanimously after we came back the second time. Any questions for me? I might add that I started El Camino Rental 38 years ago. We are recognized as the best rental yard in San Diego County. Not vote. We didn't even know about the voting. I called them and asked them about it, and it's not like we stuffed the ballot box. We know what we're doing. Like my son said, we did check into these people. There was one little glitch on some tax thing, but it was a clerical error that was taken care of. And it was, she's absolutely right. One of the owners was convicted of a felony. What he was doing was he tried to smuggle people into the country illegally, but that was a long time ago. They're good people.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up, and I appreciate it.
That said, we have rejected tenants that wanted to come in there because we didn't think they were good enough.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you, sir. We're coming back to the council.
I might say, I read the North County Times, and I recognize all of your names, although it's the first time I've been to a city council meeting. You guys need to get along.
Never happened.
Not going to happen?
Never happened. Thank you. With that, we're going to come back to the council. We'd already closed the public. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move that we deny this project. I'd like to make some findings based on the following findings: that this project is inconsistent with our general plan regarding light industrial uses, especially with regard to visual blight. Also, it's inconsistent with the fire mountain planning guidelines regarding community character. This is not consistent with our vision for Oceanside Boulevard. I am concerned about the noise. And I am really concerned that this applicant was treated differently from a previous applicant for a tow yard at the same exact location. And that, in fact, having listened to Mr. Iravani talk about the way he was treated, I am very concerned about, having someone told that he has to cover it and has to do landscaping and all kinds of things, and especially not there, was directed to go somewhere else. So I'm very concerned about not treating applicants equally and fairly. So I think that the owner probably was pretty upset about it too. But having known that, I'm not really sure, frankly, how they ended up getting this far, knowing that, one applicant with the exact same plan was rejected. And then following this, I'd like to see some other uses. Certainly, I, for one, want to pursue our vision for Oceanside Boulevard. Thank you. So that's my motion.
Do we have a second? I'll second it, sir. Thank you very much. Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. I go back to 2001 or 2. A young lady had a towing company wanted to come into Oceanside in the Rancho Del Oro area off of Avenida Del Oro, and was in that location where there were no homes within a long way. They were also told that there is no, everything has to be stored indoors, and it certainly didn't pencil out for her. Coming forward, we're that is really the gist of my objection to this, is the fact that there is we're not requiring enclosed storage as we did with NK, as we did with the the young lady 10 years ago. It is something that has been in place for, I'm thinking it's about 10 years at least, and I feel bad for somebody that has, done all the right things according to our rules, and then somebody else doesn't have to. I have no objection whatsoever over the landowner. They're outstanding. I drove through the property, around the corner, trying to see every angle there. It's a great location. I don't think it's, if they would have already had a tenant in place for a couple of years if they had been allowed the opportunity to go in a place that was not enclosed. I'm talking about NK. He went through a lot of sites looking for property. I don't have an objection about line of sight. I have objection, for visual blight. I don't think that's an issue. We have a couple other tow yards right on Oceanside Boulevard, and they are, I guess you'd call them grandfathered in, just by their location. I'm inclined to deny this unless they can come up with some indoor storage.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you, Mayor. Both Councilwoman Sanchez.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
What?
I'll wait.
Councilmember Kern.
Well, go ahead.
Go right ahead,
You're on
Gary.
the floor.
I lose and
You're on
I
the
don't
roll.
even know what I did.
You're tired. I am. Go ahead.
Quick, don't run out the clock on me, though.
Yeah. What I meant.
You got 2 minutes.
Well, I guess I was confused because I was going to agree with Councilwoman Sanchez and agree with Councilman Feller and agree with Nadine Scott and all the people who throw rocks at me. Yeah, so I'm trying to get my equilibrium here. But my main concern is the issue of equal treatment. And this just seems to be a real stretch from what we required NK towing to do and what we seem to be finding acceptable here. And I guess I'm interested in an explanation here. I guess we'll start with the simple question. Does the city require tow lots to be indoors or not? And if the answer is no, why was NK towing required to have an indoor lot?
Councilmember Feline, over the course of time, staff has processed a number of conditional use permits for tow yards, and unfortunately, there has been an inconsistent interpretation of the zoning ordinance. Now, with respect to the particular provisions that speak to outdoor storage in this particular zone, I would point to either Richard or Marisa to address how we came to a place where we are tonight. So, Richard or Marisa.
Councilmember Feline, just to answer your question, in reviewing this project, I understand the previous one was done in a different manner, but it did meet the intent. Overall, the light industrial area allows for outdoor storage as long as it's screened. The enclosure component specifically stated within the general plan is for the manufacturing from raw material, and that's the way it was interpreted. There were 2 different perspectives on that from staff, and that's what created the inconsistencies in how these were processed.
So basically, NK towing got put through a ringer because they just happened to get the wrong staff member processing their application?
I wouldn't go so far as to identify a particular staff member other than the typical checks and balances and the collaboration that happens among planners. With the reduction in staff, there was an inconsistency. And as a result of reduction in staff, there's less time for collaboration, and that it should not have happened.
So basically, NK towing just for whatever circumstances, basically could have had an open air lot? Because I mean, didn't they go to pretty much this very same location, or certainly the same area?
Process
and they were told, sorry, it's not going to work, and now we have this application and saying a different day of the week, and today it works?
In looking into this, because it was very concerning to me, and I was unaware of it until we got into the middle of this particular appeal, that there had been some sort of inconsistency. Relative to NK Towing, under the interpretation that was made by planning staff, yes, NK Towing. Well, let me just add one clarification. My understanding is that the applicant for NK Towing moved from this site to the site where they are on, I think it's Del Norte. That was a voluntary move as opposed to something that was being compelled by staff. That's what I heard from planning staff. And
okay, but I mean, the decision to require, because I mean, I go to NK Towing, it's certainly a pretty impressive site that everything, I was there for the grand opening, and they, all indoors, all enclosed, certainly very, landscape required, very, eye appealing for basically a towing company, and this applicant here seems to, you seem to be agreeing, is being held to a much lower standard as far as the visual impact, if you will, of their operations.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I don't know how we resolve it. Do we just say, too bad NK Towing, bad luck, and we're going to be using this standard going forward? Or do we say that our policy is we're going to have enclosed tow yards?
in this particular case, council could provide direction to staff as to how you would view this type of use in this particular zone.
Yeah, I guess to me it's getting awfully late here, but I guess I'm uncomfortable approving this tonight. And yeah, I think as a city we need to resolve this issue, because it just seems that it's just such a discrepancy with such a wide variance of treating two business applications with the same business intent so differently that I think we need to resolve some issues as a city before we're making any more decisions here.
Councilmember Curran, please.
Thank you. We're not discussing.
Time's up.
Yeah, I'm going to speed it up. We're not here tonight to talk about NK Towing. The idea, were they treated unfairly? I think so. I think other people up here thought they were treated unfairly. But the idea is that we treated them unfairly, so we have to treat everybody else unfairly. I don't think that's a good reasoning to do that. I mean, I guess the call for review was on two issues, and that's all we can talk about. The call for review was on the two issues that were presented. So the one was the applicant is not required to meet standards conditions for trash enclosures, landscape plans, solid waste fences, and other projects in the same zone. The presentation I just saw, that it met all the landscape requirements that we put on them. And they have the trash enclosures, they have the landscaping. So I think number one has been handled. So the next one is an open towing yard in this location is not consistent with various policies and land use element. And if you read your backup material, there's 2 pages explaining that. So that it is. So I don't think we can justify those findings. And that's the only 2 things we're voting on tonight are those 2 findings. So whether NK was treated unfairly, whether they had to do trash enclosures, whether they do that, I don't think we should go down that road. Because the idea that it's like we're picking winners and losers. It's like NK came to us and say, stop these people, because we were treated unfairly. And I apologize for that. And I think we do have to come up with some consistent plans. Because right now, and I'm going to say this, it's luck of the draw. What planner you get determines what your project's going to be. We have to take that element out of the equation. We have to be consistent. But we can't do it on the backs of this project. So I am going to vote against the motion. Evidently, there's probably votes here, but I think we're going down the wrong path. You know, so, and I will agree with Councilmember Sanchez. You know, the inconsistencies are terrible. The inconsistency on the previous thing is what got us in trouble about the string line. It was the inconsistency determination of staff. So we're going to have to come up with some plan to get these inconsistencies out of the system. So when somebody comes and says, I want to put a business in Oceanside, I want to go in this location, staff can look at the book or something and say, this, yeah, you're allowed, not you're allowed, this is, you have a conditional use permit, not a conditional use permit, and we don't get to these things where we have planning commission approve it unanimously, then it comes to council and all the other things come in. The political aspects come in about how we treated a previous applicant. That is not the question here. The question is these two items. And I find that there is no findings for either one of these items. So I will stand, we're running out of time, but that's...
Please vote. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to mention, we will have to come back with a resolution, assuming this motion passes, that will document and put forth all the appropriate findings.
So
we're going to make up findings to make it pass.
No, we're going to draft a resolution based upon the discussion that took place on the council dais.
What is the motion we're voting on?
The motion is to deny the project. It was seconded by Mayor Wood.
Can I make a request?
Yes
to
would
the,
be a denial.
Yeah, okay, yes. Okay. Can I make a request that we postpone this to the next meeting? Okay, so you don't want to, okay. That's fine, thank you.
Yes.
We're just waiting for the call.
Yes means we're denying this.
Yes, it's denied.
Thank you.
Motion approved, 3-1. Feline abstain, Kern no.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tell the council that we're not going to go into this. Hold on. We're not leaving that quick. I'm not going to do council reports, but I am going to do one thing because it's a city employee. I'm going to skip those and we're going to leave, but is Glenn Erickson here? He was here earlier. Okay. Luana Erickson, resident for years at Cavalier Mobile Estates. Our thought goes out to the family, especially her son, Glenn Erickson, who is one of our city employees, code enforcement officer. That was his mother. Lauren was very active in the Country Club Senior Center and Methodist Church on Kelly Street. So we want to make sure we said that, number one, because he is a family friend, works in Oceanside. The other one was Terry Bryant, Economic Development Commissioner, Vice Chair, Human Resources Director, Anito Dinko. He passed away. I want to say thanks to his families for all the support and everything they need. I know I'm rushing that, but we've been going long. It's past, but those two people that we want to make sure.
Also, Gracie Phillips.
Go on, say it in the mic.
Gracie Phillips, she passed about 2.5 weeks ago, and her funeral was this past weekend. Also, remember in your prayers Randy Mitchell. He's failing, and he was former president of the